I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 551 to 551 The Gathering of Geniuses, Part 4. The person who spoke was a 27th level Dao realm expert. No matter how strong King Slayer was, he had no power to resist this person. The difference was too great. This person was once a human king as well, and as such had the duty to support other human kings. Feng Kong was almost killed by King Slayer back then, so taking revenge now would be justified. King Slayer felt a little nervous. He was naturally not afraid of Feng Kong, but if that person were to make a move, the situation would be different. Many thanks for senior brother's good intentions. Back then, it was only a misunderstanding. Feng Kong cupped his hands in thanks. The human kings of the later generations would usually address the human kings of the previous generations as senior brothers to indicate that they were of the same bloodline. King Slayer heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Feng Kong with a friendly gaze. If you don't mind, then so be it. However, King Slayer was indeed insolent and violated the dignity of the human kings back then. He must be taught a lesson. He raised his hand and formed a fist. As he was about to hit King Slayer. Ancestor Hong has already forgiven me. How dare you attack me, old thing? I'm close to Ancestor Hong, King Slayer said hurriedly. He did not want to be tortured in public. He immediately used Hong Yuancho as a shield. The former human king was stunned, and did not attack. You dare to spout nonsense? What kind of person was Ancestor Hong? He could be considered the strongest backer of the human king lineage. He was the legendary human king who had led the rise of the human race and suppressed the demon and monster races. I am a man of my words. Humph, if you don't believe me, you can ask Luo Xinbei. Also, my master is someone that even Ancestor Hong respects. Don't think that you're the only one with a backer, King Slayer said as he straightened his back. Humph. He also had a backer. Even Hong Yuancho could not punish him as he wished. The former human king's face darkened and he put down his hand. Those words could not be taken lightly. Feng Kong stared at King Slayer. Was the person that King Slayer talked about the same one he was thinking about? However, he did not recall Chu Xian taking him in as a disciple. Was this guy so thick-skinned? In a daze, his memories returned to his youth. Back then, on the battlefield, King Slayer was also a famous genius. The two of them were once comrades. Back then, King Slayer was also a person with skin as thick as a city wall. He still remembered that he shamelessly went to curry favor with a heaven realm expert and got a lot of benefits. It was only after he cultivated the extreme Dao that he became decisive in killing and lost the shamelessness he had when he was young. King Slayer? Is he really your master? Seeing Feng Kong's questioning gaze, King Slayer briefly felt a pang of guilt. Then, he patted his chest and said, "Of course he's my master." "You're just as shameless as you were when you were young," Feng Kong sighed. "Compared to these old guys, I'm just a young man." King Slayer looked at the group of elders with disdain. His words attracted a lot of unfriendly gazes. Many experts looked at King Slayer with cautious expressions. Did this guy have a Dayuan realm expert backer? It was no wonder he grew to this level. It seemed that there was someone supporting the extreme Dao, and that this person was a powerful Dayuan realm expert. Boom! 3 days later, the gate opened a foot wide. Through the crack of the door, one could see the ancient path that led to an unknown place. They could vaguely hear terrifying roars coming from afar. At the other end of the ancient path, some living beings of the abyss had already stepped onto the ancient path and were heading toward the 9 zones. The terrifying roars seemed to be filled with violence and sin. Many experts' expressions turned grave. This trip was full of dangers and countless opportunities. Who could kill their way into the abyss? Who would dare to charge into the abyss? In the chaos abyss, there had to be terrifying experts. A figure appeared silently. She was dressed in black and had a beautiful, but expressionless face. Her eyes seemed to contain an unknown, profound charm of the great Dao. Hey you! Ding Yu's mouth was wide open, and he was completely dumbfounded. 26th level of the Dao realm. Hey Yu was actually the most powerful one among the disciples. Junior sister, why are you so strong? Ding Yu did not feel good. He was the eldest senior brother, but he had been surpassed by his junior sister. Although Chu Xian did not give them a ranking, according to the usual practice, the first one to enter was naturally the eldest brother. In order to live up to his supposed title, he had put in all his effort and constantly improved his cultivation. He wanted to become the strongest one among his fellow disciples. Only then would he be worthy of the position of the eldest brother. My innate divine soul has been restored, He Yu replied softly. Although her innate divine soul had been restored, He Yu still did display her emotions openly. She was already used to her previous expressionless self. Ding Yu suddenly stopped. He naturally knew about He Yu's innate divine soul. He also knew about the grudge between her and the Tianyu Tower. Her innate divine soul had already been fixed when she became Chu Xian's disciple, so since He Yu was mentioning it again now, it meant that the missing part of her divine soul had been found and returned to her. It was precisely because of this that such a huge transformation had occurred. Congratulations, junior sister. The innate divine soul was indeed extraordinary. Ding Yu looked at the ancient path with a determined look in his eyes. Only his junior sister had surpassed him. The others were not as good as him. He was still worthy of the title of eldest senior brother. This time, he had to rise up and catch up to his junior sister. The senior and junior brothers and sisters talked about the past through voice transmission, each sharing their own experiences about their transformation. When they outlined the fact that they had inscribed great Dao runes, they unexpectedly discovered that this was a commonality between all of them. Chu Pingfen also joined in. He Yu did not comprehend or inscribe a great Dao rune, but her innate divine soul was the embryonic form of the laws. Therefore, she also shared some of her comprehension of the laws. Ji Dexin was shocked to see He Yu. He had made the right choice. This sister of his was extraordinary. Tianyu Tower has already perished. Little sister, are you going to come back to the Ji family? Ji Dexin asked with a sigh. What do you think? He Yu did not hate this brother of hers. He had once protected her. Of course, she did not have any deep feelings for him. No matter what, he was still her elder brother and had protected her several times. Had it not been for Ji Dexin's dominance and power, she would have had to pay a heavy price to escape Tianyu Tower's pursuit. Ji Dexin nodded and did not say anything. He Yu hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Ji Dexin, the ancient path leads to an abyss. Although there are opportunities, the danger inside is real. You have to be careful when dealing with it. I understand, thank you. Ji Dexin felt very assured. His sister still cared for him. He Yu thought of what Chu Xian had said, which was that Ji Dexin was the reincarnation of a half-saint of the celestial. She hesitated for a moment, but did not ask Chu Xian to clarify. Ji Dexin's identity was not important. He had once protected her, and now that she had the chance to protect him through a crisis. That was enough. As for what Ji Dexin's goal was, it did not matter. The ancient path might have been triggered when my innate divine soul was restored. You all have to be careful. He Yu continued to communicate with Ding Yu and the others. Really? Ding Yu and his fellow disciples were shocked. If the ancient path was triggered by her, then her innate divine soul was too terrifying. It should be the case. As for why it was triggered, I'm not too sure. Master didn't mention it. He Yu nodded. Junior sister, be careful. I'm afraid there will be experts watching you, Ding Yu said with a serious expression. It doesn't matter. As long as we don't leave the ancient path, those experts won't be able to enter. He Yu was not too worried about this. Moreover, even if there were experts targeting her, her master would deal with them, right? 552 The Chaos Abyss, Part 1. Chu Xian looked at the gate of the ancient path that was about to open. Almost all of the Dao realm living beings of the 9 zones, except those who were trapped in dangerous places, had gathered in front of the gate. Ding Yu and his other disciples were also there. Among them, He Yu was currently the strongest. In terms of age, He Yu was also the oldest. In fact, she was more like the eldest senior sister. However, Ding Yu had always wanted to be the eldest senior brother, and he had been working hard to become a qualified eldest senior brother. Chu Xian just let him be. After all, Ding Yu was his first disciple. Su Xianer was technically not his disciple, and just a maidservant. Speaking of her, in the pocket dimension, she had already completed her fusion with the chaotic ice essence and now also had the potential of an ancient chaos god. Chu Yun had also completed her fusion. The two girls were familiarizing themselves with their newfound abilities and cultivating in the pocket dimension. He looked at the heavenly domain, where Hong Yuanchuo and the other Daiyuan realm cultivators had benefited from the appearance of the laws of the chaos. Hong Yuanchuo had done especially well, comprehended the aura of the laws of the chaos, and underwent a transformation. His Dao path was now 7,000 miles long. Mo2 was advancing rapidly as well, thanks to his conversion to Buddhism. As Buddhism continued to expand and grow, he became stronger as well. His Dao path was 6,000 miles long. Soaring Floor Dragon, who had entered the monster world, also had a Dao path that was 6,000 miles long. The rest of the Daiyuan realm cultivators all made significant progress, increasing the overall strength of the 9 zones. Ruoxian's Dao path had reached the 3,000 mile mark. Kunhe's Dao path was also close to that milestone. They now truly felt that the 9 zones were a land of treasures and opportunities, and were determined not to allow any outsiders to enter and occupy the 9 zones. Incidentally, Mo2 and a few other former demon race Daiyuan realm cultivators had scammed treasures from the ancient demon race, infuriating them. In any case, the Buddhists were naturally opposed to the demons, so conflict between them was inevitable. Chu Xian raised his head and looked at the ancient path. He could already see some living beings of the chaos abyss on the path. It was ferocious, terrifying, and brutal. They did not seem to be particularly intelligent. It seemed that the countless years spent in the chaos abyss had caused them to stagnate mentally. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and decided to explore this mysterious chaos abyss. Was it formed naturally by the chaos, or was it created by a powerful existence? He was less than half a month away from the 78-year milestone. Chu Xian was looking forward to seeing if there would be any upgrades similar to the one he received for the Chaos Dao mirror. The Chaos Dao mirror shone along the ancient path, during which he saw mostly Dao realm living beings of the chaos abyss. There were some peak-level Dao realm existences as well. Chaos Dao mirror continued to shine along the ancient path, stretching out seemingly infinitely. It was clear how far the chaos abyss was from the 9 zones. On both sides of the ancient path, Chu Xian saw some creatures trying to enter the ancient path. Most of these were members of the various races of the ancient chaos world, as well as the races from the 9 zones. Each and every one was at least a Daiyuan realm cultivator. Unless one was a Daiyuan realm, it was extremely easy to get lost in the chaos and encounter dangers. He even saw a few 9 extreme Daiyuan realm experts trying to break into the ancient path, but without success. The path continued on, yet he still had not reached the end. Chu Xian frowned. If the distance between the chaos abyss and the 9 zones was too great, he would not be able to use the boundless destruction sword technique to attack. At a certain moment, boom! On the Chaos Dao mirror, the scene of a deep, dark pit that looked like a ferocious mouth appeared. 553 The Chaos Abyss, Part 2. The edge of the abyss could not be seen, but a terrifying, dark, and brutal aura rippled out endlessly. Just a corner of the abyss was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Chu Xian adjusted the Chaos Dao mirror and looked around the chaos abyss. Gradually, a larger image projection appeared. The abyss was like a roaring giant mouth, seemingly wanting to devour everything, but also seemed to be full of unwillingness and anger. He also saw a pair of scarlet eyes, which seemed to stare out into the chaos beyond. The chaos abyss was like a prison of evil. For the time being, he was unable to tell if this was naturally formed or if it was created by an expert. Then, he caught sight of a living being. It looked like it was formed by resentment, and had lost its ability to think. It was not particularly strong, having only reached the heaven realm. As he looked further in, there were divine realm existences, and then Dao realm, and finally Daiyuan realm existences. Chu Xian's brows furrowed. Why were there so many living beings in the chaos abyss? These were all living beings that had once fallen, and were now living in a land of despair. When Chu Xian looked at the Daiyuan realm beings, he noticed that even their eyes were filled with despair, causing their personalities to become twisted and brutal. That being said, it seemed that they had managed to at least retain their intelligence and sentience. Gradually, Chu Xian came across those who had 10,000-mile-long Dao paths. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared in the scene projected by the mirror. It was an abyssal being that was 10,000 meters tall, and it had a 200,000-mile-long Dao path. The other party roared, wrapped in terrifying power, as it rushed to try and leave the abyss. However, a terrifying suction force coming from the bottom of the abyss pulled it back in, despite its struggles. It even self-destructed its Dao path, but could not escape. When it reached the bottom of the abyss, it was restored to its original state. Chu Xian could see that the eyes of this being were filled with despair. Moments later, it tried again, and failed again. It seemed that these abyssal beings were subjected to constant pain and torture, which was why their personalities and consciousnesses had become like this. The abyss was a prison. Therefore, the ones in the prison were naturally criminals. What kind of place did this huge chaos abyss belong to? Chu Xian thought to himself as he continued down the abyss. The abyss seemed to have no end. During this period, Chu Xian even found an abyssal being that was comparable to a world creator realm expert. The other party silently remained in a corner of the abyss, enduring the torture and pain. His expression was calm and not too violent. There were many powerful beings in the abyss. Those who could not bear the pain would try to escape, and fail every time. Even if they self-destructed their bodies and Dao paths, they were resurrected once they were pulled back in by the suction force. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation and a terrifying roar appeared on the image projection. A huge passage appeared there, like a path of life in the abyss. The other end of the ancient path was there. Countless abyssal beings roared as they tried to enter the ancient path. Among them, there were quite a few Daiyuan realm experts. However, because of the restrictions, they were unable to enter the ancient path and were blocked by the laws of the chaos. Angered, they killed the other abyssal beings that gathered there. One batch of abyssal beings after another was slaughtered. However, they were soon resurrected. One could not die here even if they wanted to. Chu Xian silently watched for a long time, at the same time observing the power of the chaos abyss laws. If he entered with his current strength, would he be able to escape? He was not fully certain. As he traveled further in, he found 3 world creator realm experts. The strongest one Chu Xian found had a Dao path that was roughly 2 million miles long. As he went deeper and deeper into the chaos abyss, Chu Xian gradually saw a ball of darkness at the bottom of the abyss. It was like a ball of dark cotton. The power of laws brewed within it. It seemed that he had reached the bottom. Chu Xian zoomed out, and the bottom of the chaos abyss was gradually revealed. It was like a huge swamp, and this swamp contained the laws of the chaos abyss. The laws were chaotic. They were deposited in the chaos abyss, like a swamp where garbage was dumped. What was being dumped was not garbage in the ordinary sense. Instead, these were laws that had been abandoned or replaced. At the bottom of the abyss, there was no sign of anyone being suppressed. Of course, it was possible that someone was suppressed beneath the swamp-like laws. However, exploring the swamp would possibly alert laws or perhaps the person who had created this place, if it was not naturally formed. Chu Xian thought for a moment and did not continue. Instead, he began to search the bottom of the abyss. There were some treasures in the abyss, such as the treasures left behind by some experts. There were also special items that were born in the abyss after a long time. These treasures contained the power of the abyss. Today Yuan realm experts, these were all rare treasures. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed briefly across the mirror, and then disappeared. 554 The Chaos Abyss, Part 3. The blood-red light flashed across the screen. Chu Xian immediately adjusted the Chaos Dao mirror to track and lock onto the red light. There was indeed a special existence hidden at the bottom of the abyss. The blood-red light seemed to have sensed that it was being observed, so it dodged. It moved extremely quickly. The other party was actually able to sense that it was being watched, which meant that its strength was absolutely terrifying. Chu Xian continued to track it and zoomed out so that he could see a wider area. In the end, at a corner of the image projection, a blood-red humanoid figure about 3 to 4 meters tall appeared. The other party clearly knew that it could no longer avoid the tracking, so it simply stopped dodging. Who is peeking into the chaos abyss? A thought was transmitted. Chu Xian did not respond. After staring at the blood-red humanoid for a while, he used the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique. Remnant wisp of consciousness, the spirit of the laws of filth, Tao Wu. Chu Xian frowned. They were too far apart. Even with the Chaos Dao mirror, he could not completely investigate the origins of the other party. There were certain restrictions. The Chaos Abyss must not be peeked into. After it did not get a response, it seemed to become angry. Blood-red light bloomed, and the laws of filth at the bottom of the abyss began to shake. Instantly, a dark aura emerged, covering the remnant wisp of consciousness. Chu Xian moved the Chaos Dao mirror away and continued his exploration. The bottom of the abyss was not small, the remnant wisp of consciousness was not the only special existence. As he continued, Chu Xian suddenly felt a repulsive force trying to stop him. The power of his Dao path surged into the Chaos Dao mirror and followed the trail to the source of the repulsive force. What he saw there was an extremely huge eyeball. At this moment, the eye was wide open, and it seemed to be filled with anger. The huge eyeball rippled with terrifying power, stirring up the laws at the bottom of the abyss. The repulsive force gradually increased. Chu Xian used the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique again, but this time he encountered an even stronger resistance. It was as if there was a supernatural force in the dark that prevented him from investigating further. Ancient God Eye. This was the only piece of information he obtained. Chu Xian's heart trembled. Was this the eye of an ancient chaos god? Could it be that an ancient chaos god was suppressed in this abyss? Get lost! The eyeball let out a terrifying roar. The repulsive force instantly increased sharply. Chu Xian did not persist, and directed the Chaos Dao mirror elsewhere. He continued to explore the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, Chu Xian sensed an unknown existence searching for him. He immediately deactivated the Chaos Dao mirror in order to prevent his whereabouts being traced. Had he alerted an expert? Perhaps the creator of this chaos abyss? Someone who could do such a thing would indeed be terrifyingly strong. Thankfully, after he deactivated the Chaos Dao mirror, the feeling of being searched for subsided. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Chu Xian looked at the gate of the ancient path. It was about to open. In fact, it could already accommodate one person. However, no one dared to take the risk. His voice resounded in the minds of Ding Yu and the others. The ancient path is unusual. The living beings in the chaos abyss are all crazy. Be careful and avoid entering the abyss itself for now. As Chu Xian spoke, he transmitted the scene at the end of the ancient path to Ding Yu and the others. Yes, Master! Ding Yu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They were all stunned by what they saw. The living beings in the chaos abyss were all so crazy, and their eyes filled with despair. Moreover, there were many powerful existences. After Chu Xian finished giving out his instructions, he turned his attention back to the Chaos Dao mirror, this time using it to check the situation in the ancient Chaos world. In the ancient Chaos world, Chu Xian saw a few powerful experts. The immortal race had one more supreme expert, one stronger than Venerable He. This expert was a world creator realm expert, though a relatively weak one at that. Chu Xian estimated that this person's world was only about 20,000 miles in diameter, so this person's Dao path would not be particularly long. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Hong. The celestial race also had a world creator realm expert, who was of similar strength to the immortal race world creator realm expert. On the other hand, the world creator realm expert from the demon race was much stronger, and only just slightly weaker than Hong. Even the dragons and the fiery phoenixes had summoned their own powerful experts, as did many other races, including the races of the ancient chaos world. Chu Xian did not see Pan Shan. Perhaps he had left this region of the chaos. In the ancient chaos world, there was a place full of towering trees. Inside, there was a huge house. This place belonged to the giant race. Chu Xian looked at the giant race and found that there were not many giants, but all of them had reached the Daiyuan realm. 555 The giant race. Even the weakest among them had 1,000-mile-long Dao paths, and there were over a dozen of 9 extreme Daiyuan realm experts. Other than their huge and tough bodies, the giants were no different from humans in other aspects. This was the race that had helped the humans of the 9 zones and taught them body tempering techniques in the past. However, their current relationship with the human race was uncertain. In the 9 zones, there were now very few cultivators who focused on body tempering. Du Yuan and the Little Evil King were among these few. The giant race was different from the other races. They did not seem to be a part of the races of the ancient chaos world, or the races of the 9 zones. They were also relatively neutral when it came to stances. In the current chaotic situation, it was impossible to remain neutral without enough power. Chu Xian observed them in detail. Even the bodies of the weaker ones were extremely terrifying, and would require an offensive supreme artifact to crack. Re. At the center of the giant race's territory, there were several enormous stone houses. In the center of the ancestral ground, there was a huge statue. There seemed to be terrifying beasts lying dormant in the huge stone houses, and their aura was abnormally fierce. When Chu Xian took a look inside, he saw a giant, though much smaller than he had imagined. It was obvious that the other party had shrunk his body. This particular giant seemed to be no weaker than a world creator realm expert. Armed with a supreme treasure, he would probably be able to go toe-to-toe with the world creator realm experts of the immortal and celestial races. The Dao paths of the giant race were rather special, as they were unable to create a world to support the foundation of their Dao paths. Instead, their incredibly sturdy bodies became the foundation of their Dao paths, which further strengthened their bodies. When Chu Xian looked at the other stone houses, he found a giant comparable to a world creator realm expert in each one. It seemed that there was a good reason the giant race had managed to remain neutral and untouched. However, he did not know if these experts of the giant race had always been in the ancient chaos world or had just returned from the chaos. If the giant race only had these few powerful experts, they would not be as strong as the immortal, celestial, and demon races. Chu Xian knew that the experts who had returned from the 3 major races were the weaker ones. The stronger ones were all in the depths of the chaos and had yet to return. Still, the fact that the giant race had the confidence to stay neutral meant that they had something backing them up. Perhaps there was an extremely powerful expert in the giant race who could intimidate all of the other races. Just as Chu Xian was about to move the mirror's image projection away from the giant race's territory, he suddenly noticed that the statue in the ancestral ground seemed a little unusual. He immediately zoomed in. The statue was a giant with bulging muscles and a resolute face. He held a big hammer over his head and looked forward as if he was staring at an enemy. Chu Xian could sense that this giant statue was unusual. It was like a daopath had condensed within that statue. The materials used to make the statue were also unusual. Even ordinary Daeyuan realm cultivators would not be able to destroy it. Was it a statue of an ancestor of the giant tribe? Was it just a statue? The more Chu Xian looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. He took a closer look. Even if the statue was made of a special material, it could not block the probing of the Chaos Dao mirror. However, at this moment, a terrifying and powerful force suddenly emerged from within the statue, blocking it. Chu Xian also noticed that the giant hammer in the statue's hand moved slightly when this power appeared. The statue was alive? Chu Xian did not continue to probe, but used the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique instead. Tai, one of the 18 ancestors of the giant race. He is severely wounded and is hibernating to recover. The statue was one of the ancestors of the giant race. Were the experts of the giant race aware of his existence and presence? Was he secretly recovering here to avoid a strong enemy? Chu Xian tried to figure out Tai's strength. Although the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique was limited, he gained a basic understanding of Tai's strength. He was no weaker than someone whose created world was millions of miles in diameter. Normally, this meant that his daopath had to be at least 5 to 6 million miles long. At his peak, he was even a little stronger than the Chu Xian was currently. Of course, if it was a real battle in the 9 zones, Chu Xian was confident that he could win easily. After all, that was his home ground. Just as Chu Xian was about to move the image projection away, a thought transmission came from the statue. With Tai's strength, it was not unusual for him to notice that he was being watched. Who is spying on me? Chu Xian pondered for a moment and decided to have a chat with the other party. Tai. He transmitted his thoughts through the Chaos Dao mirror. The moment Chu Xian replied, it was as if a force was trying to track him. However, it was not enough to break through the Chaos Dao mirror's concealment abilities, especially when Chu Xian infused it with the power of his Dao path. Perhaps that strange existence from the Chaos Abyss might have been able to, but Tai could not. That's me, Tai replied after discovering that he was unable to lock on to Chu Xian's location. Who are you, and why are you spying on me? I have no ill intentions. I'm just curious. Who could have injured you like this? Tai remained silent. Tai, how long have you been recuperating here? If you want to take advantage of me, then just try it. Don't worry, I am a good person. I won't do such a despicable thing. You're from the human race? Chu. Tai's voice suddenly changed. Chu Xian called himself a good person. Normally, only humans would say that. There were only 1 or 2 people in the entire human race who had such strength. Chu? Which ancestor of the human race was he? Was that the name of the first person to create a human cultivation technique, or another ancestor of the human race? It was rumored that that person had some grudges with the giant race. Chu Xian did not answer directly, but said, Tai, do you need any help? I have a supreme treasure that can help you recover. I can't accept the kindness of the human race. Tai snorted coldly. It was obvious that he held resentment toward the human race. Chu Xian did not know what exactly had happened that had caused the relationship between the giant race and the human race to deteriorate. 556 Confusion, Part 1. Tai, the chaos has changed. If you can't recover to your peak strength, how will you deal with the following changes? Chu Xian sighed. He did not know what the changes in the chaos were, so he wanted to make use of this opportunity to see if he could find out any information from Tai. Chu, you don't have to worry about me. You should be worried about the human race. Forget it. Chu Xian moved the mirror away and turned to look at the dragons. It was the only major body of water in the ancient chaos world, and the territory of the dragons. There were also many monster tribes residing here, all of which were dependent on the dragons. There was a huge dragon city under the sea, in which there were many palaces, each containing its own spatial realm. There was a huge golden dragon lying in one of the palaces, about 100,000 miles long. Its eyes were slightly closed, as if it was resting. The Chaos Dao mirror zoomed in, but the other party had no reaction. It was clear that this dragon was much weaker than Tai. Chu Xian hesitated. He did not contact the dragon and decided to keep a low profile. He then turned his attention to the fiery phoenixes. After that, he scanned and examined the strength levels of the various races in the ancient Chaos world. Then, he turned his attention to the Chaos Mountains in the surrounding region. There were quite a number of them, but only a few of them were inhabited by living beings. After randomly looking around randomly for some time, Chu Xian deactivated the mirror and waited patiently for the 78-year milestone. Boom! The gate of the ancient path continued to expand. Now, it could accommodate 2 people at the same time. Still, no one took the risk to enter. After all, no one knew what the situation was like inside. As the gate opened, the aura of the chaos abyss filled the air. Chu Xian suddenly turned to Yang Tian. At this moment, Yang Tian was not in front of the gate of the chaos abyss, but rather in the illusory world that Chu Xian had created. On this day, Yang finally descended with his wisp of consciousness, carrying a jade-like treasure. There were mysterious runes on its surface. This was the treasure that Venerable He was talking about. At that moment, Yang was controlling Yang Tian's body and walking around the illusory world. He was very confused. He had not been here for a while, and the 9 zones had changed too much. He felt completely out of place. The races in the 9 zones seemed to have increased. He knew about the ghost race. Now, there were many more strange races. He tried asking Yang Tian about the changes in the 9 zones, but Yang Tian did not know the details. All he knew was that the netherworld and the reincarnation cycle had appeared in the 9 zones. As for how and when they appeared, he did not know. Where was the netherworld? Yang Tian had never been there, so he could not answer. Yang Tian did not know what the reincarnation cycle was, only its name. Yang was even more confused. This time, he spent a long time exploring the 9 zones. From the desolate ancient zone to the central zone, and the rest of the 9 zones. The more he traveled, the more confused he became. It was as if he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar world. How long had it been since the last time since his wisp of consciousness had descended? How did things change so much in such a short time? To his relief, the human race was still the most powerful race. Then, he tried to sense the great Dao, and realized that he could not. What was going on? Even if he was just a wisp of consciousness, the source of his Dao path was in the 9 zones. No matter what, it was impossible for him to not be able to sense the great Dao. Some unknown changes must have happened in the 9 zones. However, he was unable to sense it. He controlled Yang Tian's body and headed for the desolate ancient zone, and discovered a barren and savage wasteland. It was as if the world had just been created. He was shocked. What had happened here? What was that mountain that stood tall in the primordial land and pierced through the clouds? It looked so extraordinary. A few days later, he finally met someone. After asking around, he learned that the mountain was called Buzhu Mountain. Legend had it that it was the pillar of the heavens. Yang was dumbfounded. Buzhu Mountain? Since when did Buzhu Mountain exist in the 9 zones? Even when the world was first created, there were no legends of such a mountain. Moreover, after talking to that person, Yang heard more legends that he had never heard before. The 12 ancestors of sorcery, the 3 pure ones, and so on. Each legend left Yang dumbfounded. This was not the 9 zones he knew. 557 Confusion, Part 2. Something was wrong. Where had all these baseless legends come from? However, that person said that it had been passed down since the beginning of the world. Yang decided not to stay any longer. Perhaps those guys had heard of those legends, so he would ask them. Yang's consciousness left Yang Tian's body, bringing the treasure back with him. Chu Xian saw Yang leave and laughed inwardly. He wondered what kind of expressions the experts of the 9 zones would have after Yang brought that information back. Yang Tian continued to explore the desolate ancient zone, and then the primordial land. After a while, he found a treasure land and entered it. Chu Xian waited for Yang to descend again, and did not remove the illusory world. After Yang left, he took out the Chaos Dao mirror and used it to spy on the ancient chaos world. He did not see Venerable He's figure. It seemed that the meeting place with Hong was not in the ancient chaos world. He scanned the surrounding region of the chaos, but could not find any traces of their presence, so he could only give up. Somewhere in the chaos, on a chaos mountain, there were many experts gathered. Other than Yang and Hong, there was another human expert. On the other side was Venerable He and the experts of the immortal race. There were also experts from the races of the ancient chaos world present, including Kun Zhen and another expert. Mo Zun was also present. However, his expression was extremely ugly. For this operation, the human race had used the excuse that Yang had been severely injured by him to extort a large amount of resources from the demon race. Under the pressure of the immortal and celestial races, as well as the dragons and phoenixes, they had no choice but to cough up resources. Otherwise, the demon race would be excluded. The demon's biggest trump card in the 9 zones, those mixed blood demons, had all betrayed them and scammed the demon race experts of treasures. All the races participating in this operation had experts present here, and the weakest among them were 9 extreme Daiyuan realm experts. Yang, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Hong was stunned. Why did he return so quickly? Could it be that his wisp of consciousness was rejected by the Great Dao? The human race was more or less favored by the Great Dao of the 9 zones, and the level of rejection they faced from the Great Dao was much weaker than that of the other races. Could it be that something had happened in the 9 zones, causing them to be rejected? Was that why Yang had returned so quickly? Yang, you returned so quickly? Was your wisp of consciousness rejected? If that's the case, you'll have to return the treasures the demon race gave you. Mo Zun was the first to speak. Yang took a deep breath and looked at Venerable He. Among all the experts present, Venerable He was the most senior. Senior He, is there a race called the Sorcerer race in the 9 zones? Venerable He was stunned. Sorcerer race? Never heard of it. After a pause, he continued, could it be an extremely weak race? If that's the case, just because I've never heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. No one knew how many races had existed in the 9 zones over the countless eras, especially the weaker races. However, according to the legends, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were extremely powerful. They were even stronger than the chaotic beings that had once ruled the 9 zones, so how could the sorcerer race be weak? Then, Senior He, is there a mountain in the 9 zones called Buzhu Mountain? It is said that it is the pillar of heaven, Yang continued to ask. The people present frowned. Yang came back and asked about these things. What did he see there? Hong and the other human expert frowned. Yang was the 10th ancestor of the human race, although he was the weakest. How could someone like him look so lost and dazed? Something must have happened in the 9 zones. Buzhu Mountain has never existed in the 9 zones, and there is no mountain regarded as the pillar of heaven. Venerable He's expression turned serious. Yang, Mo Zun roared, just tell us what you saw already. Why are you asking so many questions? He was extremely unhappy that the human race had extorted a large sum of resources from the demon race. Moreover, a demon race supreme expert had returned, so even if Pan Shan was here, he would not be afraid. Humph, Mo Zun, if you've got a problem, let's have at it, the The person beside Hong snorted coldly. The eighth ancestor of the human race, Zhou? You're not qualified, Mo Zun said in disdain. All right, we have important matters to attend to, Divine Lord Du said as he intervened. Yang sighed. Everyone, take a look for yourself. The jade-like treasure flew out and floated in mid-air. As it shone, it began to display the images and scenes that it had captured while following Yang around. At this moment, everything that Yang had seen and heard was displayed. Everyone present was stunned and was in disbelief. Was this how the 9 zones were now? When did those legends appear? The 12 ancestors of sorcery? What kind of existence were the 3 pure ones? Even Venerable he was dumbfounded. He was a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race, and an ancient existence. There were many legends in the 9 zones, and he knew almost all of them. He even knew most of the names of the rulers who had once ruled the 9 zones, and the names of many of the experts who had fought against the rulers. However, he knew nothing about the 12 ancestors of sorcery, nor anything about the 3 pure ones. He had never heard of any of these legends. Everyone present finally turned to look at him. Although everyone looked down on him inwardly, as a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race, he lacked strength and capability, and had been surpassed by many of his juniors. He was still an ancient existence, and definitely knew a lot of secrets. I have never heard of these legends either, Venerable he said blankly. Old man you really don't know? Mo Zun asked suspiciously. Since the demon race's expert had returned, he was no longer afraid, and called Venerable he an old man. Venerable he was too lazy to argue with him. This demon did not look like he would live for long. Venerable he excelled at surviving and judging people, which was how he had lived this long. I really don't know. At the beginning of the world, a group of chaotic beings ruled the 9 zones, he said in a deep voice. They fought with each other, and some died while others left the 9 zones. In the past, the innate life forms of the 9 zones had all been ruled by these rulers, and many of them had been devoured or refined into treasures. Later on, the 4 divine beasts rose to power and fought against the 4 rulers of the 4 directions. They occupied territories in the east, west, north, and south respectively and protected some of the innate life forms. After that, the innate life forms, and the rising experts of the 9 zones, fought against the rulers. There has never been the so-called ancestors of sorcery or the 3 pure ones. Everyone present was silent. If even Venerable he had never heard of these legends, could the legends be false? However, how could what Yang had seen and heard with his own eyes be fake? Could it be that the legends predated even Venerable he's time? Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. 558 A previous world? Could these legends have appeared after the last great Dao calamity? Someone broke the silence. No, that person said that this was a legend from the beginning of the world. You should know that after the great Dao calamity, when all of our races were expelled from the 9 zones, no such experts were born, Hong said, shaking his head. Besides, we have all been monitoring the 9 zones since then, so how would we not have heard of such a legend? It was true. After the last great Dao calamity, each race had kept a close eye on any changes in the 9 zones, and they all had their own ways of obtaining information. There were no such legends. There was no such thing as Buzhu Mountain. This was the first time they were hearing of these legends. It had to be related to the changes in the 9 zones. Was there really no world before the creation of the 9 zones? Zhou asked curiously. All of the experts present were stunned. The 9 regions were the first world that the chaos had created. This was something everyone believed in. Was there a world before the creation of the 9 zones? No one had ever thought of it. That was because it was said that the 9 zones were born when the chaos was established. Venerable He's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that the chaotic beings that ruled the 9 zones back then were not the ancient chaos gods that were born from the chaos. They were the second generation of chaotic beings. Although they were extremely powerful, they were still lacking compared to the legendary ancient chaos gods. Could it be that these are really legends from a previous world? Kun Zhen asked curiously. The races of the ancient chaos world were not born in the 9 zones, so they were unaware of the specific situation of the 9 territories. Of course, they also knew some of the legends of the 9 zones. Venerable He and the others were silent. Legends from a previous world? Was there really another world before the 9 zones? Perhaps that world had shattered, and the current 9 zones had been reborn in its place? If there had been another world before the 9 zones, that world would have been stronger than the 9 zones. How did such a powerful world shatter and disappear? These legends might be the result of the recent frequent changes in the 9 zones, and portions of the once collapsed world reappearing. Had the legends of the previous world only begun to be passed down? Was the 9 zones not expanding, but rather being restored to that previous world? Everyone's thoughts had gone off on a tangent. The changes that happened during the last Great Dao calamity were actually very strange. Even if the races had joined forces to control the Great Dao, they should have at least controlled a part of it. Even if they failed and suffered a backlash, it should not have been to the point of being dispelled. Could it be that the previous world had begun to recover, and that was why the various races had been expelled? Because none of the races in the 9 zones belonged to the previous world? Was their attempt to control the Great Dao was equivalent to hindering the restoration of the previous world, which resulted in their expulsion? I'm afraid that only a few true ancestors would know if there was a world before the 9 zones, Venerable He said in a deep voice. All of the experts present regarded him as an ancient existence. However, he was only a second-generation ancestor. There's still a generation that preceded him. The current changes in the 9 territories were beyond their expectations. Unable to come to a conclusion, they each went back to seek the advice of their respective ancestors regarding these legends. As for the races that did not have ancestors from that generation, they could only helplessly wait for the other races to investigate the matter. Chu Xian was unaware that his prank had stumped everyone. At this moment, he was looking at the gate of the ancient path, which had finally opened. The few old men in the lead took the lead and entered the gate, stepping on the ancient path. They were all 36th level Dao realm experts. After that, the other Dao realm experts started to enter the gate. The ancient path was incredibly vast, and those that had entered only occupied a small portion of its width. The Dao realm experts of the 9 zones began to advance. The Great Abyssal Calamity had officially begun. Chu Xian's gaze pierced through the 9 zones and looked at the ancient path. He could already vaguely see the shadows of the first group of abyssal beings. The battle was about to start. Could the 9 zones Dao realm experts block them? There would always be geniuses who would rise up amidst adversity. If they were unlucky enough to be killed by the abyssal beings, that would be their fate. If these abyssal beings obtained the life imprints of the living beings of the 9 zones, they would be recognized by the Great Dao. They would no longer be abyssal beings and would be able to live in the 9 zones. Perhaps new races would be born this way. Chu Xian was not opposed to this. The diversity of living beings was also the embodiment of a perfect world and a powerful Great Dao. How powerful were the 9 zones back then? The diversity and strength of the various races back then fueled the development of the Great Dao and the world itself. If the world wanted to grow stronger, this was one of the ways. Of course, if it reached a certain level of saturation, it would trigger a calamity to balance things out. The Great Dayuan Calamity and the Great Dao Calamity both existed because of this. The heavenly Dao laws were different. The stronger the living beings were within the heavenly Dao laws, the stronger the heavenly Dao laws would be. It was endless. 559 Yang's opportunity. Therefore, it would be a good thing for the heavenly Dao laws if there were so many living beings in the 9 zones. He only needed to balance the situation and limit the number of abyssal beings that could enter the 9 zones so that it would not affect the 9 zones too much. 3 days after Yang left, his wisp of consciousness descended again. This time, he went about looking for those legends purposefully, and even wanted to go to Buzhu Mountain. Of course, these were all illusions. Chu Xian saw that he was interested and even created a depiction of a scene of a great battle on Buzhu Mountain. In the picture, an ancestor of sorcery was huge and had a terrifying aura. He was abnormally valiant. He raised his hand and struck, directly destroying an enemy, turning them to ashes with one strike. There was also a depiction of a scene of Tongtian of the Three Pure Ones, who tore open the chaos with one sword strike and killed countless terrifying beings. Yang was dumbfounded. It was a huge blow. The legendary ancestor of sorcery was so terrifying. This was even more terrifying than he had expected. Was that Tongtian of the Three Pure Ones? What kind of sword technique was this? It directly tore through the chaos as if it had split the entire chaos into two. The chaos was boundless. Even if this sword did not really split open the entire chaos, it at least split open the chaos around the 9 zones. What level of strength was required to do such a thing? Where did such a powerful and terrifying existence go? Had he transcended the chaos? Yang's entire body trembled. Even the chaos could be transcended? At this moment, Yang felt like he was really an ant. This was an opportunity. He had to make the most of it. Yang's wisp of consciousness left Yang Tian's body as he tried to test the power of rejection. Chu Xian's expression was strange. What was Yang doing? The heavenly Dao had devoured 3/10 of the Great Dao. To a certain extent, it could control the laws of the Great Dao. Therefore, he did not reject Yang's wisp of consciousness. Yang was overjoyed by this. His wisp of consciousness split into two. One part remained in Yang Tian's body, while the other part appeared in the outside world. Kid, this is a great opportunity. Try to comprehend it. Yang's voice rang out in Yang Tian's mind. He still attached some importance to this descendant of his. Yang Tian was a little confused, not knowing what was going on with the ancestor. He felt that the ancestor was acting somewhat strangely. Yang Zhe sat cross-legged on Buzhu Mountain, staring at the depiction of the scene of Tongtian's attack. He began to immerse himself in it, trying to comprehend it. However, he was not proficient with the sword, and was unable to comprehend anything. In the end, he could only give up and turn to comprehend the scene of the ancestor of sorcery attacking. That one punch was extremely terrifying. It was much more terrifying than his original secret Dao path technique. Yang Chen immersed himself in it, trying to comprehend something. Chu Xian found it even weirder. This was just an illusion he had created, yet Yang actually treated it as an opportunity and was trying to comprehend the profundity within the scene. Since Yang wanted to comprehend it, then Chu Xian would fulfill his wish and see if he could really comprehend anything. He wanted to see if the 10 ancestors of the human race were truly monstrously talented. As Chu Xian thought of this, the image of Tongtian's sword disappeared, and the scene of the ancestor of sorcery killing the enemy was revealed. Yang was secretly happy. As expected, the fist was more suitable for him. Yang was immersed in it, even wishing he could merge his wisp of consciousness into it to better comprehend it. Chu Xian observed Yang. This guy's wisp of consciousness was really immersed in that scene. Would Yang really be able to comprehend anything from it? If so, then his level of talent was absolutely monstrous. Chu Xian thought about it and felt that it was possible. Although it was an illusion, the illusion was created by the heavenly Dao laws, which currently controlled 3/10 of the Great Dao. This meant that the illusions also contained the laws of the Great Dao, or more specifically the heavenly Dao laws. If Yang could really benefit from this, it would mean that he would have created a powerful technique within the heavenly Dao laws, and as such, obtain a portion of the fate of the heavenly Dao laws. The heavenly Dao laws would also undergo some changes as a result. Yang might not need to sever the source of his Dao path, or transcend 9 great Dao calamities. If he could comprehend something from this, he would be able to use the fate of the heavenly Dao laws to break the limits of his 9 extreme Daoyuan realm cultivation. It was indeed an opportunity. However, it all depended on whether Yang had enough talent to grasp it. Chu Xian realized that the current heavenly Dao laws were no longer the same as before. Even if it was just an illusion, it still contained great opportunities. He did not continue to pay attention to Yang. Whether or not the latter could obtain this opportunity was all up to his own luck and effort. The 78-year milestone was about to arrive, and Chu Xian was looking forward to what the reward would be. As Yang was meditating upon and comprehending the scene, the Dao realm experts from the 9 zones and Chaos Abyss finally encountered each other. A great battle erupted. 560 The start of the battle. When had the Dao realm experts of the 9 zones ever encountered such terrifying existences? Seeking the opportunity to escape the Chaos Abyss, the abyssal beings were vicious and would not back down. The battle just started, and many Dao realm experts had died. The killing intent around King Slayer's body was strong, as the Saber and Extreme Dao of Slaughter went to work. The Extreme Dao of Slaughter was improved through killing. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the abyssal beings around him were killed one by one. He avoided the more powerful abyssal beings, and only took on those that were equally as strong as he was. At the current stage, the right path was to accumulate the fate of the Great Dao, and strengthen the Extreme Dao of Slaughter. It was not advisable to become embroiled in a bitter battle. As the battle progressed, the Dao realm experts of the 9 zones quickly realized that the abyssal beings were fearless, and that there was no lack of experts among them. However, it seemed that they lacked intelligence. Even if they were stronger, they could be killed as long as they set up a trap or worked together. As a result, the Dao realm experts of the 9 zones let out a sigh of relief and began their counterattack. Set up the formation. Among the humans, a former human king roared in anger. In an instant, hundreds of human Dao realm experts gathered and formed an army formation. They charged into the heart of the group of abyssal beings. King Slayer curled his lips. He did not join them, and simply continued to kill the abyssal beings around him. Boom! At a certain moment, his Extreme Dao of Slaughter erupted and he instantly broke through. Chu Pingfen was also in the midst of a massacre. His wooden saber moved constantly, unleashing the power of his Extreme Dao. Furthermore, it seemed like his power was endless and constantly increasing. Ding Yu turned into a flurry of sword strikes and killed all of the abyssal beings he laid his eyes on. Wang Luo had turned into a huge furnace, melting everything. Demon Buddha's Buddhist light was dense and his voice was lingering. He hovered cross-legged in the air, as his Buddhist power and chants echoed in the surroundings. At a certain moment, one of the abyssal beings suddenly knelt on the ground, and faint Buddhist light blossomed from its body. They brandished their weapons and charged toward the abyssal creatures. Wash away your sins. Buddha is merciful. Demon Buddha roared. Gradually, more abyssal beings turned into Buddhists that guarded Demon Buddha and killed the surrounding abyssal beings. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble. It was too terrifying. They all hurriedly put some distance between them and Demon Buddha, as they were afraid of being bewitched and turned into Buddhists. Xiao Yang's battle spirit was boiling as he brandished his spear, sweeping away everything in his path. Xiang Xing turned into a flame giant and incinerated all the abyssal beings that came close. At the same time, they also avoided the more powerful abyssal creatures. Qianming's surroundings seemed to have turned into a giant millstone, grinding down and obliterating all of the living beings that barged in. Hu Tianya revealed his true divine beast form, and a terrifying pressure shook the surroundings. His killing intent transformed into a sharp blade that swept across the abyssal brings. Hei Yu floated along quietly. An invisible domain appeared around her. The life and death of any living being that entered her domain was under her control. She even managed to calm the crazed state of the abyssal beings, causing them to awaken from their madness. They even became her soldiers. Furthermore, their abyssal imprints were erased, signifying that they no longer belonged to the Chaos Abyss and had become normal living beings. Chu Xian's disciples were naturally the most dazzling people on the ancient path, especially Hei Yu. No one could figure out her powers. She just floated along slowly. No attacks could be seen, but they could vaguely sense something around her. Yet like Demon Buddha, she easily controlled the abyssal beings. Furthermore, they were no longer crazy. 561 Pearl of the Laws of Retribution. My lord. Greetings, Master. Beside Heiyu were a few abyssal beings that had reached the 28th level of the Dao realm. Their eyes were filled with passion and devotion as they prostrated themselves before Heiyu. In the eyes of the abyssal beings, Heiyu had given them a new life. Demon Buddha's chance paused for a moment as he looked at his junior sister in shock. What was going on? Her technique was even more powerful than his own Buddhist enlightenment. Furthermore, Heiyu had managed to subdue an abyssal being stronger than she was. What was even more shocking was that those abyssal beings regarded her as their master, and their eyes were filled with loyalty and devotion. Even if they were asked to die for her, they would not hesitate. What kind of power was this? Heiyu continued floating forward. Not all abyssal beings would have their abyssal imprints erased by her. Only those with great talent and potential could have their abyssal imprints removed and be freed from the chaos abyss. She was going to bring these people back to the 9 zones. Chu Xian sensed a slight change in the heavenly Dao laws, which seemed to be triggered by Heiyu. He took out the Chaos Dao mirror and used it to observe the battle on the ancient path. There was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion on Heiyu's face. She was as calm as ever. Erase the abyssal imprints. Chu Xian muttered. Heiyu had the ability to release abyssal beings from the chaos abyss. This was likely related to her innate divine soul. Chu Xian recalled that when he was investigating her origins, Heiyu's divine soul had been sucked into a chaos abyss, which caused it to split into 2 portions. Did that chaos abyss sense that her divine soul was a threat to it, an attack? It seemed that the great abyssal calamity had been triggered by Heiyu, and would be ended by her. Once she was strong enough, she would be able to release even those powerful experts hiding in the depths of the chaos abyss. However, if she did so, she would definitely offend the existence that created the chaos abyss, if there was one. Chu Xian let out a sigh. He had to continue to increase his strength so that he could deal with that eventuality. Given Heiyu's speed of improvement, it would probably not be long before she reached the Daiyuan realm, as her level of talent had skyrocketed immensely ever since she recovered the missing portion of her innate divine soul. Furthermore, she was special, so she did not need to open her Dao path in the 9 zones. Chu Xian observed the situation for a while before deactivating the mirror. His disciples were all performing well, and were accumulating the fate of the great Dao. Chu Xian then looked at the heavenly domain. Those hidden existences were all in a state of deep sleep, waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps these guys had not realized that the great Dao calamity had already ended in advance. Still, he would not interfere with them as long as they kept hiding. As time passed, a few Divine Realm experts started to enter the ancient path. Occasionally, there were abyssal beings that escaped the net and made their way into the 9 zones. Most of these were Divine Realm existences. Some Divine Realm cultivators reached the Dao realm after killing abyssal beings, while others obtained treasures, comprehended secret techniques, or cultivation techniques. Soon, more and more Divine Realm cultivators entered the ancient path. Naturally, there was no lack of those who died trying as well. Then, the 78-year milestone arrived. You have been in seclusion for 78 years, and have nurtured disciples with extraordinary talent. You have been rewarded with World Origin Energy, an Origin Pearl of the Laws, and a Pearl of the Laws of Retribution. A Pearl of the Laws of Retribution. Chu Xian's face was full of doubt. What was this and what was it used for? He checked the system rewards. The Pearl of the Laws of Retribution is formed by the Laws of Retribution. It can sense and calculate evil thoughts, good thoughts, and schemes of others and, on that basis, invoke righteous retribution. If one was good to the user, then one would receive good karma. However, conversely, if someone meant ill to the user, then they would receive bad karma. 562 Choose identity. The most important thing was that the pearl could sense the thoughts of the other party. It was a treasure. Chu Xian's heart was filled with joy. With this pearl, he would know who was trying to scheme against him and invoke righteous retribution. Chu Xian delightedly took out the origin pearl of the laws and the world origin energy and chucked them into the heavenly Dao laws to strengthen them again. Soon, the heavenly Dao laws would have devoured 4/10 of the great Dao of the 9 zones. He then took out the pearl of the laws of retribution, which was a shapeless and colorless pearl that seemed to contain mysterious laws. On the pearl, there were different colored light spots, representing both good and evil. White dots of light represented no malice or ordinary goodwill, blue dots represented good feelings and possible friendship, and green dots represented family or loyalty. Purple dots represented unhappiness, red dots represented malice and hatred, and black dots represented an irreconcilable grudge. At this moment, some dots of light could be seen on the pearl. The green dots of light were Ding Yu and the other disciples, as well as Su Xianer and Chu Yun. To Chu Xian's surprise, King Slayer was very devoted to him. The latter's dot was green. It seemed that he truly and sincerely regarded Chu Xian as his master. Chu Xian glanced at the other dots that represented good intentions. It was all within his expectations, nothing to be surprised about. However, to his surprise, 2 purple dots appeared on the pearl. One of them was a darker color, while the other was a lighter color. Who did he offend? He had been hiding in this courtyard the entire time. Chu Xian pointed at a purple dot, and the power of his Dao path erupted to investigate the source of the purple dot. An image appeared in the pearl of a statue in which a terrifying giant was hidden. It was actually Tai. Chu Xian laughed. Tai was unhappy that he had disturbed him? That was reasonable. He stretched out his hand and pointed at another purple light spot that was much darker in color. Who was this person? Tian Mo Lai? Most likely not. His hatred had been transferred to the celestial race. Pan Shan? No, Pan Shan did not even know of his existence. More and more of the power of his Dao path surged out. This meant that the owner of this purple dot was stronger than Tai. Chu Xian frowned. When did he offend such an existence? It looked purple and was about to turn red. Once it turned red, it meant that this person harbored evil intentions or hated him. Finally, an image appeared inside the pearl. He heard a terrifying voice that seemed to want to smash all living beings to pulp. Prison Ancient Chaos God, creator of the Chaos Abyss. Chu Xian was taken aback. The person who had malicious intent toward him was actually an ancient Chaos God. The creator of the Chaos Abyss? Chu Xian cursed inwardly. How could a dignified ancient god of chaos be so narrow-minded? He had only spied on the Chaos Abyss once. How did that warrant such animosity? However, thanks to this, he realized that the Chaos Abyss was indeed created by an expert. Furthermore, it was an ancient chaos god. Chu Xian frowned. This guy was so petty. If Heiyu saved the abyssal beings, she would definitely offend this guy. They were destined to be enemies. Chu Xian sighed. In any case, since he had just obtained the pearl of the laws of retribution, he could give it a try and see if he could get his revenge. Chu Xian was just about to try his revenge when he suddenly thought that if he did so, he would definitely become the other party's enemy. Right now, this ancient chaos god did not know that he was the culprit, and was merely unhappy. Although there was a high chance that they would become enemies, it had not been set in stone yet. He did not want to make an enemy for no reason. After hesitating for a while, Chu Xian decided against it. It was not wise to make such a powerful enemy. Should I take revenge on Tai? Chu Xian was restless. With a new treasure in his hands, he was itching to try it out. Tai was just unhappy. Anyone who was disturbed would be unhappy. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and decided to chat with Tai. Tai, long time no see. The purple light that belonged to Tai darkened. Don't disturb me. Tai was a little angry. How long had it been? Long time no see? Tai, why are you so angry? Don't you feel lonely sleeping alone? The purple light grew even deeper. You've been sleeping for countless years. Now that you're awake, we can chat and kill time. Isn't that better? Tai did not feel the same way. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? He kept on nagging. Chu, have you resolved the crisis of the human race? Are you in the mood to nag me? Tai's voice was filled with anger. The dot of light that belonged to Tai in the pearl did not deepen, nor did it turn red. What did this mean? The relationship between Tai and Chu had not deteriorated to the point of hostility. This also meant that although the human race and the giant race might not be on good terms, it was not to the point where they were enemies. Tai, the real danger stems from the changes in the depths of the abyss. This giant race can't escape this either. You don't need to worry about us. However, if you're looking to ask my giant race to help you, you should wake up from your fantasy. Tai snorted. You haven't recovered from your injuries yet, so I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with the changes. You don't have to worry about it. How can I not worry? If you die, I will have one less person to chat with. Chu Xian kept on rambling. Tai was about to go crazy. Chu, when did you become so naggy? This was completely different from the Chu he knew. His impression of Chu was one of farsightedness and scheming. One look was enough to tell that he was not a good person. Furthermore, he was definitely not a chatterbox. Had the countless years and era changed him? Wait a minute. Had he been sealed away somewhere and ended up craving interactions? Chu, did you suffer a setback and get sealed away for a period of time? No one can seal me away. Chu, although you're the first ancestor of the human race, you're not necessarily the strongest. You're just the most sinister and cunning. You like to scheme against people, so it wouldn't be surprising to see you suffer setbacks. Tai sneered. Chu was the first ancestor of the human race? Chu Xian finally discovered who Chu was. Of course, he would never admit nor deny that he was Chu. It seemed Chu was a sinister and cunning character, and was not particularly strong. Chu Xian did not agree with that line of thinking. Anyone with a sinister and cunning character would conceal their strength well in order to surprise their enemies and make their enemies underestimate them. 563 Love-hate relationship. Tai, do you know about the Chaos Abyss? Chu Xian asked. Tai was one of the 18 ancestors of the giant race, and could be considered an ancient existence that surpassed Venerable He. Furthermore, he was much stronger than the latter and thus would have access to more secrets. Chu, are you being suppressed in the Chaos Abyss? Tai's tone was one of gloating. The death of that old cunning fox was something worth celebrating. Even the Tai's dot inside the pearl was no longer purple, but slightly white. Chu Xian was speechless. It seemed that Tai really disliked Chu. Tai, do you know the origin of the Chaos Abyss? Chu Xian did not answer his question, but asked another. After all, he was not Chu, so it was best to avoid arousing any suspicion. Chu, you don't even know this. Tai seemed surprised. Well, I guess that makes sense. You're from the 9 zones. Even if you entered the chaos for the continuation of the human race's legacy, it's normal that you don't know about this. There are large and small chaos abysses. There's no way to know the origin of each chaos abyss. How much do you know, Tai? Chu Xian chuckled. The two of them chatted like old friends, and Tai started to open up. The appearance of a chaos abyss can only be attributed to 3 circumstances. The first circumstance was that it was created by some experts to suppress powerful enemies. Other than that, when experts fought, and chaotic space collapsed, along with portions of their Dao paths, it might form a chaos abyss. The third type is the most terrifying one, where a chaos abyss is formed from the replacement of the laws of the chaos and the collapse of the old laws. These abysses are the most dangerous, but they also contain more opportunities. There are even techniques that can transcend the chaos within such chaos abysses. The last one was beyond Chu Xian's expectations. There were actually techniques that could transcend chaos in the chaos abyss. The chaos could be transcended? Transcend the chaos? Tai, are you sure? That's what I've been told, Tai said after a moment of silence. If the chaos is destroyed but one survives, it means that one has transcended the chaos. No one knew how vast the chaos was. Are there any rumors of existences who have transcended the chaos? Chu Xian asked. He was very curious. What kind of existence had transcended the chaos, and what were they like? Even he, who did not fear ancient chaos gods, was unable to transcend the chaos. Those who could transcend chaos could destroy the great Dao of the 9 zones. Transcending the chaos is only a legend. It's also the pursuit of countless experts. To this day, I've never heard of anyone who succeeded, Tai said, shaking his head. Where is the chaos abyss formed by the collapse of the old laws of the chaos? Chu Xian suddenly asked. In the depths of the endless chaos, there lies a terrifying abyss. This is the place where the laws of the chaos are replaced and where the old laws are destroyed. Tai was silent for a moment as a chaotic region appeared in his mind. The general location was transmitted to Chu Xian. It was extremely far away from the chaotic region where the 9 zones were located. Chu, this abyss is extremely terrifying and full of dangers. You must not fall for the temptation to search for it to obtain the so-called opportunity to transcend the chaos, Tai issued a warning. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Tai and Chu seemed to have a good relationship. The white dot was about to turn blue. Don't tell me your injuries were caused by the chaos abyss. Tai remained silent, which in itself was a type of agreement. Did you get anything? No, I didn't. Aren't you a little useless, then? You were severely injured with nothing to show for it. Chu Xian sighed. Tai was furious. Chu, the abyss isn't a place you can enter by being cunning. If you go, there's a 99% chance you'll die. The dot that was about to turn blue returned to light purple. This change was too fast. Was this a love-hate relationship? Chu Xian laughed in his heart. After chatting for a while, Chu Xian began to ask about what he truly wanted to know. He pointed at the chaos abyss that the ancient path was connected to. This chaos abyss is rumored to be a place where an ancient existence suppresses powerful enemies, Tai said after a moment of silence. Chu, I advise you not to covet this abyss. That ancient existence is not something you can tangle with using your little tricks, he warned. Moreover, it's rumored that he's a narrow-minded person. One wrong move and you'll invite disaster upon yourself. Tai actually had some understanding of this chaos abyss, as well as of its creator. Tai, you know that person? Not really. I just know that it's an ancient existence that is terrifyingly strong. You should not offend that existence. Even Tai acknowledged that the creator of the chaos abyss was an existence that should not be provoked. From this, one could see how powerful that ancient chaos god was. Chu, if you offend that person, the entire human race will be in trouble. I'm afraid no one will be able to save your human race. Tai's tone turned serious. Do you know about the ancient chaos gods? Chu Xian changed the topic. What? Ancient chaos gods? Tai was stunned. Ancient chaos gods are the stuff of legends. They are born with their own Dao paths and the ability to control the power of the laws. If any have survived to this day, their strength would be hard to fathom. They should be one of the most powerful beings in the chaos. 564 Goals and Bottleneck. Tai, even you have never seen an ancient chaos god. Chu Xian was really curious about ancient chaos gods, these pinnacle existences in the chaos. Are you trying to curry favor with an ancient chaos god to gain protection for the human race? Tai asked in surprise. If the human race really had an ancient chaos god backing them up, it would indeed solve their current predicament. No matter how strong the various races were, they would not dare to offend an ancient chaos god. Even the legendary ancestors of the immortal, celestial, and demon races did not dare to become enemies with an ancient chaos god. Chu, I advise you to give up on this idea. The ancient chaos gods are unpredictable. Even if you offer to serve them, they might not accept. Furthermore, one wrong move and the human race will be wiped out on a whim. In the eyes of such existences, humans are nothing but ants. Tai tried to persuade him otherwise. Just answer me directly. Have you seen an ancient chaos god or not? Why are you nagging me? Chu Xian was speechless. The relationship between Tai and Chu did not seem to be simple. Tai was silent. After a long while, he said, I once saw a terrifying existence from afar. He flattened a chaos abyss with a flip of his hand. That existence should have been an ancient chaos god. That chaos abyss wasn't any smaller than the one you mentioned, he continued after a pause. Chu Xian's heart trembled. Ancient chaos gods were much more powerful than he had expected if that was the case. That kind of strength was beyond his imagination, and far beyond his own strength. If Yu truly ended up barging into the chaos abyss and releasing the abyssal beings within, it would almost certainly anger the ancient chaos god. He immediately felt a sense of pressure to increase his strength. Ancient chaos gods were existences born with a deopath and an ability to control the power of the laws. They had also lived for a long time, perhaps even longer than the 9 zones. In fact, they might even be able to break into the 9 zones from the chaos. How powerful! Tai, when will you become that powerful? Chu Xian sighed. Tai laughed coldly and said, Chu, don't mess around. You still want to trick me into fighting for you? Do you really think that I'm stupid and easy to fool? Chu Xian's face was strange. This was an unexpected gain. No wonder Tai kept saying that Chu was sinister and cunning. It turned out that Chu had duped him into fighting on his behalf. It seemed like Tai and Chu were once close friends. He should find a chance to ask Yang about Chu. The ancient chaos gods are likely focused on transcending the chaos, and won't participate in matters relating to the various races, Tai continued. Chu, don't play with fire. You should know that the former rulers of the 9 zones were chaotic beings. They were the descendants of these ancient chaos gods and were extremely powerful. If they were still alive today, they would be as strong as those with deopaths that are 5 to 6 million miles long. Chu Xian thought of Yu, who was one of the rulers of the 9 zones back then. When he was at his peak, he did not have a deopath that was 1,000,000 miles long. Still, it would not be strange if things were as Tai said if Yu had lived till today. To measure the strength of a Daeyuan realm expert, one looked not only at the length of the deopath, but also the strength of the deopath. Chu Xian's deopath was a miniature Great Dao, and the world that he had created on the deopath was a Great Dao world. In terms of strength, his deopath far exceeded the deopaths of normal world creator realm experts. How strong was an ancient chaos god in comparison? He reckoned that they at least had deopaths that were tens of millions of miles long. The 10 million mile mark was obviously another milestone. This would be his next goal. Only then would he have the means to deal with the ancient chaos god who had created this chaos abyss. Chu, are you scared? Tai saw that Chu Xian had remained silent for a long time and snickered. He was very happy to be able to scare the old sly fox, Chu. Chu Xian felt pressured and was no longer in the mood to continue talking to Tai. After a few casual words, he deactivated the mirror. On the ancient path, the battle was still ongoing. Occasionally, there would be Dao realm experts who were heavily injured and returned to the 9 zones to recuperate. There were also some weak abyssal beings that entered the 9 zones and were killed by the divine realm cultivators of the 9 zones. At the same time, there were many Dao realm cultivators who broke through in battle, increasing their cultivation level. Kingslayer was one of these. The battle on the ancient path was fraught with death and blood, which was perfect to advance his extreme Dao of slaughter. There were already more than a dozen abyssal beings by Heiyu's side, as well as by Demon Buddha's side. His disciples' overall strength had grown during this period of time. Chu Xian had a premonition that as the great abyssal calamity developed, the abyssal beings that could enter the ancient path would become stronger and stronger. It probably would not be long before Daiyuan realm abyssal beings would be able to join in. Hong Yuanchuo and the others were all in seclusion. When the ancient path could accommodate the Daiyuan realm cultivators, Hong Yuanchuo and the other Daiyuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones would also need to participate. Otherwise, the 9 zones would not be able to resist the invasion of the abyssal beings. Of course, the fighting on the ancient path had its own benefits. The prerequisite was that he had to survive. Chu Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chu Xian frowned. Without relying on the system, his cultivation progressed extremely slowly. It seemed that he had encountered a bottleneck after reaching the 3 million mile mark. Chu Xian had never experienced this before. He now knew what Hong Yuanchuo and the others felt like when they were trying to extend their Dao paths. At this rate, it would take hundreds of thousands of years to reach his 10 million mile goal. Although it was much faster than any other Daiyuan realm cultivator, it was unacceptable for Chu Xian. He could not afford to spend that much time cultivating. The great abyssal calamity would not last that long, and the threat of the ancient chaos god was looming. Chu Xian frowned. Was he limited by his talent? He had the indestructible chaos body and many treasures. He was more talented than any other ancient chaos god. However, it seemed that the indestructible chaos body also had its limits, and that Chu Xian had reached those limits. Honestly, without the system, he probably would be far behind his current cultivation level and strength. 565 Still Too Weak, Part 1. Chu Xian rubbed his forehead and sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to rely on the system to reach his goals. However, it was too difficult and unpredictable to trigger the system rewards. The only thing he knew for sure was that the rewards would be triggered when his disciples broke through to the Daiyuan realm. How long would that take? And would it be enough? Chu Xian did not think so. Perhaps if there were other unexpected rewards. Chu Xian muttered to himself. In the end, his talent was limited. He hoped that there would be some extraordinary rewards from the 80-year milestone that would help to improve his cultivation level significantly. Even though it was difficult, Chu Xian did not slack off, and once again immersed himself in cultivation. It was a little slow, but at least there was some progress. Of course, it was rather frustrating at the same time. Time continued passing, and unknowingly, the 79-year milestone had almost arrived. Chu Xian woke up. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the ancient path. He was surprised to find that King Slayer had been injured and had retreated to the gate of the ancient path to recuperate. Still, he had made another breakthrough in his strength, and was now a 23rd level Dao realm expert. There were traces of divine realm abyssal beings occasionally appearing in the desolate ancient zone. Many living beings of the 9 zones who had not entered the ancient path were working together to kill these abyssal beings. Chu Xian looked at Yang. Yang was still cultivating in seclusion in the illusory world, trying to comprehend the attack of the ancestor of sorcery. Chu Xian's expression turned strange. There was a special aura around Yang's body. Did he really comprehend something? As expected of the 10th ancestor of the human race. He was quite talented. If he could gain something from this, he would definitely be able to break through the limits of the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm. Of course, he would also obtain the fate of the heavenly Dao laws because of this. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and locked onto the ancient Chaos world to see if the other races had any plans or schemes for the 9 zones. In the ancient Chaos world, the experts from all of the races were worried and were frantically trying to establish contact with their ancestors to ask about the legends of the ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones. They needed to know if there was a world before the 9 zones. However, while doing so, they did not just sit around and wait. They joined forces to set up a large formation to try and reduce the power of rejection of the Great Dao as much as possible. They wanted to sneak into the 9 zones. Of course, it was extremely difficult to do this, and the probability of failure was very high. However, since things had come to this, they had to try something. As for allowing the human race's experts to descend into the 9 zones, none of the races entertained this idea. What if a great opportunity was really brewing in the 9 zones? If the human race entered and obtained the great opportunity, would it not add to their problems? To set up this formation, many treasures were needed, and all of the races of the 9 zones had to work together and use their life imprints to guide the formation. As long as the power of rejection of the Great Dao was reduced, they could seize the opportunity and sneak into the 9 zones. That being said, after entering the 9 zones, their strength would be suppressed. However, they were confident that even if that was the case, that their strength would vastly exceed that of the 9 zones Dayuan realm cultivators. They would become the rulers of the 9 zones. If possible, they even wanted to exclude the human race from this plan. However, considering the uniqueness of the human race, they might need human experts to challenge the Great Dao at a critical moment and further disrupt the power of rejection of the Great Dao. It would increase the success rate of the plan. Therefore, it was not realistic to completely exclude the human race. Still, after entering the 9 zones and examining the situation there, they could then decide how they wanted to treat the human race and whether they would remain allies. Chu Xian saw experts from various races setting up a formation. He could not help but sigh. These experts had lived for countless years and truly had many methods. Still, it was a major gamble. If the 9 zones did not have a master, it would be possible to enter the 9 zones successfully, which was why they had spent this much effort to set up such a large formation. 566 Still Too Weak, Part 2. However, the 9 zones did indeed have a master now, which meant that they were destined to fail. Whether or not they could enter was entirely dependent on Chu Xian's whims. In fact, if the experts of the various races returned to the 9 zones, it would be beneficial for the growth and development of the 9 zones. However, before that, the heavenly Dao laws needed to have completely devoured the Great Dao. In that way, Chu Xian would be able to control them easily. Chu Xian shifted the Chaos Dao mirror away and scanned the ancient Chaos world. He did not see any hidden experts, so he randomly scanned the region, but failed to find anything. He was very curious. Where exactly was the human race hiding in the chaos? Chu Xian guessed that these human experts must have used a supreme treasure to create a secret realm and hid somewhere in the chaos. Hong was the 4th ancestor of the human race, and was already a world creator realm expert. As the first ancestor, Chu would definitely be stronger, regardless of what Tai thought about him. In fact, Chu was very likely stronger than Tai. Chu Xian continued to inject the power of his Dao path into the Chaos Dao mirror as he explored the chaos. At some point, he had lost track of how far away in the chaos he had reached. Finally, the Chaos Dao mirror displayed an image projection of a giant mountain, which suddenly trembled. As he zoomed in, Chu Xian was shocked. That was not a mountain. It was a terrifying existence. The huge head suddenly looked over. The image projection instantly rippled and became blurry. He could not see the face of the terrifying existence clearly. Chu Xian hurriedly deactivated the mirror. The other party had sensed the probing of the Chaos Dao mirror and had interfered with the image projection. Its strength was terrifying. This was Chu Xian's first time meeting a true omnipotent expert. Her heart could not help but beat wildly. That was an ancient chaos god? With such terrifying strength, it was likely that it would be able to barge into the 9 zones. He was still too weak, especially when compared to that terrifying existence. Luckily, the ancient chaos gods were all searching for a way to transcend the chaos, and would not participate in the power struggles of the various races. Of course, there were also strong and weak ancient chaos gods. However, no matter how weak they would not be weaker than world creator realm experts. Chu Xian wondered how strong the ancestors of the immortal, celestial and demon races were in comparison. Although they were not as old as the ancient chaos gods, they were still extremely ancient existences. Chu Xian silently memorized the approximate location. If the other party was still there, perhaps there would be a chance to communicate and exchange information. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chu Xian had enough strength. Even Chu Xian did not dare to deceive such an expert. That expert might have some special method of deducing his strength. Chu Xian took out the pearl of the laws of retribution, but there were no new dots of lights. It meant that the terrifying existence was not bothered by the encounter at all. This also indirectly meant that this terrifying existence was not the ancient chaos god in charge of the chaos abyss. Chu Xian put down the chaos Dao mirror. His heart was still thumping. He was still too weak. It was too dangerous to go out. It was still safer to stay at home. He silently prayed that the 80-year milestone reward would help him to quickly increase his strength. Chu Xian did not continue cultivating. Instead, he checked on the netherworld and the reincarnation cycle. Qi was still in the midst of comprehending reincarnation. There were special aura fluctuations around his body. It seemed that his Dao path would be opened within the reincarnation Great Dao principle. Ji and Hunyu were still recovering within the reincarnation Great Dao principle. Ever since the earlier incident, no experts had come to challenge the netherworld. Most of the Dao realm experts had gone to the ancient path, even some of those from the ghost race. Suddenly, a remnant soul escaped into the netherworld. There was a special aura around the remnant soul. The other party actually avoided the Three Lives reincarnation bridge and entered the reincarnation passage. He wanted to reincarnate. It was a Dao realm expert who had fallen on the ancient path. Moreover, he had comprehended a tiny bit of reincarnation. It was precisely because of this that he could avoid the Three Lives reincarnation bridge and enter the reincarnation passage directly. Hunyu took a look but did not interfere. This was allowed by the reincarnation cycle. As long as the other party did not violate the order of reincarnation, they could reincarnate if they wanted to. To be able to preserve the reincarnation of the original consciousness without interfering with the order of reincarnation, that could be considered to be the benefit of having some comprehension of reincarnation. The remnant soul successfully reincarnated. Chu Xian looked at the reincarnation. This remnant soul had gradually entered a dazed state during reincarnation, but its original consciousness remained. A peerless genius would soon appear in the 9 zones. Once he recovered his memory, he would definitely be able to rise up quickly and reach the Dao realm again. The Ghost Dao, Buddhist Dao, and Monster Dao principles were also constantly improving. As Chu Xian's strength increased, so would these Dao principles. As they grew stronger, they would gradually become their own great Dao principles. The Might Dao principle improved a little slower. After all, it could only improve with Chu Xian's strength and did not have any other supporting elements to help it improve. The 79-year milestone was about to arrive, so Chu Xian did not continue cultivating, but instead gave a lecture to Su Xianer and Chu Yun. The two girls did not attempt the ancient path. Even though they had also undergone their own transformations, they were still weaker than Ding Yu and the other disciples. Following Chu Xian's lecture, the two girls immediately fell into a state of enlightenment. The 79-year milestone also arrived at this time. In another year, it would be the 80-year milestone that he had been looking forward to. Chu Xian briefly thought about the 100-year milestone. He would receive something super special then, right? You have remained in seclusion for 79 years and created various changes in the 9 zones and also triggered the changes in the chaos. You also nurtured talented disciples. You have been rewarded with World Origin Energy, an Origin Pearl of the Laws and a Disaster Avoidance Pearl. Chu Xian was surprised. The changes in the 9 zones were related to him. That much was a given. However, how did he trigger the changes in the chaos? Surprisingly, there was another treasure this time. The Disaster Avoidance Pearl. He quickly examined its description. The disaster avoidance pearl can stop all disasters and prevent them from affecting you. Seeing this description, Chu Xian could not help but think of the power of calamity. 567 Battles in Progress. The power of calamity had mysterious origins. At first, he thought it was related to the Great Dao calamity. However, the power of calamity still existed after the Great Dao calamity ended in advance, making him realize otherwise. What was unfathomable was that it had the potential to contaminate the Great Dao. As such, when the heavenly Dao laws devoured the Great Dao, it would come into contact with the power of calamity sooner or later. Chu Xian was worried that it would contaminate the heavenly Dao laws as well. Even Kun Zhen, Mo Zun, and Divine Lord Du had not managed to escape that fate, and were forced to cut off a portion of their Dao paths. Chu Xian had many treasures in his hands, and his Dao path was extremely powerful. Even so, he had been unsure whether he would be able to withstand the power of calamity. After receiving the reward, Chu Xian immersed himself in cultivation. During this period, the great abyssal calamity became more and more intense. The number of abyssal beings that sneaked into the 9 zones grew larger, and the abyssal beings themselves were stronger, forcing the races of the 9 zones to join forces to combat these abyssal beings. Of course, there were also gains from the battle. Many people had obtained treasures from the abyssal beings, as well as the fate of the Great Dao. Both allowed them to loosen or break through their bottlenecks. They could even obtain healing treasures from the abyssal being. No one retreated. After all, they were all mentally prepared to fight for their chance to rise up and break through. Incidentally, the Dao realm experts from the Great Dao Communication Group had banded together to form a strong force. Xu Yang was one of them. He could be considered an ancient Dao realm cultivator, who was from the same era as Hong Yuanchu. In the end, not only did he not reach the Dayuan realm, he did not even reach the peak of the Dao realm. As a result, he was constantly ridiculed by Mo2. This time, he had seized the opportunity to enter the ancient path to fight for the fate of the Great Dao and break through to the Dayuan realm. At worst, he would just die. The geniuses of the era all rose up during the Great Abyssal Calamity. This included Ji Dexin, who was once the human race's #1 genius. Now, the commander of the human army was Luo Xinbei, who had achieved a certain measure of success in cultivating the human king's technique. It could boost the morale of the army, increase the power of their battle techniques, and even heal injuries. This allowed the army to maintain its peak state and continue to fight. The momentum of the army would also be channeled back to Luo Xinbei, strengthening him further. This was a proper example of what a human king could achieve. The other races of the 9 zones all had grave expressions. Were it not for the Great Abyssal Calamity, they felt that they would have become the target of the human army instead. The human army was like a sharp blade, piercing through the ranks of the abyssal beings and killing them with relative ease. With the aid of the army formations, they could even kill 36th level Dao realm abyssal beings. Ding Yu and the others all looked solemn. The human race's army formations, combined with Luo Xinbei's human king technique, was more powerful than expected. Hu Tianya led the monster race and was also extremely domineering. The might of his divine beast bloodline suppressed any oncoming abyssal beings. There were even some that trembled and lost their combat strength entirely. He Yu's expression remained calm as she continued to advance. Wherever her domain went, it freed and released abyssal beings, who then became her soldiers. It was the same for Demon Buddha. On the Great Dao, Yu Ejun approached the power of calamity again, looking at it in confusion. It had changed again. This time, it seemed to have shrunk. However, the mass of energy seemed to be spinning much faster, and its density was much greater. There seemed to be something inside. Yu Ejun hesitated, but chose not to enter it this time. He had the premonition that things would be quite disastrous if he did. 568 Lord of Chaos. Thump. Thump. Suddenly, Yu Ejun heard the sound of a heartbeat. The sound came from the power of calamity. He was getting more and more curious. Could it be that there was life in the power of calamity? That was impossible. How could there be life within it? Could it be that a new life form was being born? A creature of the great Dao related to calamities? Huanglong suddenly appeared next to Yuejun. Heartbeat? Huanglong was stunned. He was also very curious about the power of calamity. Yes, it's the sound of a heartbeat. Yuejun nodded. Do you think we'll have a new companion in the future? Huanglong asked in surprise. That's impossible, right? The power of calamity seemed to even be able to contaminate the great Dao. As such, there was no reason why it would give birth to a new creature of the great Dao. The other party was born with the power of calamity, so who would dare to approach it? Disaster would befall anyone who got close. Even they, creatures of the great Dao, had this feeling, which meant that it was a very serious matter. However, when in doubt, the best solution was to seek out Chu Xian. Huanglong immediately contacted Chu Xian. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem like the power of calamity was giving birth to a creature of the great Dao. There was a special connection between creatures of the great Dao, and they could sense each other. However, he sensed nothing from the heartbeat he heard. Chu Xian immediately halted his cultivation. Something was actually being nurtured in the power of calamity. This was no small matter. Chu Xian's expression became serious. The power of calamity had always been present on the great Dao. If it gave birth to a special existence, would it have the capability of devouring the great Dao and controlling it? If so, it would threaten the heavenly Dao laws. Huanglong transmitted the image projection of the scene in front of him. That terrifying ball of energy was spinning rapidly, as if it was condensing and creating something. A faint heartbeat could be heard from inside. With just a glance, it was as if he was seeing a disaster descending. Chu Xian looked at the great Dao and vaguely felt some slight fluctuations. The great Dao seemed to be affected by the existence that was being birthed by the power of calamity. Moreover, the power of the great Dao was surging toward the power of calamity, seemingly assisting it with the birthing process. Chu Xian's intuition told him that the reason why the power of calamity had changed so quickly was definitely related to the appearance of the laws of the chaos and the changes in the 9 zones. He took out the Chaos Dao mirror, and used it to observe the power of calamity. A grey ball of energy appeared in the mirror. The spinning ball of energy was like an egg. Furthermore, there was a weak heartbeat. This was the first time he had seen the power of calamity with his own eyes. Chu Xian was shocked. It was too terrifying. Ordinary Dayuan realm cultivators would be contaminated simply by looking at it. It was no wonder Kun Zhen and the others had suffered so greatly. Whatever was born from it would definitely be incomparably terrifying and bring about a calamity. Whoever provoked it would die. Even getting close to it would result in certain death. It had nothing to do with strength, but rather the power of calamity was too strong. The power of calamity floated within the great Dao. It was present, but also separate from the great Dao. It was only using the great Dao's power to give birth to this existence. Chu Xian frowned. Was the power of calamity born from the great Dao itself, or was it something a powerful existence had placed within the great Dao? If it was the latter, it meant that there was a terrifying existence behind the power of calamity, like an ancient chaos god. He had to figure out the source of the power of calamity and deal with it appropriately. Chu Xian injected the power of his Dao path into the Chaos Dao mirror. A grey scene appeared in the mirror for some time, and then disappeared. In its place was a ball of grey silk threads in the middle of the grey energy. It was also beating slightly, like a heart. Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat. That ball of threads was formed by the laws. These were natural laws, and they were in their nascent state. What was even more terrifying was that these natural laws all seemed to be related to calamities. Seeing this, Chu Xian could not help but think of Heiyu's innate divine soul, which was also related to the birth of the laws. When the purple light appeared back then, the laws were born, which then turned into her innate divine soul. Could it be that the power of calamity was giving birth to a similar existence? The Chaos Dao mirror was unable to penetrate the threads to see what was within, so Chu Xian could only resort to the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique. The origin essence of the Lord of Chaos, a supreme chaotic being, the master of chaos calamities. The eternal ancient chaos god, Tao Wu, died when he attempted to transcend the chaos. The origin essence was reborn and nurtured by the great Dao. Chu Xian was shocked. The power of calamity was extremely terrifying. Lord of Chaos. The master of chaos calamities. An eternal ancient chaos god. Each of these titles was extremely terrifying. Eternal ancient chaos gods were even stronger than ancient chaos gods, and represented the true pinnacle of the chaos. Chu Xian noticed that the Lord of Chaos had fallen when he attempted to transcend the chaos. How had this happened? What had such a terrifying existence encountered when he transcended the chaos that resulted in his death? However, it seemed that he had still managed to survive due to his backup plan, as his origin essence remained. After discovering the source of the power of calamity, Chu Xian finally understood some things. Why did something happen during the last great Dao calamity? Why had the other races been expelled? All of this was because of the Lord of Chaos. His origin essence was in control of the great Dao calamity, and acted to eliminate any factors that might affect his rebirth. The various races plotting to control the great Dao was actually not the cause of the changes. Then how did Huanglong and the other two come to be? They were probably created due to some sort of self-defense mechanism of the great Dao. The current great Dao was actually in a special state. It was being used to incubate the power of calamity to fuel the rebirth of the Lord of Chaos. So, the heavenly Dao laws were able to devour the great Dao so smoothly because of this? Chu Xian looked at the origin essence of the Lord of Chaos. The former Lord of Chaos had already fallen. The new Lord of Chaos did not have the memories of his previous life. Of course, whether or not he could awaken everything from his previous life remained to be seen. Perhaps when his strength reached a certain level, one would awaken the memories and cultivation of his previous life. However, even though he was a newborn, he was still the Lord of Chaos. An existence born to control calamities. One day, he would reach the peak of his previous life, and then attempt to transcend the chaos again. The change in the origin essence of the Lord of Chaos was probably related to the completion of Heiyu's innate divine soul, which triggered the laws of the chaos. This caused it to enter the birthing stage in advance. Chu Xian even suspected that it had something to do with the chaotic purple light he used to extend his Dao path. The good fortune of the Lord of Chaos was all related to him. This child is fated with me. Chu Xian calculated. He had 8 personal disciples, and with one more, he would have 9. 9 was the extreme number, and it was perfect to take in one last disciple. If the Lord of Chaos was his disciple, then he, as the Lord of Chaos Master, would be regarded as terrifying, right? 569 Great Formation. After knowing the source of the power of calamity, Chu Xian's heart relaxed. The Lord of Chaos was still in the process of being born, which would undoubtedly take quite some time. Moreover, he had decided to take the Lord of Chaos as his disciple. After all, his birth was related to Chu Xian's actions and achievements. Chu Xian continued to observe the emerging Lord of Chaos. He could vaguely sense that he had a certain connection with him. There was a karmic connection between them. The Lord of Chaos would be born as a Daiyuan realm existence, and would possess the potential of an ancient chaos god. Among Chu Xian's disciples, perhaps only Heiyu could be compared to the Lord of Chaos. Of course, the other disciples would not be left far behind, especially if they could activate their ancient chaos god bloodlines and potential. However, Chu Xian felt that not all ancient chaos gods of chaos could become supreme chaotic beings. After all, there were differences in talent between ancient chaos gods. Furthermore, their ultimate goal was to transcend the chaos. As for how that was done, Chu Xian had no idea. In the end, his current cultivation level and strength were insufficient to touch upon these secrets. He had to get stronger. Chu Xian deactivated the mirror. He then sent a message to Huanglong. The power of calamity is giving birth to a supreme existence that is being reborn. There's no need to worry. Brother Chu, what will happen to him after he is born? Will it be a creature of the great Dao? No, he won't. I'll take him as my disciple. If fellow Daoist Huanglong is free, you can pay more attention to the power of calamity. If there are any changes, you can let me know. All right. Huanglong nodded in agreement. I'm so envious that he will be able to leave the great Dao and travel everywhere, he sighed. Ever since Huanglong was born, he had always been on the great Dao and could not go anywhere. He had never even been to the 9 zones, and had only seen a few living beings. He did not know what the world looked like or what the chaos was like. Daoist Huanglong, you don't have to worry. As long as you make up your mind, you will be free one day. Chu Xian smiled meaningfully as he said this. I hope so. I definitely have the determination. Huanglong sighed. What was the use of having determination? As long as chaos existed, the great Dao would not disappear. To a certain extent, creatures of the great Dao like them were also immortal. Even if the 9 zones were destroyed, it would only be temporary. It would eventually recover within the great Dao, and nothing would change for Huanglong. Chu Xian chatted with Huanglong, and then with Yi Yuejun. As for Gui Ran, that fellow spent most of his time sleeping, and his desire to leave the great Dao was not as strong as Huanglong and Yi Yuejun. It seemed that as long as he could sleep, it did not matter where he was. Chu Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. This time, he decided to remain in cultivation until the 80-year milestone. Even though his cultivation progress had slowed down, he was not discouraged. Outside the 9 zones, in the chaos, a large formation had gradually taken shape. The experts of the various races had paid a huge price to complete this great formation. In order for the plan to proceed smoothly, they were even willing to compromise with the various races of the ancient chaos world and give up some spots to prevent them from causing trouble and ruining the plan. At the moment, it was not appropriate for the races of the 9 zones and the races of the ancient chaos world to start a conflict. They had to work together in order to enter the 9 zones and take hold of the opportunity that lay within the 9 zones. This formation had consumed many precious treasures. All of the races had paid a price. In order to obtain a slot, the various races of the ancient chaos world had also contributed quite a few treasures. If the plan went well, there would still be a chance to recoup their investment. However, if they failed, everything would be for naught. It was also because of this that the various races had a tacit understanding, and no one caused trouble during the construction of the formation. They were all afraid that if they made a mistake, they would fail and lose all of their treasures. Other than setting up the formations, the other races also sent their experts to continue exploring the ancient path in search of a way to enter. As for the Chaos Abyss, no one dared to take the risk to enter it. The Chaos Abyss was too terrifying. Once they entered, they would probably never be able to come out. If this was the case for the World Creator Realm experts, what more the Daiyuan Realm cultivators? They were also worried about the progress of the Great Abyssal Calamity. 570 Petty Fellow. Those who had not severed the source of their Dao paths were all worried that the 9 zones would be affected by the Great Abyssal Calamity and have their Dao paths devoured. Being unable to enter the 9 zones left them in a very passive position. The only consolation was that the ancient path had a cultivation level restriction. Since only Daiyuan Realm cultivators could sense the source of their Dao paths, they were temporarily safe. However, once the cultivation level restrictions loosened, in the illusory world in the 9 zones, Yang was still immersed in cultivation and comprehension. Gradually, a special aura appeared in his sea of consciousness as he comprehended the ancestor of sorcery's punch. He could sense every inch of that overbearing and unparalleled power. Traces of vague comprehension appeared in his heart. On the ancient path, all of the races of the 9 zones had already set up a great formation to slow down the attacks of the abyssal beings. By now, everyone was feeling exhausted and could barely hold on. There seemed to be an endless number of abyssal beings. The mood had turned solemn. Even though everyone was making strides in their cultivation levels from the battles, the constant fighting had also exhausted them, both physically and mentally. There was no time to rest and recover. It was only at this moment that they deeply realized the horror of the great abyssal calamity. If they could not stop these terrifying and endless abyssal beings from invading the 9 zones, how many races would perish? Would the 9 zones become the territory of the abyssal beings? Thus, the various races began to adjust their strategies and set up great formations to slow down the attacks of the abyssal beings so that they would have time to rest and recover. They prepared themselves for a protracted war. They had to maintain their lines of defense. As they gradually grew stronger in battle, they would eventually be able to withstand the attacks of the abyssal beings and survive the great abyssal calamity. Kill! A saber flashed with overwhelming killing intent. At this moment, only King Slayer was still charging forward. This was the path of his extreme Dao. The more he killed, the more excited he became, and the stronger he became. Everyone was already used to it. Fortunately, he no longer killed the experts of the 9 zones and was fully focused on the abyssal beings. Originally, there were experts who wanted to target King Slayer, and were looking for the opportunity to kill him. However, the situation was now dire, so they immediately dispelled any thoughts and plans of doing so. King Slayer was helping them to deal with a lot of the pressure of the abyssal beings' attacks. He seemed to be able to go on forever. Demon Buddha stopped chanting Buddhist scriptures and turned to rest. Ding Yu and the others were the same. Only He Yu continued to maintain her domain, withstanding the attacks of the abyssal beings and turning them into her own soldiers. She too was bearing a large portion of the pressure of the abyssal beings' attacks. The number of abyssal creatures under He Yu's control had also increased, and they were stronger. She even managed to subdue some 36th level Dao realm abyssal beings. Her domain was even more terrifying than the enlightenment of Demon Buddha's Dharma. This was also bound to offend the master of the Chaos Abyss. Chu Xian was immersed in cultivation, and was unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, the pearl of the laws of retribution vibrated. Chu Xian woke up and took out the pearl. He was stunned. What was going on? The dot of light representing the master of the Chaos Abyss had actually turned red. This meant that the ancient Chaos God had malicious intentions toward him and had become hostile. Moreover, it was a dark red. Chu Xian cursed inwardly. Was this ancient Chaos God's brain not working properly? He had only explored the Chaos Abyss once and had only briefly come into contact with the other party. He had not done anything since, so why had this guy's malice deepened? Could it be that something had happened in the Chaos Abyss? Chu Xian frowned. Looking up, he was surprised to find that the heavenly Dao laws had improved a lot, and some changes had appeared. There were new living beings under the control of the heavenly Dao laws, and pretty powerful ones too. Chu Xian thought of He Yu. These abyssal beings must have been subdued by her. She had erased the abyssal imprint and turned them into normal living beings under the control of the heavenly Dao laws, which had strengthened the laws. Now, the heavenly Dao laws had almost devoured half of the great Dao. Given this situation, Chu Xian understood what was going on. That ancient chaos god had sensed this and was blaming it on Chu Xian. It seemed like they were destined to be enemies. Chu Xian sighed. He Yu had not even entered the Chaos Abyss, yet these minor things had made this ancient Chaos God so unhappy. What a narrow-minded person! However, logically speaking, she had only subdued some Dao realm life forms. An expert like this ancient Chaos God should not have paid attention to these ant-like abyssal beings. Could it be that there were other changes in the Chaos Abyss? Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and poured in the power of his Dao path. The scene unfolded. Suddenly, he saw a yellow light in the corner of the Chaos Abyss. As expected, the ancient chaos god was not angered because of He Yu, but someone else. Chu Xian cursed in his heart. Why was he being made the scapegoat here? Wait a moment. The image projection zoomed into the yellow light, revealing its identity as a special barrier, within which a figure could be vaguely seen. Protected by the barrier, the figure was descending into the abyss. Was he going into the abyss to search for treasures? Or to save people? Chu Xian frowned. Had the ancient chaos god not noticed the existence of this person? If so, that meant that his previous conjecture was right, and the ancient chaos god was angry with him over He Yu's actions. Truly a petty fellow. The figure gradually increased its speed as it headed toward the entrance of the ancient path. Unfortunately, the barrier prevented Chu Xian from clearly seeing who it was. However, the figure did seem to be human. A human expert? One of the 10 ancestors? Or one of the other human experts? What was he doing in the chaos abyss? Chu Xian was unaware of the specific strength of the human race in the chaos, so he decided to find an opportunity to speak with Yang about it. 571 Wujiang, Part 1. The figure continued to descend into the abyss. In the darkness, it was like a small lamp. It finally attracted the attention of the powerful abyssal beings. A huge figure rushed over. That yellow barrier seemed to be able to protect one from the power of the abyss. If they could seize it, there would be a chance that they could escape the chaos abyss. This particular abyssal being was a 9 extreme Daiyuan realm expert. Boom! A surge of condensed power erupted from within the yellow barrier, instantly killing the abyssal being. It did not cause too much of a disturbance. After that, the yellow light started to dim, but it was still fairly noticeable within the darkness of the chaos abyss. Wu Jian quickly dove into the chaos abyss. This time, he had used this precious treasure to come to the chaos abyss in search of his master's remains, whose corpse had been thrown into the chaos abyss and had never been recovered. By chance, he had obtained this supreme treasure while traveling the chaos, which could protect him from the power of the abyss. This was why he had dared to attempt this venture. The great abyssal calamity of the 9 zones happened to be connected to this chaos abyss. As long as his master's corpse was sent back to the 9 zones through the ancient path, there would definitely be a day when his master would be revived. Wu Jiang advanced at high speed. Chu Xian had been observing him the entire time. When Wu Jiang killed the abyssal being, Chu Xian could roughly estimate his strength. He was even stronger than Mo Zun, but slightly weaker than Venerable He. Could he be one of the 10 ancestors of the human race? If he was not one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, then Yang's position as one of the 10 ancestors did not make sense. Of course, there were probably other rules to becoming one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. Chu Xian speculated that each ancestor was a leader of every rise of the human race. The human race had risen to power 10 times, and Yang was the 10th. Was that why he was called the 10th ancestor? If his speculation was correct, then the human race had really suffered a lot. 10 times they had risen up, and 10 times they had been beaten into the dust. The experts were all forced to escape into the chaos to protect the inheritance of the human race. If not for the changes in the Great Dao, it would be difficult for the human race to truly rise up and become the overlord race of the 9 zones. Another powerful abyssal being appeared. Wu Jiang did not exchange blows with it. Instead, he avoided it and dove to the bottom of the abyss. Chu Xian was curious about the other party's goal, and directed the image projection to follow Wu Jiang. When the yellow light was about to reach the bottom, he suddenly noticed a pit within which there seemed to be a corpse. Wisps of abyssal energy lingered around the corpse. It was a human corpse. Was this his objective? When Chu Xian examined the corpse, it was obvious that it had experienced a tragic battle before death. The corpse's head had been crushed, and its bones were broken all over the place. Even the right leg and left arm were missing. However, despite the countless years that had passed, there were still wisps of aura lingering around it. Chu Xian could not help but think of Bai Shao Kong, who cultivated martial intent. Could it be that the martial intent of the human race of the 9 zones originated from this person? Furthermore, the martial intent of the corpse and the person who had sneaked in were similar, though the corpse's martial intent was more condensed and purer. Could this corpse be one of the 10 ancestors of the human race? Chu Xian knew that 3 of the 10 ancestors of the human race had died. To be precise, 2 had fallen. After all, 1 had faked his death. Judging from the martial intent emitted by the corpse, the other party had already reached the million-mile mark while he had been alive. This meant that a world creator realm expert had fallen. With such strength, he was most likely one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. Which ancestor was the one who had died here? Chu Xian looked at the corpse. If this person really was one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, why would his corpse be in the chaos abyss? Was he killed by the ancient chaos god? The other possibility was that the corpse had been thrown into the chaos abyss. Would it not be better to just destroy the corpse? There was a high probability that this was the only reason why the corpse was thrown into the chaos abyss, was to make use of the power of the abyss to prevent any possibility of resurrection. The martial intent on the corpse was still present, and it had not been completely worn down by the power of the abyss. From this, one could see how powerful this person's Daopath was. Since the martial intent had yet to dissipate, if this corpse was taken out of the chaos abyss, there might be a chance that it would recover. Boom! A great battle had erupted in the chaos abyss. Wu Jiang was fighting with a few abyssal beings, each of which was as powerful as a Daiyuan realm expert whose Daopath was 500,000 to 600,000 miles long. His martial intent boiled as a huge hammer was swung, killing an abyssal being. Wu Jian kept swinging his hammer continuously until he killed the rest of the abyssal beings. However, the shockwaves from the battle had attracted the attention of an existence at the bottom of the abyss. 572 Wu Jian, Part 2. This abyssal being was at the world creator realm level. It opened its eyes and looked in Wu Jian's direction. If it wanted to escape the chaos abyss, it would definitely have to snatch Wu Jian's treasure. The abyssal being slowly stood up and released its aura. The aura from his body was slowly released. However, its movements seemed slightly disjointed from having not moved in many years. Chu Xian decided to give this human a warning. After all, he could learn more about the current situation of the human race and the chaos from him. Wu Jian continued to advance at high speed. He was a little anxious. He had to find the corpse as soon as possible. Suddenly, he received a thought transmission. Retreat quickly. You've alerted a strong guy below. Who is it? Wu Jiang's face paled. The thought transmission had come without warning, and it had completely ignored his mental defenses as well. What kind of strength was this? It had to be a world creator realm expert. It'll be too late if you don't retreat now. Wu Jiang stopped, gritted his teeth, and left. Not long after he left, he sensed a terrifying aura emerge behind him. A powerful abyssal being was chasing after him. His expression changed drastically, and the yellow barrier became brighter as he poured more and more power into the supreme treasure. Leave the treasure behind. A terrifying roar was heard as a giant claw emerged from behind him. Boom! At this critical moment, Wu Jiang's figure suddenly charged out of the chaos abyss. The giant claw was blocked, unable to leave the chaos abyss. The abyssal being below released an earth-shaking roar as it rushed up and tried to break free from the chaos abyss. Hand over the treasure and I'll give you an opportunity. Wu Jiang ignored it and frantically flew away. This operation had failed. Were it not for Chu Xian's timely reminder, it was likely that he would have perished. Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace, Wu Jiang said respectfully after leaving the chaos abyss. The human race has 10 ancestors, which one are you? I'm not one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. My name is Wu Jiang, a personal disciple of the 7th ancestor, Wu Jiang said respectfully. The corpse in the chaos abyss was the 7th ancestor of the human race? May I ask who you are? Wu Jiang asked carefully. This expert was mysterious and unfathomable, and his thought transmission had completely ignored his mental defenses. It could even be transmitted into the chaos abyss. Could it be a powerful chaotic being? I'm just an idle person. Chu Xian naturally wouldn't say his name. I've heard that the human race has 10 ancestors. I wonder who they are. Wu Jiang was slightly hesitant. Could it be that the other party was trying to obtain information about the human race to attack them? On second thought, it was not hard to find out the names of the 10 ancestors of the human race. What harm was there in telling the other party? Moreover, the other party had not shown any malicious intent yet. The 10 ancestors of the human race were the 10 leaders who led the rise of the human race in history, he said. Chu Xian nodded. It was as he expected. The first ancestor Chu, second ancestor Xia, third ancestor Ji, fourth ancestor Hong, fifth ancestor Yu, sixth ancestor Luo, seventh ancestor Wu, eighth ancestor Zhou, ninth ancestor Ji and 10th ancestor Yang. Third ancestor Ji, fifth ancestor Yu, and seventh ancestor Wu have all fallen, Wu Jiang added. There were only 7 of the 10 ancestors of the human race left. Chu Xian knew the fourth ancestor Hong. He was Hong Yuanchu's ancestor. The sixth ancestor Luo should be Luo Xinbei's ancestor. The human king technique he cultivated should have come from the sixth ancestor Luo. Ninth ancestor Ji was likely the ancestor of the ancient human king Ji family. Did Ji Dexin know the ancestor? Each of the 10 ancestors of the human race should have created a bloodline and inheritance, for example Wu's path of martial intent. He was curious though. Given Yang's limited strength, how did he manage to lead the human race to rise to power and become the 10th ancestor? I've heard of Yang, who's supposed to be the 10th ancestor of the human race, but... Chu Xian did not say it clearly, but his meaning was clear. The 10th ancestor. Although he's not very strong, there are reasons behind his status. Wu Jiang was clearly standing for Yang. Chu Xian thought for a moment. For Yang to become the 10th ancestor, there had to be something extraordinary about him. Why did you enter the chaos abyss? Chu Xian asked about Wu Jiang's intentions. Wu Jiang was silent for a moment, then finally said, for the sake of my master's corpse. He then bowed and said, Senior, can you please enlighten me? Chu Xian did not wait for him to finish and laughed. The time is not right yet. Wu Jiang was startled. The time was not right? Chu Xian memorized Wu Jiang's aura and did not continue the conversation. Instead he turned his attention back to the corpse. The corpse's martial intent was still present, so he was not completely dead. As long as the martial intent was present, there was a chance he could recover. Chu Xian then turned his attention to the entrance of the Chaos Abyss ancient path. There were still many abyssal beings gathered there, and many of them were Daeyuan realm existences. From time to time, these Daeyuan realm existences would go crazy and slaughter the Daeo realm abyssal beings nearby to vent their violent and crazy emotions. Chu Xian also saw that not far from the entrance of the abyss, there were a few abyssal beings that had reached the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm sitting quietly, waiting to enter the ancient path. Chu Xian followed the ancient path toward the 9 zones. Along the way, he saw an endless number of abyssal beings, far too many to count. One could imagine how great the pressure on the 9 zones was. Further along, he saw Heiyu and hundreds of Daeo realm abyssal beings sitting cross-legged around her. These former abyssal beings were willing to be her slaves as long as they could leave the chaos abyss. Chu Xian sighed. Heiyu's domain was quite unusual. Given enough time, she would grow to the point where she could wipe out the chaos abyss created by the ancient chaos god. In the chaos, there were many abysses of all sizes, and countless abyssal beings were suppressed within them. Heiyu would be their savior. She would be able to free them and create and preside over a powerful force within the chaos. Heiyu was currently erasing the mark of an abyssal being. It was a reddish figure that was similar to one of the abyssal beings that Chu Xian had seen at the bottom of the abyss. It was only a 20th level Daeo realm existence, but its eyes were more alive than the other abyssal beings. Clearly, it had retained a portion of its consciousness. The abyssal imprint on its body contained the power of the abyss, so even Heiyu found it difficult. She could indeed erase abyssal imprints, but that ability had its limits. There was a limit to the number of abyssal imprints that could be erased every day, and the consumption of spiritual power was significant. Boom! The reddish figure trembled, and then the abyssal imprint was removed and extracted, before being devoured by the power of the laws around Heiyu. Within the pearl of the laws of retribution, the dot of light representing the master of the chaos abyss became even redder. 573 Who are you? It was confirmed. The malice of the master of the chaos abyss was triggered by Heiyu's actions. Chu Xian felt depressed. Was this how an ancient chaos god should behave? It was no wonder Tai said that this ancient chaos god was a narrow-minded person. He would bear a grudge over such a small matter. Chu Xian looked at the pearl of the laws of retribution. There were already many red dots. More and more people were becoming hostile toward him. Chu Xian frowned. Would the ancient chaos god suddenly attack the 9 zones? Chu Xian was a little nervous. His current strength was not sufficient to deal with this person. He would be forced to use the heavenly Dao laws to stop him, which would reveal both his identity and his plan. Then, he would become everyone's target. He wanted to have a chat with Tai. If possible, he wanted Tai to become the scapegoat. That should be fine, right? That guy was still very powerful. Moreover, he was not the only expert in the giant race. Even if he could not win, he could still escape. If Tai could not take it, there were plenty of other races in the ancient chaos world. It should not be a problem for the immortals, celestials, demons, dragons, and fiery phoenixes to withstand the anger of an ancient chaos god if they worked together. At the very least, they could stall for time. Then, he recalled that the various races were working together to set up a great formation. Perhaps he could blame it all on the formation. Thinking this, Chu Xian gained some inspiration. However, he would wait to see if the ancient chaos god really acted before implementing his scapegoat plan. Honestly, as long as he was given enough time, surpassing the ancient chaos god was a certainty. Tai, long time no see. Tai's face darkened. He had just taken a short nap, yet this guy was here again. Long time no see? Chu, don't disturb me unless there's something important. No, wait, don't even disturb me if there's something important. Tai, how much do you know about the creator of that chaos abyss? Tai was stunned. Did you offend him? That's not right, he muttered in surprise, you're such a cunning guy. How could you offend such an existence? These words. So Chu was such a person. I wouldn't say I offended him. I was just looking around the chaos abyss, and was noticed by him. Chu Xian decided to be somewhat upfront. Ha, for real? That person is narrow-minded and holds grudges over the smallest things. He is also extremely unforgiving. Tai laughed coldly. He seemed to be gloating. The old cunning fox finally slipped up. You're very familiar with that person. Chu Xian was surprised. Tai seemed to understand this ancient chaos god very well. I'm not that familiar with him. I've only heard a few things about him. Tai gloated and continued, Chu, you've definitely offended him. Be careful not to implicate the entire human race. Where is he? Although I don't know where he is, he's definitely extremely far away from the region of the chaos around the 9 zones. Even if it rushed over, it would take 10 to 20 years. Tai seemed to have realized that Chu had really offended that person. His tone was no longer gloating. Chu, you still have time. Make some arrangements and escape into the chaos to avoid that person. Otherwise, you'll be suppressed inside the chaos abyss and will never be able to rise up again. Chu Xian, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. 10 to 20 years gave him a decent amount of buffer time. By his estimates, the heavenly Dao laws should have devoured the great Dao by then. Moreover, he would have the 80-year and 90-year milestone rewards. If he was lucky, he would even obtain the 100-year milestone reward before the ancient Chaos God arrived. Those would almost certainly make him much stronger. Seal me within the Chaos Abyss? What a joke, he's not worthy. Chu Xian's confidence rose. Tai, you're mistaken, he said with a smile, I'm not Chu. Who are you? How dare you impersonate Chu to mess with me? Tai was trying to determine the truth of Chu Xian's words. After some time, he became furious. What are you angry about? I never said I was Chu. You misunderstood me. You. Tai was momentarily stunned. He recalled the few conversations he had with Chu Xian. The other party had never admitted that he was Chu, and had never said anything that confirmed his identity. It was just vague, but it did not change the fact that Chu Xian had deliberately misled him. Who are you? Tai asked angrily. Ji. No, Ji has already fallen. You can't be Ji. Of the 10 ancestors of the human race, only Chu, Xia, Ji, and Hong know me. Tai seemed to have suddenly thought of something. It's you? He asked in shock. You really didn't die? Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Tai was really good, or perhaps bad, at guessing. He had clearly mistaken Chu Xian for the first person to create the human race's cultivation technique. Chu Xian did not know who that person was or what he was called. Tai, don't make wild guesses. I'm not the person you're thinking of. As for who I am, it's not important. Tai remained silent for a long time. 574 Power of Retribution, Part 1. He did not seem to believe Chu Xian's words. Tai, let me ask you a question. What's the name of the person you're thinking about? Chu Xian asked. How would I know? That name is taboo. There are only a few who know the name, and I'm not one of them. You're really not him? Tai asked in a serious tone, for real? No, I'm not, Chu Xian replied decisively. That person's name was taboo? Interesting. Chu Xian wondered if the first ancestor of the human race, Chu, knew the name. When did the human race have someone like you? Or perhaps, you're not even human. What's your purpose? Tai's tone turned cold. I'm here to chat with you. As for who I am, it's not important. Chu Xian laughed. Tai, your injuries are not light. Do you need me to give you some treasures to heal your injuries? You won't even tell me how to address you, so how could I dare to accept your treasures? Tai laughed, but his tone was no longer filled with hostility. He seemed to have thought things through. If the other party really wanted to find trouble with him, why would he go through all this trouble? The way to address me, hey. Chu Xian seemed to be reminiscing about the past and said in a practiced manner, someone once called me the eternal, immortal, handsome, unparalleled, mighty, virtuous, supreme, and holy number 1 Dao master of the myriad realms. Tai was dumbfounded and rendered speechless. Was there such an existence in the chaos? Of course, there were countless experts in the chaos. Tai had lived long enough to know that he could not possibly know everything. Perhaps it was an ancient existence? An ancient chaos god? That was not right. How could he not know the master of the chaos abyss if he was an ancient chaos god? You said that you are going to give me a treasure that can help me recover. It was a good thing to befriend an omnipotent expert. Tai ignored the fact that Chu Xian had deliberately deceived him. Tai, I thought you didn't want it. I'm taking it now. It would be a waste not to take it. All right, I'll send it over to you in a while. Chu Xian then began to chat with Tai about the master of the Chaos Abyss. After confirming that there was a high chance that the latter, despite his narrow-mindedness, would not rush over to the 9 zones over such a small matter, Chu Xian was relieved. He was safe for the time being. As for the treasure he promised to Tai, there would be the right moment for that. In any case, he was not giving it away for free. Tai would have to help him attract some aggro. Treasures were not so easy to obtain. After ending the conversation with Tai, Chu Xian looked at the pearl of the laws of retribution. Tai's dot was white, representing their ambiguous and ordinary relationship. Since Tai was not secretly unhappy with him, Chu Xian had a better impression of him. The master of the Chaos Abyss dot was a deep red. Since that was the case, it was time to test out the power of the pearl of the laws of retribution. Chu Xian immediately poured in the power of his Daopath into the pearl, and channeled it toward the dot of light that belonged to the master of the Chaos Abyss. Chu Xian was very curious. How would the pearl punish the other party? Would it even be strong enough to harm an ancient chaos god? The power of retribution was invisible, and the master of the Chaos Abyss would not be able to trace it to him. However, he was bound to link it to whoever he had enmity with, which meant that there was a good chance that Chu Xian would catch flack for this anyway. As the power of his Daopath entered the pearl, the power of retribution began to revolve around the deep red dot that represented the master of the Chaos Abyss. The strength of power of retribution was also related to Chu Xian's own strength, so Chu Xian was using this chance to test whether or not he could harm this ancient chaos god with his current strength. Somewhere in the chaos, there was a special realm. The realm was like a cage, located in a certain region of the chaos. Within this special realm, there were only a few living beings, most of which were shackled and restrained like prisoners. In the core of the special realm, a terrifying figure as large as a mountain was seated on a throne. He was the core of the entire realm, and also its creator. Prison Dao, ancient god. One of the ancient chaos gods. All of the living beings in this special realm were his prisoners, and were forced to work as laborers, moving huge chaos mountains toward a certain corner of the special realm. Even if these living beings were powerful, under the suppression of his power, they were forced to submit. Suddenly, boom! The sound of thunder rang out in the special realm. Many living beings raised their heads in shock. Ever since they were imprisoned and suppressed in this special realm, this was the first time they had heard of the sound of thunder. Could it be that Prison Dao, ancient god, had created a new powerful technique? Boom! 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 The sounds of thunder became more frequent, and lightning flashed in the sky above. The lightning bolts intertwined as signifying that a calamity was approaching. Realms were not worlds, so there were supposed to be no heavenly tribulations. Many people were looking at the terrifying figure at the center of the realm, noticing that the lightning bolts were winding around that figure. Was a strong enemy attacking? Many people became excited. If the realm shattered, they might have a chance to escape. Prison Dao, ancient god, opened his eyes. His eyes were cold and emotionless. 575 Power of Retribution, Part 2. He sat still and allowed the lightning bolts to strike him. Boom! The power of the lightning bolts was getting stronger. His eyes shone coldly as the power of his Daopath emerged around him. He raised his head slightly, his eyes piercing through the realm and into the chaos beyond. Karma! Damn it! Prison Dao, ancient god, was furious. Someone had attacked him using karma. Humph! He coldly snorted, only cowards would use this method. Did they think a karma technique would be enough to deal with him? Who was secretly targeting him? Many figures flashed through the mind of Prison Dao, ancient god, but he quickly eliminated them. Although these guys had grudges, their strength was not much weaker than his. They would not be so stupid to think that they could hurt him using karma. It seemed to be the work of someone weaker than he was. Prison Dao, ancient god, had attacked countless weaklings, and quite a few had fallen at his hands. There were even some who had been beaten half to death for looking at him the wrong way. After thinking about it, he decided that only these ants would use such methods to target him. However, he was still unable to divine the origin of the power of retribution, so he was furious. Even though it could not hurt him, he could not bear being provoked by an ant. He was so angry that his chest almost exploded. Fortunately, Chu Xian was not one of those he thought of. That abyss was where Prison Deo ancient god had suppressed his great enemy. Someone had indeed touched it, but it was either a weakling who had entered to find some treasure or one who wanted to save someone. The other party obviously did not hide his actions, so naturally, it was impossible for him to use karma to target him like this. The first ones that came to Prison Deo ancient god's mind were the ants that he had taught a lesson to, but had not died. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. Ants should be afraid of death. He sat still and allowed the lightning to strike him. How could the lightning bolts formed by the power of retribution hurt him? Boom! 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 The lightning was getting stronger. Prison Deo ancient god's eyes grew colder and colder. The power of retribution grew even stronger, but the other party still did not stop. He had no choice but to use his power to resist. It seemed that the one who was targeting him using karma was at least a world creator realm cultivator. Among the ants, this person could be considered one of the stronger ones. Prison Deo ancient god then thought of a creature he had once taught a lesson to, a creature whose strength was roughly on the same level as these lightning bolts. He would rather kill the wrong person than let the right one go. He would deal with them all. His terrifying gaze instantly landed on a figure that was moving a chaos mountain. Boom! The huge chaos mountain instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The figure that was moving the mountain turned pale and knelt down with a thud. Prison Deo ancient god, I'm not slacking off. A seal flew out of Prison Deo ancient god's body and instantly entered the figure's body. A majestic voice resounded in his soul. You, go and capture them all. One figure after another appeared in his divine soul. They were all at the level of the world's creator realm cultivators, and their strength was not weak. Some of them had some fame in the chaos. Yes, Prison Deo ancient god. The figure was overjoyed. Since a mission had been issued, he would not have to continue suffering. Moreover, as long as he completed the mission well, he could become a jailer and would no longer be imprisoned. Furthermore, he would gain some sort of backing. Prison Deo ancient god's jailers were famous throughout the chaos, and few people dared to provoke them. This was due to Prison Deo ancient god's reputation for being petty and narrow-minded. He might not care about the lives of his jailers, but he did care about his reputation being damaged from the loss of one. 576 Virtuous Absolute Saint. The power of Chu Xian's Deo path continued to pour into the pearl of the laws of retribution, strengthening it. At this moment, the dot representing the Prison Deo ancient god was getting darker and darker, to the point where it was almost black. They were mortal enemies. Boom! Prison Deo ancient god was already submerged in lightning. The entire special realm was in turmoil, frightening the living beings inside. They were both afraid and somewhat expectant. Chu Xian sighed. Prison Deo ancient god was extremely powerful, and he had almost gone all out, yet he was still unable to make Prison Deo ancient god pay the price. This tiny bit of power of retribution was probably just equivalent to scratching an itch for the latter. He retracted his power and did not continue. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Given Heiyu's current rate of progress, it would probably not be long before she began to release Deyuan realm abyssal beings. There was a high likelihood that Prison Deo ancient god would act then. If he was not strong enough, how could he support his disciple? Chu Xian sighed. His disciple was truly too outstanding, and had managed to provoke an ancient chaos god. He could not tell Heiyu to restrain herself either, lest his mysterious, powerful, and invincible image be affected. In order to maintain his image, he had to work hard in his cultivation. In addition, he decided to mess with Prison Deo ancient god every few days to throw the latter's heart into chaos. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Deo mirror and looked at his future disciple. Before being reborn, the Lord of Chaos was much more powerful than Prison Deo ancient god. This disciple was probably someone who would cause trouble for him in the future. He looked at Yang, whose wisp of consciousness had changed. He had clearly managed to comprehend something from the ancestor of sorcery's attacks and broken through his bottleneck. He would no longer be limited to the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm. Yang woke up from his state of comprehension. He felt as if he could break through the bottleneck of the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm at any time. Moreover, he had comprehended a powerful technique. Even if he did not break through, Yang was confident that his combat strength would double with this powerful technique, as it was even stronger than his own Daeopath secret technique. If he combined the two, he was confident that he would be able to match Mo Zun to a certain extent. What a great opportunity! The 9 zones indeed contained great fortune. Yang's heart was filled with excitement. After returning, he would finally be able to join the ranks of the Freedom Daeyuan realm experts. His consciousness returned to Yang Tian's body and merged with the other half of his consciousness. He was about to leave the 9 zones. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. How was the harvest? Yang's expression changed. Where did the voice come from? Could it be? Many thanks, Senior, for bestowing this opportunity. I have benefited greatly from this. Yang was shocked. Could the voice have come from the ancestor of sorcery? The ancestor of sorcery was in the 9 zones? Your comprehension ability is passable. Senior, you are? Yang asked carefully. You can call me Virtuous Absolute Saint for now. The name alone was enough to tell others that he was a big shot. Yang became even more cautious, and his tone became more respectful. Greetings, Virtuous Absolute Saint. Since he was known as Virtuous Absolute Saint, this senior would not be a cruel person, right? Yang thought to himself. The human race has 10 ancestors. You are the 10th ancestor, but you are too weak. There are many other humans stronger than you are. Although Chu Xian's tone was calm, there was no fluctuation of emotion. Yang felt that his identity as the 10th ancestor of the human race was being called into question. Who exactly was this senior? The ancestor of sorcery? Where was the other party? Within the 9 zones? How did he know about the current situation and the 10 ancestors of the human race? Could it be that this senior was in existence from the previous world? Many thoughts flashed through Yang's mind. As the 10th ancestor of the human race, he was being looked down upon once again. He felt helpless and aggrieved at the same time. In the past, in the 9 zones, he had suppressed the geniuses of his generation to the point where they could not raise their heads. He had gone against many of the older generation experts of the various races. He had been hunted down by the demon race experts several times, but survived in the end, and led the human race to rise up during his time. In the end, he was still forced to escape into the chaos. It was not that he was weak. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would be able to suppress the experts of the various races. Back then, the utmost powerful experts of the various races did not kill him. It was only when he led the geniuses of the human race of the same generation into the chaos that he found out that it was the other powerful experts of the human race who had intimidated the other races and created a chance for him to escape. 577 80-year milestone. However, due to his bad luck and the changes in the 9 zones, he was stuck at the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm. Otherwise, how could he be so weak? He was the strongest among the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm experts, and could even fight Freedom Daeyuan realm experts whose Daeopaths did not exceed 200,000 miles in length. Yang felt helpless and aggrieved. Had it not been for the changes in the 9 zones back then, he was confident that he would be a world creator realm expert. I can't do anything about the changes in the Great Dao back then, Yang said helplessly and sulkily. You've finally broken through your bottleneck. Thank you for the opportunity, Senior Virtuous Absolute Saint, Yang said respectfully. Senior, why are the 9 zones like this? He asked. When the time is right, the world will naturally change. No world is eternal, just like how a desert can become an ocean, or a river can change its path. Yang pondered these words. You can go back now. You're already considered a lucky one from those beyond this world, the voice said in his mind. Many thanks, Senior. Yang did not dare to stay any longer, and his wisp of consciousness returned. In a certain space within the chaos, Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent aura surged out from his body. It was time to break through. He, the 10th ancestor of the human race, was weaker than even some of the personal disciples of the other ancestors. Today, he was going to restore his reputation and glory. Boom! Yang's Dao path appeared and trembled, as a violent aura swept across the surroundings. Breakthrough. Moreover, after Yang Kai broke through, his Dao path continued to extend. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 miles longer. Hong appeared in the distance, then Zhou, and then the other human experts. Among the group of 9 extreme Daiyuan realm cultivators, there were more than a dozen people who were extremely excited. Their former leader had returned. He actually broke through. Hong's face was filled with shock. The treasure that could help Yang break through had not been found, yet he had broken through on his own. He had not experienced 9 great Dao calamities, nor had he severed the source of his Dao path. Why was he able to break through beyond the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm? Was it related to the changes in the 9 zones? If Yang could break through, could the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm experts of the other races also break through? Go and check if any of the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm experts from the various races have broken through, Hong said. A black shadow disappeared from the crowd. Yes. As everyone watched, Yang's Dao path reached the 110,000 mile mark, and it did not stop. Roar! Yang roared and threw a punch. The violent punch crushed everything in its path. Both Hong and Zhou were surprised. Yang's punch was extremely overbearing and fierce. Could it be that he had comprehended another extremely powerful Dao path secret technique? Yang threw punches continuously, and the power of his original Dao path secret technique surged out, and began to fuse with his comprehension of the ancestor of sorcery's punch. The power of his Dao path seemed to have changed. It had become infinitely large and powerful. The power of his Dao path was the same yet different. Hong and Zhou were dazed. For the human race, Yang's breakthrough. It was not as simple as adding another expert to their ranks. Yang's identity as the 10th ancestor of the human race gave this a whole new meaning. He had been unable to break through, and the lineage of the 10th ancestor seemed to have no future. This had now changed. Not long after Yang's wisp of consciousness left, Chu Xian felt some changes in the heavenly Dao laws. A huge star shone brightly in the sky before falling down and fusing into the heavenly Dao laws. It was the source of Yang's Dao path. This further increased the strength of the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian paid attention to it for a while and then ignored it. He looked at the netherworld. Qi aura had already reached a critical point, and he was about to reach the Daiyuan realm. In the future, he too would be tasked with guarding the reincarnation cycle. Han Yu and Ji were also immersed in cultivation, and were becoming stronger. Their cultivation progress would make the reincarnation cycle and Ghost Dao principle stronger. The ghost race was getting stronger and stronger, and the number of ghost clansmen participating in the battle on the ancient path had also increased. This was especially so when Dao realm cultivators died and were left with their divine souls. Many chose to become members of the ghost race instead of reincarnating. After turning into ghosts, they continued to fight on the ancient path. As the great abyssal calamity progressed, more and more people broke through and made progress in the cultivation levels. Even those cultivators who killed the abyssal beings that had managed to sneak into the 9 zones obtained many opportunities in the fate of the great Dao. The number of Dao realm cultivators increased. The overall strength of the 9 territories had entered a period of growth. With this, the heavenly Dao laws would naturally grow stronger as well. Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. The 9 zones would also become bigger and bigger. The new world was isolated by Chu Xian, and no living being of the 9 zones could enter it. It was in a state of wilderness where the world had just been created. A great fortune was also brewing here. Vegetation had already appeared. Some innate spiritual plants had also started to sprout. These innate life forms of the New World also belonged to the heavenly Dao laws, and in the future, would become the future peerless geniuses of the 9 zones. It was just like the powerful innate life forms that were born when the 9 zones had first been created. However, the innate life forms of the 9 zones were oppressed by the chaotic beings, and most of them died out when they fought against the rulers. The innate life forms of the heavenly Dao laws would have a good environment to develop. The next 10-year milestone was about to arrive, and Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. He hoped that whatever reward he obtained would benefit his cultivation. After all, he now had an ancient chaos god as his enemy. Time passed quickly, and the appointed time soon arrived. You remained in seclusion for 80 years, strategizing and successfully implementing the heavenly Dao talisman plan. You ended the Great Dayuan and Great Dao calamities in advance, and triggered the Great Abyssal calamity. Because of you, the 9 zones are thriving, and the situation in the chaos has changed. You have been rewarded with the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation. Chu Xian looked at the system's notification and sighed in his heart. He had truly been busy over the past 80 years. The reward for the 80-year period was actually a special physique. Was it an advanced version of the indestructible chaos body? 3,000 chaos bodies of creation? 578 tempering and strengthening. The indestructible chaos body made his talent on par with the ancient chaos gods. However, after Chu Xian reached the million-mile mark, his cultivation speed had gradually slowed down. The 3,000 chaos bodies of creation obviously surpassed the indestructible chaos body. However, just how powerful was it? How effective would it be in increasing his speed of cultivation and improving his strength? Chu Xian immediately examined the system's reward. The 3,000 chaos bodies of creation allows one to transcend the chaos, and create the chaos. Transcend the chaos. It was far beyond what the ancient chaos gods were capable of. Chu Xian was overjoyed. This new physique was unimaginably powerful. It could transcend the chaos. Of course, if one wanted to transcend the chaos, one would need to have sufficient strength to do so. The physique was just a catalyst. However, this also meant that the current upper limit to Chu Xian's cultivation speed had been removed, and that eventually, he would be able to transcend the chaos. As for how long that would take, it was uncertain. Still, compared to the others who were still searching blindly for a way to transcend the chaos, Chu Xian had a clear path forward. Chu Xian received his reward excitedly. Boom! In that instant, Chu Xian felt as if he had become a transcendent existence. He saw 3,000 grey masses of energy being born and growing. These masses contained chaotic energy. Mysterious insights about creation appeared in his mind, and Chu Xian could not help but immerse himself in it. Then, a Dao principle entered one of the masses of chaotic energy. The mass of chaotic energy expanded and tempered the Dao principle. Strands of special power and laws continuously surged into it. The Dao principle became stronger and stronger, and its power became more and more terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, another Dao principle entered. This Dao principle was a combination of many smaller Dao principles. After they entered, they suddenly dispersed. Each of the smaller Dao principles entered a mass of chaotic energy, and the same process repeated itself. Other Dao principles soon followed suit. At times, they would split up and enter the masses of chaotic energy, and at other times, they would fuse together. The 3,000 masses of chaotic energy were also slowly expanding. Following a certain pattern, they were revolving as if they were creating something. Profound and mysterious insights of creation continued to emerge. Chu Xian did not know how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes, he felt that his entire being had become transcendent. Within his body, there were 3,000 masses of chaotic energy that were continuously expanding and growing. Within them, the Dao principles were also being tempered and strengthened. As a result, Chu Xian grew stronger. He had now broken away from the traditional path of extending his Dao path to increase his strength. Now, it was all about strengthening and fusing his Dao principles, which in turn strengthened his Dao path. After he woke up, Chu Xian realized that half a year had passed. Within this time, his strength had improved greatly. 579 still not enough. In just half a year, his strength had increased rapidly, from the initial 3 million miles to 6 million miles. Chu Xian could sense that he was experiencing a period of rapid growth. It would only slow down when it reached the 9 million mile mark. Furthermore, he would not experience a bottleneck at the 10 million mile mark. As expected of a heaven-defying physique, his level of talent had skyrocketed. Chu Xian looked at the Origin Dao Ring's Great Dao, and wondered if he should absorb it into his body. It was something that had endless potential. After hesitating for a while, Chu Xian decided not to do so. It would be fine if it continued to grow as it was. If there was a need, he could absorb it into his body at any time. Chu Xian was now filled with confidence. Even if Prison Dao Ancient God attacked, he was no longer afraid. At worst, he could absorb the heavenly Dao laws into his body and quickly increase his strength. After all, the heavenly Dao laws now controlled half of the power of the great Dao of the 9 zones, so he would have no problem holding off Prison Dao Ancient God. As he held the heavenly Dao talisman in his hand, a ball of grey mist appeared in Chu Xian's hand. Different from ordinary chaotic energy, this ball of grey mist contained the power of creation. It was the chaotic energy of creation unique to the 3000 chaos bodies of creation. He infused it into the heavenly Dao talisman. In an instant, it was as if a great fortune had been instilled into the heavenly Dao laws, and even the great Dao of the 9 zones underwent some changes. Chu Xian infused more and more balls of grey mist into the heavenly Dao talisman, only stopping after the 10th or so one. The chaotic energy of creation could be produced continuously, but it took time. A dozen or so of these balls were already 1% of his current total. As his cultivation level increased, his body would create more and more of this chaotic energy of creation. However, at this stage, Chu Xian didn't dare to consume too much. He was afraid that it would affect the growth of his strength. Boom! The heavenly Dao laws in the New World finally began to give birth to innate life forms, and there were many other changes in the 9 zones. A month later, the heavenly Dao laws had finally devoured half of the great Dao of the 9 zones. Chu Xian took out the pearl of the laws of retribution. Now, he was stronger, so it was time to act again. This time, he would be able to do some damage, right? The power of his Dao path surged into the pearl, and the power of retribution appeared once more. Lightning surrounded Prison Dao Ancient God and began to deliver punishment. Boom! The living beings who were numbly moving the mountains suddenly raised their heads and looked at the center of the special realm. The terrifying figure was engulfed by the lightning bolts again. Prison Dao Ancient God's eyes were calm. How could these trifling lightning bolts harm him? However, he was extremely furious. This ant had provoked him time and time again. Did he believe himself to be safe from his wrath? Boom! The power of the lightning bolts became stronger and stronger. Prison Dao Ancient God was forced to use his strength to defend. In the end, Prison Dao Ancient God's strength shook the special realm, causing cracks to appear on the boundaries of the special realm. Prison Dao Ancient God's eyes turned cold. The power of the lightning bolts was stronger than last time. Although it could not break through his defense, it had already caused the special realm to shake and tremble. Chu Xian sighed. He was still too weak and was still unable to harm Prison Dao Ancient God. Furthermore, it seemed that the pearl's offensive power was lacking, and was unable to transmit the power of his Dao path effectively. After putting away the pearl, Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and looked at the power of calamity. The changes in the heavenly Dao laws also affected the power of calamity, and it seemed to have also obtained a portion of the chaotic energy of creation. The sound of the heartbeat within had become steady and powerful. It would not be long before the Lord of Chaos was reborn. Chu Xian then turned his attention to the great formation that was being set up by the various races, which was nearing completion. After looking around for a bit, he decided to look for Tai. Tai, long time no see. Why was this B***start here again? Didn't you say you were going to give me a treasure to help me recover? Soon. Don't worry. Since I promised to give you the treasure, I won't go back on my word. Where are you? I'm everywhere. Tai cursed in his heart. After harassing Tai for a while, Chu Xian continued to immerse himself in cultivation. In the boundless chaos, there was a streak of light that was traveling through the chaos at an unbelievable speed. Its destination was the Chaos Abyss. The abyss that Prison Dao ancient god used to suppress powerful enemies seemed to have recently experienced some changes. He was going to investigate. Despite being a pawn of Prison Dao ancient god, he was a very famous existence in the chaos. As a pawn, he seemed to have a low status. However, in the entire chaos, there were not many people who dared to provoke him, as it would be akin to provoking Prison Dao ancient god, who was known to be. The streak of light flew through the chaos, and suddenly, a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere. It was like a giant net, sucking him in. Roar! Prison Dao ancient god's pawn was shocked and furious. How dare you attack someone from Prison Dao ancient god's faction? You're just a pawn, yet you're so arrogant. A sneer was heard. It's you. Boom! His aura exploded and he instantly transformed into a terrifying figure that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The power of his Dao path surged out and bombarded the vortex. However, the vortex grew larger, like a huge black hole, and its terrifying suction force would not release him. You dare to kill me? Prison Dao ancient god will not let you off. Is he really so amazing? I'll kill him sooner or later. A cold laugh rang out. The vortex devoured the pawn, and then slowly collapsed. The chaotic space shattered, and a Dao path shattered. Then, all the marks were erased, and the vortex reappeared, sucking in the power of the shattered Dao path. Qin, Prison Dao ancient god will not let you off. A voice of resentment and unwillingness echoed within that chaotic region and finally disappeared completely. A world creator realm expert had fallen. A figure emerged from the chaos. He looked like he was in his 30s, with a resolute face and a natural overbearing and arrogant aura. His sharp eyes swept across the chaos. Then, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Millions of miles away, a figure was captured without any resistance. A Freedom Day Yuan realm expert with a 900,000 mile-long Dao path. The figure struggled with all its might, but to no avail. You're here to spy on me with such meager strength? Ha, die! With a clench of his hand, the Freedom Day Yuan realm expert was crushed to bits. He looked in the direction of the 9 zones and saw the ancient path connected to the Chaos Abyss. Great abyssal calamity! Prison Dao ancient god, just wait for me to come and claim your head. His overbearing figure then hid itself in the chaos. 580 Prison God Palace. By the time Chu Xian emerged from his cultivation, the 81-year milestone had arrived. You've remained in seclusion for 81 years. Your strength has improved greatly. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the chaotic energy of creation. In addition to the world origin energy, the reward for the 81-year milestone was a ball of the chaotic energy of creation, which was of higher quality and amount that Chu Xian possessed. As usual, Chu Xian infused the world origin energy into the heavenly Dao laws, stimulating another round of changes. Taking out the chaotic energy of creation, Chu Xian split it into 2 portions. Half of it was absorbed into his body. The other half was incorporated into the origin Dao ring's great Dao, which began to transform and derive more laws. Chu Yi and Chu Er even benefited directly. Soon, they would reach the 10,000 mile mark. After that, Chu Xian started cultivating again. In the chaos, the experts from the various races gathered. The great formation was about to be completed. The group of experts looked at the 9 zones from afar. The world was constantly expanding. Clearly, there were great opportunities within the 9 zones at this moment. Hong was also here. The matter of Yang breaking through and surpassing the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm limit was kept a secret. Apart from Yang, none of the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm experts from the various races had broken through. That meant that Yang alone had managed to surpass the limit and break his shackles. This was due to what he had comprehended in the 9 zones. "We can't wait any longer, Venerable," he said. The 9 regions clearly contained great opportunities. The opportunity for him to break through and become a world creator realm expert might lay in the 9 zones. The experts from all the races nodded. They began to discuss their next course of action. Beside the chaos abyss, Wu Jiang's figure appeared. He looked at the abyss with a serious expression, but did not enter rashly. There were powerful abyssal beings waiting for him inside. He had no idea where that mysterious senior was, and he had yet to contact him. Wu Jiang felt very helpless. Somewhere in the chaos, a cage-like palace was moving forward. On the plaque of the palace was written the word prison in gold lettering. Prison God Palace. In the chaos, Prison God Palace was an extremely powerful faction, and its backer was rumored to be the Prison Dao ancient god himself, which was why no one actively provoked this faction for fear of retribution from this petty ancient chaos god. As a result, the Prison God Palace became more arrogant and overbearing in their actions. At this moment, a few figures appeared in Prison God Palace. An expert whose face could not be seen clearly was sitting at the head of the table. His figure was ethereal, like an illusion. 17th has fallen. His voice was cold and emotionless. Prison Dao ancient gods' pawns were ranked by their number. Incidentally, the first pawn was mysterious and rarely seen. It was rumored that the first pawn was someone that Prison Dao ancient god had personally taken in as a subordinate. He was a trusted subordinate and was incredibly powerful. Other than first, the others were all once suppressed slaves or prisoners. Some of them were chosen by first and became the Prison Dao ancient gods' pawns. Some had performed outstandingly during their imprisonment or had been good at flattering, earning the appreciation of Prison Dao ancient god and earning their title as pawns. 17th had one of Prison Dao ancient god's older pawns, and had a Dao path that was 1.3 million miles long. However, despite his strength, he had died, and almost instantly too. It was as if he had been killed in one strike. This was very terrifying. What kind of strength was required to kill a world creator realm expert in one strike? The dignity of Prison Dao ancient god cannot be violated. Anyone who dares to kill his subordinates must die. An angry voice came from the palace. It had been many years since someone had killed one of Prison Dao ancient god's subordinates, and this was akin to smacking his face. Lord Prison Dao ancient god is furious. We must find the murderer and kill him, the illusory figure said coldly. 17th was recently in the vicinity of the Chaos Abyss. There is a person that the Lord Prison Dao ancient god hates that is currently being suppressed and tortured there. 581 The situation in the chaos. 17th was most likely killed by someone who wanted to save that person. 7th and 9th are nearby. You two should go and investigate. Kill the person who dared to offend the dignity of Lord Prison Dao ancient god. After the mission was assigned, the illusory figure continued, continue searching for Qin. We must find his tracks. The leader will deal with him personally. Yes. A figure flew out of the prison god palace and entered the chaos. Somewhere in the distance, a chaos mountain was floating about. A figure stood on the mountain. It was as if he had become one with the chaos mountain, as his body did not exude an ounce of aura. It was as if he was in an extreme state and could unleash an ultimate attack at any time. His eyes were emotionless as he silently watched the prison god palace from a distance. There was not just one prison god palace, but 3. Few people dared to provoke them. Reincarnation. The person murmured softly, almost inaudibly. In the depths of chaos, a terrifying black figure swept toward a small abyss. It opened its mouth and started to devour the abyss. In front of the black mist, a few figures were frantically trying to escape. They were all World Creator Realm experts. Boom! The abyss was devoured, leaving behind an empty space. The black figure gradually solidified and transformed into a giant that was 1,000,000 feet tall. It stretched its hand out. No matter what the World Creator Realm experts did, they were unable to escape, and were all caught. A terrifying power erupted, and black light blossomed, instantly annihilating them and their Deo paths. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked in the power of the shattered Deo paths. Burp. It burped, as if it had eaten its fill. Its aura grew a little stronger, and it turned into a terrifying black figure again, continuing to move forward in the chaos. The direction this figure was heading in was where the 9 zones were. A sage-like old man sat cross-legged on a lotus platform and floated in the chaos in the direction of the 9 zones. The divine and extraordinary existence in golden armor walked toward the 9 zones step by step. A figure that was burning with demonic flames and had an overbearing aura grabbed a living being that was passing by and casually crushed it. This figure was also heading toward the 9 zones. In the chaos abyss, the corpse suddenly trembled slightly. The martial intent gradually condensed with an unyielding will. Chu Xian was unaware of all of this, and was immersed in cultivation. His strength grew rapidly. When the 82-year milestone arrived, Chu Xian awakened from his cultivation to receive the system's rewards, which were the same as the previous year's rewards. He did exactly the same thing as he did then, except this time, the other portion of the chaotic energy of creation entered the reincarnation Great Deo principle instead of the origin Deo rings Great Deo. As the chaotic energy of creation was injected, the reincarnation cycle began to transform. Han Yu and Ji suddenly woke up from their cultivation, shocked. What kind of power was this? The reincarnation cycle could actually give birth to creation energy? This was a great opportunity. The two of them immediately began to comprehend it. Qi also sensed this, as he had also broken through to the Daiyuan realm. He had merged himself into the reincarnation cycle. As long as the reincarnation cycle existed, he would not die. After doing all that, Chu Xian continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed by in cultivation, and the changes in the 9 zones continued, giving birth to more Divine Realm and Deo Realm experts. Even some of the older experts experienced a period of rapid improvement. The overall strength of the 9 zones was rapidly increasing. In the heavenly domain, the Daiyuan realm experts spent most of their time in secluded cultivation. They had never experienced such rapid progress in their cultivation before. Hong Yuanchu had already reached the 1,000-mile mark, which was something that he had been dreaming of for a long time. Mo2's strength had also grown rapidly, and he was not much weaker than Hong Yuanchu. In the New World, the innate life forms were born as Emperor Realm cultivators. Although they knew nothing about cultivation, their instincts drove them to strengthen themselves. The battle on the ancient path intensified, and the cultivators of the 9 zones worked together to resist the attacks of the abyssal beings. Of course, a portion of the abyssal beings still managed to escape the net. However, because they targeted the stronger abyssal beings, only the weaker ones made it through. These would be dealt with by the various races in the 9 zones. The 83-year milestone was approaching, and Chu Xian felt that his cultivation had reached a critical point. He would welcome a transformation at any time and reach a higher level. His Deo path was already 9 million miles long. The words he had once bragged about had really come true. Chu Xian sighed. He should probably update his bragging. He awakened from his cultivation. If he wanted to complete the transformation and break through the critical point, he would need some time to consolidate his cultivation foundation. This would not take too long. A year's time was enough for him to break through. Looking at the 9 zones, he found that there were some new races. It turned out that some abyssal beings had successfully escaped the chaos abyss and become living beings of the 9 zones. This also enriched the diversity of living beings under the heavenly Dao laws, which was a good thing. What surprised him was, in the New World, the human race had appeared. There were not many of them, and they were relatively weak compared to the other innate life forms. However, in terms of intelligence, they surpassed the latter. Chu Xian decided to spread the cultivation method in the New World. With a single thought, a golden steel descended from the sky and landed in the territory of the human race. As the strange phenomenon descended, the humans immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and began to study the golden steel. They gradually entered a state of enlightenment, understood the words, and memorized the cultivation method. There was not just one golden steel. The human race had one. The other innate life forms also had one. There were also a few golden steels hidden in the other areas where no living beings had yet to set foot. The rise of the human race in the New World depended on whether these humans had enough talent. Chu Xian felt that the possibility was very high. One had to know that the human race was blessed by the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian did not favor the human race, but the heavenly Dao laws naturally blessed the human race as it had devoured a portion of the great Dao of the 9 zones, which also blessed the human race. Furthermore, the creator of the heavenly Dao laws was Chu Xian, a human. As the innate life forms in the New World would require time to develop, Chu Xian turned his attention elsewhere. He took out the Chaos Dao mirror to observe the battle on the ancient path. He Yu was about to reach the Daiyuan realm, and Ding Yu and the others were not too far behind. Perhaps Chu Xian would soon receive a pleasant surprise from the system. Outside the 9 zones, the Great Formation was undergoing its final inspection. Soon, they would activate it and try to enter the 9 zones. Chu Xian looked at the region of the chaos near the 9 zones and suddenly noticed someone hidden on a chaos mountain. It was silent and its aura was concealed. It was Pan Shan, whose injuries seemed to have mostly recovered. He was waiting for a chance. He had not given up yet. Once the Great Formation was activated, he would also try to sneak into the 9 zones. 582 Heiyu's Breakthrough, Part 1. Everyone was eyeing the 9 zones and waiting for an opportunity to enter. Tai, long time no see. Tai was too lazy to answer. This B***** came looking for him every few days. He could not rest and heal his wounds. Tai, what do you think of the 9 zones? Tai laughed. So you've been keeping an eye on the 9 zones. You don't have any opinion on the 9 zones. The 9 zones are the first world born from the chaos, after all, and they contain special opportunities. However, who can obtain the opportunities within? Don't forget that there used to be many experts in the 9 zones. Who among them obtained great fortune from the 9 zones? Can the opportunities of the 9 zones really help us when our strength has reached our level? Tai suddenly sighed and said, even if a great opportunity exists, no one can obtain it. Otherwise, why would the ancestors of immortal, celestial, and demon races, the 4 divine beasts, and the other experts of the 9 zones leave and escape into the chaos? Chu Xian listened silently and felt that it made sense. There was a limit to the opportunities of the 9 zones. It was not prepared for the strong, but for the living beings of the 9 zones with great potential and outstanding talent. For example, Ding Yu and the others. Some of those great opportunities were also useful to world creator experts, but they were ultimately limited. The chaos was boundless, so how could the opportunities in the 9 zones compare? In that case, why do you want to enter the 9 zones now? You really don't know? Tai asked in surprise. I'm just an idle person, how would I know? Chu Xian did not hide anything and directly replied. A great change is about to happen in the chaos. The 9 zones, as the first world, is where disasters are avoided and opportunities are gathered. Moreover, each race originally came from the 9 territories, and only by returning to the 9 territories can their races continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, there would eventually be a gap. Tai explained after a moment of silence. Chu Xian nodded. He was curious about what the great change in the chaos was. The constant changes in the 9 zones have already attracted the attention of various forces in the chaos. Many experts are probably rushing over. Some of the supreme experts of the 9 zones, especially from the 3 major races, will return, Tai continued. Chu Xian was startled. Were the 9 zones popular now? The Great Dao is rejecting them, so who can enter the 9 zones? Chu Xian was puzzled. The power of rejection of the Great Dao won't exist forever. The Great Dao was born from the chaos. A true Great Dao has its own laws and order. Because of an unknown change, the power of rejection appeared. However, it's not impossible to restore the Great Dao to its previous state. One just needs to remove the factor that caused the Great Dao to reject them, and the rejection will naturally disappear. Tai felt that Chu Xian was too lacking in knowledge. Although it takes time and effort to eliminate the power of rejection of the Great Dao, with so many powerful cultivators gathered together, it will eventually be done, unless the Great Dao has a master and is controlled by someone else. However, do you think that's possible? That is the number 1 Great Dao of the chaos. It belongs to the chaos. Who could control it? Even someone as powerful as the ancient chaos gods would not be on the same level as the Great Dao of the 9 zones. Tai chuckled and said with a hint of disdain, "You're too lacking in knowledge." Chu Xian laughed in his heart. The Great Dao of the 9 zones did not have a master? In the future, the Great Dao would not exist. Only the Heavenly Dao laws would. Furthermore, he was the master of the Heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian chuckled. You idiot! You're underestimating the power of rejection of the Great Dao. You're also overestimating those so-called experts. Tai was furious. Who are you calling an idiot? Are you Chu, but pretending not to be so that you can trick me? Chu Xian's expression was strange. Tai was so angry that he mistook him for Chu again. It was clear that Chu Li had called him idiot many times. You're really an idiot. I'm not Chu. You're the dumb one, Tai said angrily. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Just wait, I'll give you a treasure very soon to help you recover from your injuries. Chuckling, Chu Xian deactivated the mirror. The 9 zones were calm and peaceful, other than the ancient path. Chu Xian was not worried about the experts in the chaos entering the 9 zones. The majority of the Great Dao was under the control of the Heavenly Dao laws, so he could maintain the power of rejection. Without his permission, it was impossible to break through. The 83-year milestone was about to arrive, and He Yu was returning to the 9 zones. She was going to open her Dao path. You've remained in seclusion for 83 years, and your cultivation has improved rapidly. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the chaotic energy of creation. The reward for this milestone was the same as before, except that it was of a slightly higher level. Chu Xian received his reward, and repeated his usual actions. He Yu had returned. She had already reached the critical point and could step into the Daiyuan realm. However, she was ultimately different from ordinary cultivators, as her innate divine soul was formed by the laws of the chaos. 583 He Yu's Breakthrough, Part 2. Master, how should I open my Dao path? He Yu had returned to the courtyard. How do you want to open your Dao path? Chu Xian asked. He Yu remained silent for a moment and asked, I'm leaving the 9 zones for the chaos, so should I use the Heavenly Dao laws as the foundation or the Great Dao as the foundation? After reaching the Daiyuan realm, how do we head to the chaos without our Dao paths being restricted? There is no difference between using either as the foundation. For you, there are actually only 2 choices. 1. Open your Dao path in the 9 zones, and 2. Open your Dao path in the chaos, Chu Xian said meaningfully. He Yu was stunned. There was no difference between the Heavenly Dao laws and the Great Dao? Why was there no difference? She had some guesses in her heart. It was a little hard to believe. The Great Dao and the Heavenly Dao laws were fusing? Or was it the heavenly Dao laws devouring the great Dao? How does one open their Dao path in the chaos? He Yu asked. Dao paths opened in the chaos have no foundation. They are fragile and need a long time to stabilize, unless you have a supreme treasure to stabilize the foundation of your Dao path. Chu Xian thought for a moment. After all, He Yu was not an ordinary cultivator. Her innate divine soul was special. Opening her Dao path in the chaos might not necessarily have these drawbacks, just like the ancient chaos gods, who were born as Dayuan realm existences. The weakness of opening one's Dao path in the chaos might only be applicable to the races of the 9 zones and the ancient chaos world. You might be exempt from these drawbacks, but in the current chaotic situation, you should know the potential dangers, Chu Xian added. He Yu nodded silently. In fact, she already had an answer in her heart. Master, if I leave the 9 zones and enter the chaos after opening my Dao path using the heavenly Dao laws as the foundation, will my strength be weakened? The heavenly Dao laws are the heavenly Dao laws, and your Dao path is your Dao path. If your cultivation level is sufficient, it will have no effect on you, Chu Xian explained to He Yu. The heavenly Dao laws and the He Yu had a deep relationship, and her opening up her Dao path in the heavenly Dao laws had extraordinary meaning. Chu Xian explained how cultivation in the Dayuan realm worked, as well as his experience. Black Moon listened quietly. After Chu Xian finished his explanation, he waved his hand and a ball of chaotic energy of creation appeared. This was the chaotic energy of creation generated by his body, which was weaker than that generated by the system's reward. However, it was still a treasure, especially to those looking to open their Dao paths. This is the chaotic energy of creation, it can help you open your Dao path. Thank you, Master. He Yu was extremely excited. Her innate divine soul seemed to be attracted to the chaotic energy of creation. This was unprecedented. Not even supreme treasures could make it feel this way. After receiving the chaotic energy of creation and absorbing it into her body, He Yu thanked her and left. 3 days later, a figure appeared amidst the heavenly Dao laws. It was He Yu. Thanks to the nourishment of the chaotic energy of creation, she had undergone some transformations. Boom! A Dao path extended from the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian looked on silently. With He Yu's talent and the help of his chaotic energy of creation, it should be possible for her to extend her path by a few hundred miles from the get-go, though 1,000 miles might be too much to hope for. It was likely the restrictions of the ancient path would ease after this, allowing certain Dayuan realm existences to enter. This would increase the pressure on the 9 zones. However, this might also not be the case. Dayuan realm abyssal beings had clearer minds and were not as blindly crazy as Dao realm abyssal beings. If they discovered that He Yu could help them escape the abyss, they might not continue to fight. Of course, once this happened, the likelihood of prison Dao ancient god coming over to seek him out would increase. Chu Xian then turned his attention to the 9 zones. There were a few 36th level Dao realm cultivators who had touched the threshold of the Dayuan realm. Thus, they had returned to the 9 zones to consolidate their foundation and wait for an opportunity to break through. Thanks to the changes in the 9 zones, it had become much easier to cultivate. Back then, it would have taken 10,000 years of secluded cultivation to reach the Dayuan realm from the peak of the Dao realm. However, this had now been reduced to a year, or even 10 years, which was simply unbelievable. If Hong Yuan Chuo and the other Dayuan realm experts in the heavenly domain knew about this, they would probably lament that they were born at the wrong time. After He Yu opened her Dao path, the ancient path began to change. Her innate divine soul also underwent another transformation, and the heavenly Dao laws expanded rapidly, devouring 60% of the great Dao of the 9 zones. Her breakthrough lasted 8 months, and her Dao path was 700 miles long when it was done. Her starting point had already far surpassed countless Dayuan realm cultivators. Furthermore, because she was unique, it would not take long for her to consolidate her cultivation foundation before continuing to extend her Dao path, She would probably not encounter any difficulties until the 10,000 mile mark. Boom! After that, in the 9 zones, someone else reached the Daeyuan realm under the heavenly Dao laws. This was Chu Xian's intention. Soon, there would be more and more of them, and they would all contribute to the growth of the heavenly Dao laws. Furthermore, under the heavenly Dao laws, they would not be bound by the same restrictions as the great Dao. They would not need to sever the source of their Dao path, or undergo 9 great Dao calamities in order to surpass the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm. In the heavenly domain, Hong Yuancho opened his eyes. Someone was opening the Dao path in the 9 zones. Furthermore, it was not just one person. Was it because of the great abyssal calamity? Heiyu's body moved and she reappeared in the heavenly domain. Hong Yuanchu, Ruoxian, Kun He, and the other human Daeyuan realm cultivators appeared. "Greetings, seniors," Heiyu said, bowing. Good, the human race has another new Daeyuan realm expert." Hong Yuanchu was overjoyed. "You must be Ancestor Hong, right?" Heiyu looked at him. The ancestor was one of the experts who had led the human race to rise up. "Since you've already reached the Daeyuan realm, it's not appropriate to call me Ancestor Hong. You can just call me Daist Brother Hong or Senior Brother Hong," Hong Yuanchu chuckled. Then, the human race Daeyuan realm experts introduced themselves. They were all very shocked. Heiyu had just entered the Daeyuan realm, but her cultivation foundation was extremely stable, and she was much stronger than when they had first reached the Daeyuan realm. If it were not for their great progress in recent years, their strength might not even be as good as Heiyu's current strength. Was this the fortune of the 9 zones? Mo2 appeared. He was wearing a monk's robe and had a kind look. He put his hands together. Very good, very good. Benefactor Heiyat, you should pay your respects. I am Arhat Mo2 of the Buddhist sect." Hong Yuancho and Ruoxian looked awkward when they saw Mo2's expression. Their old nemesis from back then, the arrogant and overbearing old demon, had suddenly become like this. No matter how they looked at it, it felt awkward. Heiyu's face remained emotionless the entire time. She nodded slightly and said, "Greetings, Arhat Mo2. The other races also came to meet her and introduced themselves. There were not too many Daeyuan realm cultivations in the 9 zones, so it was necessary for them to get to know each other. Heiyu also established her own residence in the heavenly domain. Moon Palace. 584 consequences. Soon, the system's reward arrived. Your disciple Heiyu, under your guidance, has broken through to the Daeyuan realm. You have been rewarded with a new Dao principle and a 100,000 mile Dao path extension. Chu Xian's current cultivation was no longer just about extending his Dao path. Instead, he would derive new Dao principles and connect them to the 3,000 chaos bodies, connecting them until they formed a whole. A new Dao principle emerged from a mass of chaotic energy and connected with his Dao path. Even though it was only a 100,000 mile extension, Chu Xian's strength still increased. After establishing her residence, Heiyu did not stay in the heavenly domain. Instead, she went over to the gate of the ancient path and stood in front of it. She was not restricted by the ancient path. For some reason, she had the urge to release the abyssal beings, and it was something that came from her innate divine soul. "My lord." Heiyu looked at the 236th level Dao realm abyssal beings. One of them was especially special. "Let's go to the 9 zones and open your Dao paths." "Yes, my lord." The 2 abyssal beings were extremely excited as they stepped into the 9 zones. They were going to their Dao paths in the 9 zones. They had completely escaped from the chaos abyss. Chu Xian looked at the abyssal beings. They were rather special, and their Dao paths would provide a reference for the heavenly Dao laws to derive new laws. Heiyu looked at the rest of the abyssal beings and said, "Continue to kill the enemies and stop them from entering the 9 zones." "Yes, my lord." There were countless abyssal beings, and Yu could not save them all. Those who were saved by her were those with great potential and talent. Or rather, they were special abyssal beings. To these abyssal beings, Yu was like a parent, giving them a new life. Killing the abyssal beings was also a form of release. It was also a way to strengthen one's life imprint and obtain the fate of the great Dao. To the abyssal beings, death was a form of release, and freedom from the endless torture. Yu looked at the ancient path silently. Although she could not see the end of it, she knew that Dayuan realm abyssal beings would now be able to enter the ancient path, and would appear soon enough. By subduing Dayuan realm abyssal beings, she would be able to quickly build a powerful force. Why did she save the abyssal beings? Yu did not quite understand either, but it seemed to be a desire ingrained within her. Would there be any consequences? Yu was a little absent-minded, wondering if she had been too rash in doing so. She had just broken through to the Dayuan realm, and was not very strong. What if there was something behind the chaos abyss? Master, if I were to release the abyssal beings, what would happen? Yu muttered. What would the consequences be? Chu Xian sighed in his heart. He finally understood why Yu wanted to release the abyssal beings. It was because her innate divine soul had once been damaged by a chaos abyss, which resulted in it being split into two portions. It seemed that her innate divine soul still remembered that incident. Even if he stopped Yu this time, she would still be unable to resist doing so when she became stronger. As her master, he could only support his disciple. In any case, he had to maintain his image in front of her. Consequences only matter to the weak, Chu Xian said calmly. Once you're strong, all consequences are trivial. You can do whatever you want. With me around, those consequences are not worth mentioning. Yu understood, and her confidence grew. The release of the abyssal beings would certainly trigger a series of events. However, since her master could deal with the consequences, she would do as she wished. Yu's entire body relaxed. Thank you, master. Chu Xian sighed. It was too difficult being a master. In order to maintain his powerful and invincible image, he could only encourage his disciples to cause trouble. Prison Dao ancient god was very powerful, so he had to work to increase his strength before the former attacked. Therefore, Chu Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 85-year milestone was about to arrive. The great abyssal calamity was getting more and more intense, and there were already Dayuan realm living beings that had entered the ancient path. For now, only those whose Dao paths were 1,000 miles long or less could enter the ancient path. The Dayuan realm abyssal beings were all dealt with by Yu, and became her subordinates. One of the peak-level Dao realm experts of the 9 zones also finally broke through. However, his strength was far inferior to Yu's. Ding Yu and Chu Xian's other disciples also started to break through to the Dayuan realm. 585 Chaos Weapon Furnace. Chu Xian also gave each of his disciples a ball of chaotic energy of creation. When they broke through, all of their Dao paths exceeded 500 miles. After each one reached the Dayuan realm, the system rewarded Chu Xian with a 100,000-mile Dao path extension. Chu Xian was finally touching the 10 million mile mark, but he was still weaker than Prison Dao ancient god, who he estimated had a 30 million mile long Dao path. Furthermore, Prison Dao ancient god was obviously not the strongest ancient chaos god, and one could still transcend the chaos after that, or peak-level existences like the Lord of Chaos. Who knew how many experts like the Lord of Chaos there were in the entire chaos? The next benchmark would be the Supreme Chaos Realm, which was the 100-million mile mark, and then transcend the chaos after. Given this, Chu Xian has only just stepped into the lower ranks of the top echelons of the chaos. He still had to work hard, and at least reach the Chaos Supreme Realm to be on the safe side. Chu Xian looked up. After his breakthrough, he could see the ancient chaos world without the help of the Chaos Dao mirror. The experts of the various races were cautiously inspecting and testing the various sections of the Great Formation, afraid of a careless mistake causing it to fail. He then turned his gaze to the ancient path, where Ding Yu and the other disciples were still fighting. This time, their opponents were Daeyuan realm abyssal beings. Fortunately, there were not many of them, and a significant portion of the stronger ones had been converted by He Yu. Kingslayer had already reached the 36th level of the Dao realm, and so had Chu Pingfen. Both were ready to break through to the Daeyuan realm. Among Chu Xian's personal disciples, only Qianming had yet to reach the Daeyuan realm. Feng Kong's strength grew rapidly. He had already reached the 30th level of the Dao realm. Xu Yang, Hong Yuanchu's best friend, had already reached the 36th level of the Dao realm and had returned to the 9 zones to seek an opportunity to break through to the Daeyuan realm. Hong Yuanchu should have prepared some treasures for this good friend of his. Luo Xinbei's strength had also grown rapidly, and he was now at the 36th level of the Dao realm. He had fought with Kingslayer, and using the power of the human king technique suppressed the latter. Even Kingslayer's extreme Dao was unable to break through. Luo Xinbei should be the descendant of the 6th ancestor Luo, who was likely a world creator realm expert. Luo's human king technique was extremely special. If he could unify the power of the human race, it was likely that he could burst out with even greater strength. Furthermore, its ability to heal wounds and restore life force was extraordinary. In a large-scale war, it gave the human race a very strong advantage. Chu Xian looked at the region of the chaos around the 9 zones for a while, but found nothing interesting. However, one of the special existences in the 9 zones did attract his attention. It was a corpse-like creature that was sleeping in a small spatial realm in the heavenly domain. Chu Xian was very curious. Which human was this? Which of the 10 ancestors of the human race had left an incarnation in the 9 zones? Furthermore, he had hidden himself so deeply. The incarnation seemed to only be a 9 extreme Daeyuan realm cultivator, but that was because it was dormant. Once it awakened, it was likely that its strength would rank among the stronger Freedom Daeyuan realm experts. Was it Chu? The first person Chu Xian thought of was the first ancestor of the human race, the sinister and cunning guy that Tai had mentioned. Such schemes did match his personality. Was he waiting for an opportunity? Chu Xian did not disturb this person. No matter what kind of scheme or plot there was in the 9 zones, it would be useless if he did not allow it. Other than this corpse-like incarnation, there was another thing that caught Chu Xian's attention. It was a huge head, which was also a powerful existence, but severely injured. Now, only its head and divine soul were left. It was a powerful chaotic being, or even an ancient chaos god. Chu Xian suspected that this existence was once an ancient chaos god. After suffering heavy injuries, it hid in the 9 zones and waited for an opportunity to recover. Its divine soul already contained a strong aura of the 9 zones, so it was likely that it was waiting for the right opportunity. Chu Xian shook his head. He would let it continue sleeping for now. The 85-year milestone was about to arrive. Qianming had finally started to break through to the Daeyuan realm. You have remained in seclusion for 85 years. Your cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, as did the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Your actions have subtly affected the chaos. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the chaos weapon furnace. The 85-year milestone reward no longer included the chaotic energy of creation. Instead, there was a chaos weapon furnace. Chu Xian examined it curiously. The chaos weapon furnace is formed by the laws of the chaos. It can create weapons that contain the laws of the chaos and can create one every 10,000 years. You can also put in materials to speed up the process. Chu Xian was quite satisfied after reading the information. 10,000 years was too long, but he could add in materials to speed up the process. Furthermore, weapons that contained the laws of the chaos were considered true treasures in the entire chaos. Even world creator realm experts coveted these. It was time to give his disciples better equipment. Although they had each obtained an opportunity and had extraordinary supreme treasures, these treasures were not weapons. In any case, Chu Xian did not lack materials. He placed the furnace into the pocket dimension and casually threw in a few materials to test it out. 586 Entering the Heavenly Dao, Part 1. After putting in the materials, Chu Xian turned his attention elsewhere as he waited for the furnace to do its thing. He looked at the power of calamity. It had already condensed into a giant egg. The Lord of Chaos was about to be born. Chu Xian was looking forward to the birth of this little disciple. After devouring so much, and benefiting from Chu Xian's painstaking efforts to improve the 9 zones, this little disciple should be aware of his existence, right? The birth of the Lord of Chaos would probably cause some changes. Would the great abyssal calamity end? It would probably attract the attention of even more experts. Chu Xian prepared to contact Huang Long. It was time to implement a long-planned plan. Now, the heavenly Dao laws had devoured 7/10 of the great Dao, it was time. Chu Xian pondered for a moment. For safety's sake, he took out the Chaos Dao mirror and began to scan the region of the chaos surrounding the 9 zones. This was to see if there were any experts on his level hiding in the chaos. Fortunately, he did not find any. Chu Xian then contacted Huang Long. Fellow Daoist Huang Long, do you want to leave the Great Dao and obtain freedom? Fellow Daoist Chu, do you have any solutions regarding this? Huang Long asked joyfully. There have been some changes in the Great Dao. You should have sensed it, right? Chu Xian asked with a smile. As a creature of the Great Dao, Huang Long could naturally sense the changes in the Great Dao. However, neither he nor Yi Yuejun had not investigated it, hoping that something would happen that would allow them to leave the Great Dao. I sensed it, Huang Long nodded. Daoist Chu, could it be that the opportunity to escape the Great Dao is related to these changes? Yes. Chu Xian nodded. Daoist Huang Long, now that the heavenly Dao laws have been created, they have assimilated more than half of the Great Dao. In the future, the heavenly Dao laws will replace the Great Dao. The heavenly Dao laws. Huang Long was puzzled. You can think of it as another Great Dao, Chu Xian explained. Huang Long nodded silently. The heavenly Dao laws should be related to Daoist Chu. None of this was important. As long as he could be free, he was not bothered about the Great Dao or the heavenly Dao laws. What do I have to do to break away from the Great Dao? It's very simple. Fellow Daoist Huang Long only needs to enter the heavenly Dao and become a creature of the heavenly Dao. Then, you'll be able to leave the Great Dao. This was Chu Xian's plan. Huang Long was a creature of the Great Dao. If he left the Great Dao and became a creature of the heavenly Dao, it would weaken the fate of the Great Dao and strengthen the fate of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao laws would then use this opportunity to quickly infiltrate the Great Dao and fuse with the laws of time that was related to Huang Long. If I become a creature of the heavenly Dao, won't I be trapped within the heavenly Dao instead? Of course not. The heavenly Dao doesn't restrict living beings. Really? Naturally, after fellow Daoist Huang Long transforms into a creature of the heavenly Dao, your powers will not be affected. In fact, you'll become even stronger. All right, Huang Long muttered, but how do I become a creature of the heavenly Dao? It's simple. Chu Xian sent a talisman over. I'm going to transform you into a creature of the heavenly Dao right now. Under Chu Xian's guidance, Huang Long quickly arrived at the intersection between the heavenly Dao and the Great Dao. After absorbing the talisman, Huang Long let out a roar and his huge dragon body appeared. Time flowed along his body. Chu Xian raised his head. Huang Long had returned to his original form and was at his peak. His strength was also on display, which was comparable to an expert who had a million-mile-long Dao path. Boom! Huang Long plunged into the heavenly Dao. One could see the heavenly Dao laws travel across his body, slowly incorporating the laws of time. There was some turbulence in the Great Dao, but only for a brief moment. There were also some changes in the 9 zones. Time briefly froze, but then continued again. Those who cultivated secret techniques related to time suddenly realized that their comprehension of time had increased greatly. Some of the profound mysteries that were difficult to understand were all comprehended at this moment. A few hidden existences opened their eyes. All of them were dumbfounded. How could there be another change in the 9 zones after only a few years? Time had changed? It was getting more and more confusing. It was also because of this that it was even more obvious that the great change that was about to happen was a great opportunity, an excellent opportunity for recovery. In the heavenly domain, the corpse-like incarnation opened his eyes again. Something was not quite right. What was going on? 587 Entering the Heavenly Dao, Part 2. He then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. It was the same for the giant head. It was really strange. They felt that the time had not yet come. In the chaos, the experts of the various races stood in front of the formation and looked at the 9 zones in confusion. They were not ready. Yet another change had happened in the 9 zones. The laws of time appeared. It should be known that the calculation of time in the chaos was based on the 9 zones, so the change in time in the 9 zones not only affected the 9 zones but also the laws of time of the entire chaos. Why did time change? Even Venerable He, who was considered an ancient existence, was dumbfounded. He had never seen something like this happen before. Could it be that an expert was using some sort of secret time technique, causing this phenomenon to appear? However, thinking about it again, this was not possible. There probably was not a single expert in the entire chaos who could cause such a phenomenon, much less the 9 zones. The laws of time were among the most difficult to comprehend. As such, it was very likely that this phenomenon was related to the great Dao of the 9 zones. They could not wait much longer, and had to go all out. It seemed that changes would continue to appear if they waited. The changes also attracted the attention of Hong Yuan Chuo and the other De Yuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones. However, at their level, they had no idea what had happened. Only Hong Yuan Chuo, Mo2, and the stronger De Yuan realm cultivators could vaguely sense that it seemed to be related to the laws of time. The first thing they thought of was Huanglong. Was Daoist Huanglong using the laws of time? In any case, this was beyond their scope of understanding, so they decided to focus on cultivating. After all, the 9 zones were still very safe. Everything was within Chu Xian's expectations. Everything was within his control. As Huanglong transformed into a creature of the heavenly Dao, the rate at which the heavenly Dao laws devoured the great Dao increased. In a short time, it had increased from 70% to 80%. Yi Yuejun was also moved by this. In fact, he desired freedom even more than Huanglong, and often explored the boundaries of the Great Dao to try and find a way to escape the Great Dao. Chu Xian also sent a talisman to Yi Yuejun. Just as the time phenomenon subsided, darkness appeared. In the chaos, the experts of the various races were once again dumbfounded. In the 9 zones, darkness appeared. It was as if a ball of ink was tainting the world. What had happened in the 9 zones? The experts of the various races immediately contacted Hong and asked Yang to descend into the 9 zones again with his wisp of consciousness to investigate the situation. They did not even hesitate to make many promises. However, they soon discovered that Yang's wisp of consciousness was unable to descend upon the 9 zones. It was rejected. There had to have been some changes in the 9 zones. Some amazing opportunity must have surfaced. The experts of the various races were burning with excitement. They sped up the inspection of the formation again. They had to enter the 9 zones as soon as possible. The longer they delayed, the more likely they were to miss a great opportunity. Although Gui Ran did not have such a strong desire to break away from the Great Dao, he did not want to be stuck here either. Sleeping in a different environment sounded like a wonderful thing too. Naturally, Chu Xian gave him a talisman too. Boom! Gui Ran also began to transform into a creature of the heavenly Dao. At this moment, the entire 9 zones seemed to be weighed down by something, like it was covered by a giant shell. In the chaos, the experts of the various races were already numb. They could only watch helplessly. It would take some time for Huanglong and the other two to completely transform into creatures of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly spirit cat and the sky-shaking golden rock ran up and looked at the three of them. The spirit-devouring flower was here as well. The plan was very successful. After accelerating the expansion of the heavenly Dao laws once again, Chu Xian continued to cultivate. He was still not strong enough, and wanted to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm as soon as possible. Time always passed especially fast when one was cultivating. In the blink of an eye, the 88-year milestone was about to arrive. Chu Pingfen and Su Xianer had both reached the Daiyuan realm, while Feng Kong was on the verge of doing so. As had Luo Xinbei, King Slayer, and Xu Yang. After Xu Yang reached the Daiyuan realm, he ran over to find Mo2. In the end, he was dumbfounded. Mo2, this guy, had actually changed. He even congratulated him. Congratulations, benefactor Xu Yang, for reaching the Daiyuan realm. He put his hands together and had a kind look. Xu Yang was left speechless. The great abyssal calamity was still ongoing. Heiyu's Daopath had already reached the 1,000-mile mark, and she had subdued more than 20 Daiyuan realm abyssal beings. Demon Buddha had also converted several Daiyuan realm abyssal beings. Ding Yu and the others also now had Daopaths that exceeded 1,000 miles long. They left the other cultivators in the dust. The 9 zones entered a period of explosive strength. Daiyuan realm cultivators appeared one after another. Hong Yuanchu had also broken through to the 10,000 mile mark not long ago. The first extreme Daiyuan realm. Chu Xian was lying on the chair, leisurely drinking the tea Su Xianer had made for him. He was teaching Chu Yun about the Daiyuan realm, as she too was ready to break through to the Daiyuan realm. The heavenly Dao laws had already devoured 90% of the great Dao of the 9 zones, but the rate of progress had slowed down, as it was now touching upon the core laws of the great Dao. The new world had given birth to a new batch of innate life forms. The humans in the new world were studying the golden steel and had comprehended the cultivation technique contained within it. However, they were naturally weaker than other powerful races. Even if they had comprehended a cultivation technique, they were still a fair distance from being considered a strong race, much less an overlord race. However, they were good at hiding and keeping a low profile, quietly developing. They would sit and watch the other powerful races fight. Chu Xian sighed. Their intelligence and comprehension far exceeded other races. The only weakness was that they were naturally weak. However, they had great potential for growth. Chu Xian did not interfere with the situation in the new world and just silently watched. In the chaos, a beam of light descended upon the 9 zones. Boom! The light dispersed and entered the heavenly Dao laws, disappearing without a trace. This was not the first time. Since last year, the experts of the various races in the chaos would use the Great Formation from time to time, trying to open a gap in the Great Dao's power of rejection so that they could enter the 9 zones. However, they failed every time. The pleasant surprise was that the formation did not collapse due to the failures. This gave all of the races hope. It was precisely because of this that the formation would be used every few days. We should be close to success, Venerable, he said excitedly. The other experts were all very excited. This time, when the formation's power entered the 9 zones, the power of rejection had clearly weakened. Furthermore, the power of the formation had been absorbed by the great Dao of the 9 zones. What did this mean? It meant that the great Dao had begun to accept the power of the formation. As time passed, they would definitely be able to enter the 9 zones with the help of the great formation. Seeing hope, they became more and more enthusiastic. In order to speed up the formation's recharging process, they even sent experts to find various treasures, believing that it would all be worth it. 588 Feeling guilty. Chu Xian was amused by this group of people, but he also felt somewhat guilty for teasing these people and getting their hopes up. However, the foundations of these various races were truly very deep. How many treasures had they contributed to increase the power of the Great Formation? The heavenly Dao laws had absorbed quite a bit of the formation's power, and each time they used it, it nourished the heavenly Dao laws even more. Seeing their hopeful smiles, he could not bear to dash their dreams. After all, this great formation was the culmination of their blood, sweat, and tears. Furthermore, the various races had united and cooperated, which was almost unheard of. Chu Xian sighed. I'm really too kind. For the sake of the continued unity and friendship of the various races, he could only continue to give them hope. Chu Xian would not admit that he was deceiving them. He looked at the various races as they began to use treasures to recharge the Great Formation. These races truly had deep pockets, accumulated over the many eras that had passed. It looked like the heavenly Dao laws were going to have a good meal again. Since these races had contributed to the growth of the heavenly Dao laws, Chu Xian decided that after the heavenly Dao laws completely devoured the great Dao, he would let some of them in. That being said, he would only let the ones who were not strong enough to rock the boat in. The Dao realm would be the upper limit for now. The return of the various races to the 9 zones would also increase the diversity of the world and contribute to their growth. As for the 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts, severing the source of their Dao paths, reaching the freedom Dayuan realm, this would not be allowed for the time being. In the chaos, the various races continued to infuse the Great Formation with treasures. All of them were extremely excited. The changes in the 9 zones told them that great opportunities and fortunes were waiting for them. In front of the chaos abyss, Wu Jiang appeared once again, staring intently at the entrance, but ultimately not entering. There were many powerful creatures in the chaos abyss. With his current strength, he was definitely capable of fighting them. However, this was not the case when it came to the creator of this chaos abyss, Prison Dao Ancient God. Suddenly, Wu Jiang discovered that his Dao path was showing signs of resonance. He was stunned. His martial intent fluctuated. What was this? Master was recovering? Wu Jiang was overjoyed. Immediately, he sent his wisp of consciousness deep into the chaos abyss, following the martial intent fluctuation. He concealed his wisp of consciousness as best he could to try not to attract the attention of the powerful creatures in the chaos abyss. At a certain moment, his wisp of consciousness came into contact with something, which seemed to become entangled with his wisp of consciousness. Wu Jiang immediately understood and instantly retracted his wisp of consciousness. When it returned, a ring-shaped object manifested itself. Shua! Wu Jiang reached out to catch it. It was as black as ink, and there was martial intent circulating around it. There were faint patterns on it as well. The moment he received the ring, Wu Jiang received a revelation from it, which was to send it into the 9 zones, so that it would have a chance to recover. In the past, it would not have been difficult to send the ring into the 9 zones. However, the power of rejection was now present, and Wu Jiang could not guarantee that the ring would be able to pass through it. The ring was condensed from the remnants of Wu's martial intent and contained the foundation of his Dao path. It was the key to his recovery. After entering the 9 zones, he could use the nourishment of the great Dao of the 9 zones to slowly recover. Then, suddenly, Wu Jiang's expression changed, and he quickly fled. Shua! A streak of light shot over from the distance. If you get any closer to the abyss, prepare to die. A cold voice echoed from afar. Wu Jiang fled in a panic. A supreme expert. In the distance, 2 figures were heading toward the chaos abyss. Prison Dao Ancient Gods pawns. It was 9th and 11th, who were here to investigate the death of 17th. Originally, it was 7th and 9th who were tasked to investigate this matter, but 7th was then given another temporary mission, so 11th, who was nearby, joined in instead. After forcing Wu Jiang to flee, the 2 of them continued forward. Were it not for the fact that they were still rather far away from the chaos abyss, they would not have allowed him to leave unscathed. They traveled through the chaos rapidly, and after some time, they reached the chaos abyss. 589 Tai the Scapegoat. Suddenly, 11th looked in the direction of the ancient chaos world. Is that where the ancient chaos world is? It seems that there are some treasures over there. Why don't we go around and investigate if 17th's death is related to the ancient chaos world? We can teach them the might of our prison god palace as well. 9th nodded. They were both world creator realm experts whose deopaths had exceeded the million-mile mark. Furthermore, with prison deo ancient god as their backing, there was no need to take the ancient chaos world seriously. In any case, the ancient chaos world was not considered a supreme power in the chaos. Rather, there were some experts that came from the ancient chaos world, which made it rather famous. The two pawns headed toward the ancient chaos world. At this moment, the various races in the ancient chaos world were blissfully unaware of these two experts, and were simply doing their best to try and recharge the Great Formation as soon as possible. Chu Xian was observing the Lord of Chaos, which was now in the form of an egg condensed by the power of calamity. A cracking sound could be heard, and it seemed like it would hatch at any time. The place where the power of calamity was located was the core of the Great Dao, and was also one of the few locations that the heavenly Dao laws had yet to take control of. The birth of the Lord of Chaos was bound to cause some changes. The power of rejection existed because of the Lord of Chaos, so it was likely that it would gradually weaken and eventually disappear after its birth. However, it was the heavenly Dao laws that were in control now, so Chu Xian could maintain the power of rejection. Suddenly, Chu Xian raised his head and looked into the chaos. The two world creator realm experts from the prison god palace were approaching quickly. Their target was the great formation of the various races. The immortals, celestials, demons, dragons, phoenixes, and the other races of the chaos all had world creator realm experts. However, they were all relatively weak in comparison to these two. One had a 5 million mile long Dao path, while the other had a 4 million mile long Dao path. Such strength was sufficient to sweep across the current ancient chaos world. Furthermore, it was obvious that these two were not heading to the ancient chaos world with good intentions. The formation that the various races had set up together had consumed many treasures. It was extremely important to the various races. Furthermore, Chu Xian still wanted to continue to fleece them and use the great formation to nourish the heavenly Dao laws. How could he allow others to interfere? Should he directly attack and kill them? However, attacking openly would expose the fact that there was a hidden expert in this region of the chaos, and potentially in the 9 zones. This did not fit in with Chu Xian's agenda. If such news was spread, all sorts of experts would flock to the 9 zones, and it would be easy for the situation to go out of control. He could not take action personally. Chu Xian looked at Tai. Tai had been hiding for so long. It was time for him to show himself. In any case, if Tai was insufficient as a deterring force, Chu Xian was confident that the immortal, celestial and demon races had strong enough ancestors to deal with such threats. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and contacted Tai. Tai, I've already prepared the treasure. I'll give it to you later. Tai was stunned. Was this person really going to give him a treasure to heal his injuries? One had to know that his injuries were not ordinary, and ordinary treasures were completely ineffective. Otherwise, he would not have had to hibernate for such a long time to recover. Really? Naturally. You don't have to worry about it. Just wait to receive it, Chu Xian said with certainty. Then, I'll have to thank Brother Daoist. Tai chuckled. Calling Chu Xian by that other title of his was ridiculous, so he would have to settle for Brother Daoist. You're too polite. It's just a small treasure, Chu Xian said with a smile. A pearl appeared in his hand, and a ball of chaotic energy of creation was infused into it. It also contained a fist attack, which would be enough to kill those two. When it was activated, people would definitely think that Tai had made a move. The giant race was also involved in the Great Formation. However, they were not one of the main contributors and did not put in much effort. Even so, Tai had enough reason to attack when an enemy came to snatch the treasures used to recharge and form the formation. Chu Xian did not want the Great Formation to be destroyed, and neither did the various races. Furthermore, it was not just the giant race. The immortal, celestial, demon and other powerful races would not sit by and do nothing. When they joined hands, it was likely that they would inform their own backers and ancestors to safeguard the Great Formation. Chu Xian also observed the two experts while talking to Tai. I'm afraid that the power of the treasure is a little strong. You have to take care not to damage it, or its power might be too much for you to bear. It's fine. I'm not weak. I'll definitely be able to stabilize it. Tai was not bothered by this. Even though he was injured, he was still extremely powerful. It's good that you are confident, after all, you're really too far away, so I can't help to control the power of this treasure. Chu Xian was mentally priming Tai for what would soon transpire. The treasure would go out of control and kill someone, 2 people specifically. He did not want Tai to think that it was Chu Xian's fault or scheme. It would be an accident. I'll say this in advance, if you damage it, don't come looking for me for compensation. Brother Daoist must be joking. Do I look like such a person? Of course, he did not completely believe Chu Xian's words. He still had to take the necessary precautions. What if the other party was passing on a treasure to him in name? What if it was actually something that would harm him? Although Tai was naturally unafraid, and confident in his own strength, he was still injured. However, he could still temporarily unleash his peak strength in times of crisis, so he felt that he would be able to deal with any unexpected situations. Chu Xian laughed in his heart. Gifts naturally had to be paid for. In the chaos, 9th and 11th were approaching the ancient chaos world when they discovered the Great Formation. Something that contained so many supreme treasures naturally attracted their attention. Even the prison god palace did not have so many treasures. That formation was extraordinary. Moreover, it seemed to be set up for the 9 zones. The 2 of them did not care much about the 9 zones. After all, at their level of strength, they did not think that there were any treasures they needed in the 9 zones. Moreover, they were solitary experts and not affiliated to their races, so they did not need to consider strengthening their respective races. The 2 of them set their eyes on the Great Formation right away. They had to have it. They were pleasantly surprised that this formation was not a killing formation and could not target them. They immediately charged toward the formation. As for offending the various races of the ancient chaos world, they did not care. If worse came to worst, they could just hide in the prison god palace and wait for prison Dao ancient god to resolve the matter. The prison god palace will be taking this formation. Get lost. An overbearing voice rang out. 599th and 11th. Venerable, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His expression changed. His figure flickered and he immediately escaped. How many years had it been since he had felt such a strong sense of danger? His acute senses toward danger were the reason why he had survived to this day. He had even used his senses to avoid the great Dao calamity. Some of the celestial race experts saw him move, and immediately followed suit. The experts from the other races were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the formation was about to explode? That did not make sense. All of their checks and experiments had concluded that it was safe to operate. At this moment, an overbearing voice was heard. 2 figures approached each other quickly and approached the formation. Mo-zun was furious. Impudent. Boom. His Dao path appeared, and he threw a punch. In the distance, when Venerable he saw this, he could not help but take a deep breath. This demon brat was seeking his own death. No wonder he sensed that Mo-zun did not have long to live. He was going to be killed. Both Divine Lord Du and Kun Zhen's expressions changed. The two of them were not as reckless and overbearing as Mo Zun. Boom! 11th's eyes were cold. How dare you attack a subordinate of the prison Dao ancient god? You must die! Shua! A cold light flashed. Mo Zun's Dao path crumbled, and his physical body began to disintegrate. I'm Mo Zun of the demon race. You dare to kill me? Mo Zun was shocked and furious. Humph! 11th snorted coldly and showed no mercy. Mo Zun was dead. All of the experts present turned pale with fear. One of the strongest cultivators among the Freedom Day Yuan realm experts had been killed just like that. This unknown person had to be a world creator realm expert. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Prison Dao ancient god? Their expressions changed. Their target was the Great Formation, which was the blood, sweat, and tears of every race. It was also at this moment, in the ancient chaos world, several powerful auras flared up. The immortal, celestial, and demon race experts, the three world creator realm experts, had all appeared. The eyes of the demon race world creator realm expert were extremely cold. A subordinate of Prison Dao ancient god? Very well, Prison God Palace, you will pay the price for killing a member of the demon race. I'd like to see how the Prison Dao ancient god compares to my ancestor. Prison Dao ancient god reigns supreme, 11th said proudly, your ancestor is a piece of trash in comparison. You too want to offend our races. This formation now belongs to the Prison God Palace. If you're not happy, then fight us, 9th said coldly. The Prison God Palace was as overbearing as ever. They did not even care about powerful races like immortal, celestial and demon races. Normally, this would be where others would back down. After all, the Prison God Palace and Prison Dao ancient god were infamous in the chaos for not having a bottom line and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, the formation was the blood, sweat, and tears of every race. They had sacrificed too much. Moreover, the 9 zones contained a great fortune. How could they give up? A fight was inevitable. Boom! Various Dao paths emerged, and the world creator realm experts from the immortals, celestials, demons, dragons, phoenixes, and races of the ancient chaos world, a total of 9 experts, surrounded 9th and 11th. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. After a short exchange of blows, blood was instantly shed by those 7 world creator experts. They kept retreating. Do the two of you have to offend all of the races in the ancient chaos world? Do you think we have no other experts? These 2 experts were too powerful, so how could they resist them? They had no choice but to rely on their backers in order to scare off the other party. However, there was no way the overbearing Prison God Palace would be intimidated by such threats. As such, 9th and 11th did not show any signs of retreating. With Prison Dao ancient god as their backer, what was there to fear? It was just a formation. It was not as if they exterminated these races. That was something that they would never dare to do. After all, that was an irrevocable enmity, and the ancestors of the immortal, celestial and demon races were not much weaker than Prison Dao ancient god individually. If the 3 ancestors worked together, even Prison Dao ancient god would be suppressed. But that was that and this was this. It was just a formation anyway. Boom! The battle was getting more and more intense. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you without mercy. 9th said coldly. The experts of the various races were extremely sullen, but they did not want to retreat. Instead, they began to use some of their trump cards in an attempt to stall for time. 591 One Punch. Chu Xian looked at the battle in the chaos. Those 2 were subordinates of Prison Dao ancient god? Somehow, they seemed to be very proud to call themselves pawns. It was rather strange. Were they here to investigate the Chaos Abyss or the 9 zones? In any case, since they were Prison Dao ancient gods' subordinates, they had to die. The experts of the various races could not hold on any longer and were already frantically retreating, and they were on the verge of making a run for it. The two prison god palace experts were about to go in for the kill. The time to strike was coming. Chu Xian sent the pearl containing the chaotic energy of creation and his hidden fist attack through the Chaos Dao mirror. Tai, I'm sending you the treasure now. Please be careful with it. Tai's spirits were lifted. His entire body was tensed up as he condensed his aura, ready to erupt with his peak strength at any time. Send it. I can control it. Chu Xian laughed inwardly. When Tai learned that he had killed those two prison god palace subordinates and offended prison Dao ancient god, he would probably not be laughing. Chu Xian did not know if the giant race could withstand the pressure, but he believed that the other races would also bear the brunt of prison Dao ancient god's fury. That being said, Tai would probably still be the primary target. Boom! The power of 11th Dao path lashed out like whips, bombarding the bodies of the experts. The immortal race expert was sent flying. The body of the celestial race expert was dripping with blood. The demon race expert spat out a mouthful of blood. The scales of the dragon expert fell off. The feathers of the phoenix expert fell off. The body of the expert from the chaos race was starting to crumble. Naturally, there was an expert from the giant race among them. However, he was just putting on an act and was not using his full strength. However, he still suffered a heavy blow, and cracks appeared all over his body. The Dao path of the giant race was built on their physical bodies, and did not need to create a world to reach the world creator realm. Their bodies were sufficient to support the continuous growth of their Dao paths beyond the million-mile mark. Therefore, for a giant, an injury to their body was a serious one. Boom! 9th and 11th raised their hands to try and grab the great formation, which made the various races livid. The prison god palace had gone too far. Somewhere in the chaos, Hong was watching the battle from afar. He naturally would not make a move. The great formation had little to do with the human race. In fact, all of the races had excluded the human race, intentionally or otherwise. However, Mo Zun had fallen, which was something worth celebrating. It seemed that prison Dao ancient gods' subordinates were truly arrogant and overbearing. They were not even afraid of the alliance between the other races. The ancient chaos gods were rumored to be the strongest existences in the chaos. The great formation was about to fall into the hands of 9th and 11th. Hong was slightly envious of this. The treasures in the formation could be used to strengthen the human race significantly. Ancient Chaos World. In the giant race's territory, Tai was fully focused, accumulating energy. If this expert was truly sending him a treasure to treat his injuries, that would naturally be for the best. However, he had to be wary of the other party taking the opportunity to ambush him. The giants around the statue had already left. The great formation was now the focus of everyone in the ancient chaos world. Tai naturally sensed it as well. However, he was too lazy to care. The giant race would not suffer any major losses from losing the formation. Moreover, it was not worthwhile to offend the prison god palace over such a small matter, as it would attract the attention of that old B*****. Boom! There was a ripple in space. It's here. Tai's spirit was roused, and he focused himself intently. After a while, a pearl emerged from the spatial ripple. There was no attack. There was no danger. Tai was a little surprised. Did the expert really give him a treasure to heal his injuries? However, the expert had also said that the transmission distance was too great, so he would not be able to control the force of the transmission or help him control the treasure, yet. Where was the violent force? Could it be that the force of the transmission had been exhausted due to the long distance? Just as this thought came to mind, Tai sensed a terrifying, overbearing, and destructive power surge out of the transmission channel following the appearance of the pearl. As soon as this power appeared, Tai felt a sense of danger. His pores opened and his hair stood on end. Kaka! The statue was broken and Tai's body was revealed. His aura instantly erupted. As expected, that expert was using this as an excuse to attack him. Boom! A fist attack surged out, carrying the power of destruction as it hurtled into the chaos. It was not targeted at him? Tai was stunned. He subconsciously caught the pearl that was floating in space. The transmission channel then closed. However, that destructive power had already charged into the chaos. In a daze, Tai turned to look at where the destructive power was headed. Not good. Tai was shocked. The terrifying power was charging toward the two prison god palace subordinates. At this moment, the giant race expert's body had been split open as he frantically tried to escape. He was furious. Could these two people not tell that he was just phoning it in? Why were they still attacking him so ruthlessly? The great formation was about to fall into their hands, and the experts of the various races were in despair. At this moment, from the ancient chaos world, a terrifying aura burst forth. Then, an overbearing and destructive fist attack arrived. Its target was 9th and 11th. Everyone was shocked. Which supreme expert had returned to the ancient chaos world? We are prison deo ancient gods subordinates. How dare! The two pawns instantly went all out and used all of their trump cards. They also tried to use prison deo ancient god's name to get the other party to back off. However, this fist attack knew no mercy. Boom! Their deo paths collapsed and their bodies shattered, gradually turning into nothingness. There were only two frightened and resentful voices that echoed in the chaos. Prison deo ancient god will definitely take revenge for us. Those who kill his subordinates will die without a doubt. The space in the chaos shattered as well, turning into nothingness. It took a long time before the space began to repair itself. Not even the ashes of those two experts were left behind. In the chaos, the illusory phenomenon of a world's birth to destruction appeared, signifying the fall of the two world creator realm experts. Silence! The experts from the various races were all stunned. Those powerful experts had died just like that. Since when did World Creator Realm experts become so fragile? The World Creator Realm experts of the various races all looked in the direction of the ancient Chaos world. Which expert had made a move? Which person was so ballsy as to kill Prison Deo ancient gods subordinates? A demon race supreme expert? 592 A Sincere Man, Part 1. That could not be. That punch was incomparably overbearing. There was not a trace of demonic power in it. It was more like the giant race. Furthermore, that punch appeared when the giant race expert was retreating after suffering a heavy blow. The aura in the ancient chaos world also belonged to the giant race. Which expert of the giant race had returned? Did the giant race really have the confidence to deal with Prison Deo ancient god's revenge? Or were they confident that the various races would share that burden? The giant race expert was dumbfounded. Then, he became fanatical. The ancestor of my race is truly ferocious. He killed those two with a single punch. The great formation was preserved and the crisis was over. However, the death of two prison god palace experts was not a small matter. Revenge was inevitable. The supreme experts of the various races had to return. The 9 zones contained great fortune. Without a supreme expert, how could they fight for more opportunities? In the ancient chaos world, Tai was dumbfounded. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He would not be able to hand Prison Deo ancient god's revenge. I might have been tricked. That was Tai's first thought. However, when he saw the pearl in his hand, he was shocked. The chaotic energy of creation. It was a true treasure. It would definitely help him recover from his injuries. There was definitely no way someone who gave him such a precious treasure would trick him. It seemed that Brother Daoist was truly a sincere person. Tai sighed inwardly. Forget it. In a sense, those two did indeed die because of me. Chu Xian's voice came at the right time. Tai, Did you get the treasure? It's the first time I've transferred a treasure over such a long distance and I couldn't control my strength well. Was the treasure damaged? It seemed that Brother Daoist was worried that the treasure would be destroyed. Tai felt ashamed. He should not have misjudged Brother Daoist. Thank you for your treasure, Brother Daoist. Only a little bit of power leaked out and crushed 2 small bugs. It's not worth mentioning, Tai said gratefully. It appeared that everything had gone according to plan. You remained in seclusion, but came up with a brilliant idea to fulfill your objectives from behind the scenes, killing 2 pawns of Prison Deo ancient god with a single punch. This resolved the crisis of the various races. You have been rewarded with the chaos shaking technique. He had triggered the system reward. Chaos shaking technique? Chu Xian's interest was piqued and he examined the reward. A chaos supreme technique that contains vast power and inspires worship. This was something that matched his might great Dao principle perfectly. When it was cultivated to mastery, its power would spread throughout the chaos and all living beings in the chaos would tremble in fear. It truly had the power to shake the chaos. Chu Xian did not receive the reward immediately. After all, he needed some time to comprehend a chaos supreme technique. He sent a message to Tai to show his concern and to avoid the arousal of suspicion. When he examined the pearl of the laws of retribution, Tai's dot was now blue. Even the way Tai addressed him had become more polite and respectful. It seemed that Tai was an honest man. Chu Xian was very pleased, and felt that he had helped the right person. In any case, the chaotic energy of creation was a supreme treasure, even though the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation were constantly producing it. Finding it in the chaos depended on luck and opportunity. It could only be encountered but not sought. It was extremely rare. As such, the trade-off could be considered worthwhile. Only 2 little bugs? That's good. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't cause too much damage. Otherwise, I'd feel bad, he said, faking a sense of relief. All this made Tai feel more guilty for doubting Chu Xian. Brother Daoist, there's no need to be like this. Even if you caused some damage, it was because you were trying to help me. I should be the one to bear for such things, Tai said solemnly. I want to thank Brother Daoist for this treasure. It will really help speed up my recovery process significantly, Tai said gratefully. It's just a small treasure, there's no need to be so reserved about it. Chu Xian's tone was relaxed, as if he did not care much about the chaotic energy of creation. After chatting with Tai for a while, Chu Xian deactivated the mirror, and looked over at the Great Formation. 593 A Sincere Man, Part 2. At this moment, the World Creator Realm experts of the various races had all returned to the ancient Chaos World. Venerable he continued to fill the formation with treasures and help it recharge. Ancient Chaos World. Tai turned into a statue again and ordered the immortal, celestial, and demon race experts to inform their respective Supreme Realm experts to return. He then ignored those people. He had to quickly recover from his injuries so that he could deal with Prison Deo Ancient God's revenge. Even if Prison Deo Ancient God himself did not come over to deal with him, there was still First, who was the latter's #1 subordinate. Tai was unsure as to how strong First was, but either person presented a problem for him. How should he face the possible crisis? Tai sighed. He had to look for solutions. That sinister and cunning Chu should have a solution, right? Moreover, he had to inform his ancestor. If the old ancestor was willing to step in, everything would be fine. While he was mulling over this, he absorbed the chaotic energy of creation into his body to heal his internal injuries. At the same time, he took out a special ancient jade talisman. On it, there was a pattern that seemed to be condensed from the laws. After hesitating for a moment, he finally activated it. Chu, I killed some experts from the Prison God Palace. Is there a way to avoid disaster? After a long while, he received a message from the jade talisman. Why did you kill them? Chu was surprised. This was not Tai's style. For the sake of a treasure, Tai was a little conflicted. He did not know if he should tell Chu what had happened in detail. What kind of treasure was worth you killing them? If you don't tell me the reason, then how am I supposed to help you? Chu looked helpless. The blockhead had not contacted him for a long time, but was now looking for him for advice. Tai pondered for a moment and decided to briefly explain what had happened. Somewhere in the distant chaos, an elegant man was hovering in space. He looked at the message transmitted through the jade talisman. His first thought was, Tai had been tricked. You shouldn't have taken this responsibility. Tai, you've been tricked. Chu had a helpless look on his face. This big fool had been tricked by him many times, so why did he not learn from the past? Chu had tricked him, but he had only treated him as a hatchet man and had no intention of harming him. Others were different. Nonsense! Tai was furious. Brother Daoist is a sincere man with a noble character. How could he be as cunning and shameless as you? Chu, you're shameless, but don't think that others are as shameless as you. Chu did not feel good. This blockhead was really silly. This was clearly a trap, yet this blockhead had fallen for it hook, line and sinker. Besides, Chu suspected that this brother Daoist was actually nearby. Tai, you have to believe me. I'm good at scamming people, so I'm familiar with these tricks. Shit. You are you, cunning and shameless. How can you be compared to brother Daoist? Tai continued to rage. Do you know what treasure brother Daoist gave me? Chu, would you use such a treasure to plot against someone just to kill two subordinates of prison Dao ancient god? Your heart is getting darker and darker. It's fine if you're black-hearted, but don't paint everyone with the same brush. I'll tell you now that brother Daoist is truly a noble and sincere person. It's rare to come across such a person in the chaos. Chu was dumbfounded by this. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Thinking back, he had also tricked Tai in the past. Back then, Tai had also scolded the people who reminded him to be careful and praised Chu for his noble character. As time went by, he had become the person who advised Tai, listening to Tai scold him and praise others for their noble character. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Tai had been tricked. Then tell me, what treasure did he give you? Chu asked helplessly. Chaotic energy of creation, Tai said solemnly. What? Chu was stunned and found it hard to believe. That's right, brother Daoist gave me the chaotic energy of creation. Hiss. Chu took a deep breath. His belief that Tai had been tricked began to waver. Was it worthwhile killing two prison Dao Palace experts for the chaotic energy of creation? Yes, it was. Even prison Dao ancient god would kill his own subordinates if it meant that he would receive the chaotic energy of creation. How is it? Isn't brother Daoist noble and sincere? I told you, he's not trying to trick me. Tai was very proud. Chu, you're really black-hearted. You think everyone is as cunning and sinister as you. Maybe I've misunderstood. Chu Yu still found it hard to believe. Was there really such a good person in the chaos? Why had he never met one? His intuition told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. Quickly think of a way for me to deal with this matter, Tai urged him. The immortal race has a supreme treasure hidden in the ancient chaos world, Chu said after a moment of silence. He then told Tai where one of the immortal race's supreme treasures was hidden. Place this supreme treasure in the formation, he continued, then make it clear that the two experts were after the supreme treasure, and that you protected it. Tai listened quietly. Chu's method was very simple. The formation was simply a cover. Their true target had been that supreme treasure. Tai had attacked in order to protect the supreme treasure, and so the immortal race owed him a favor. Would the immortal race be willing to share the burden? Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to offend prison Dao ancient god. However, this supreme treasure was extremely important. It was one of the legendary treasures left behind by their ancestor. The immortal race had hidden it in the ancient chaos world. Ordinary people did not know of its existence, and even some of the second-generation ancestors did not know. When they were setting up the formation, it was accidentally found and placed in the formation. This was very reasonable. How did Tai know? He was one of the 18 ancestors of the giant race. He had seen the supreme treasure before, so he knew that this was not a rare thing. In order to ensure that the immortals were willing to bear the brunt of the revenge with him, Tai would take care of this supreme treasure for them. After all, he was the one who protected it. It was perfectly reasonable for him to hold it for a while, and then return it to them after the matter was settled. Chu, you're as cunning as ever, Tai sighed. Chu's face darkened. Tai, in order to help you, I've given you a trump card. How did you even know where the supreme treasure was? Tai asked curiously. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, Chu replied in an enigmatic manner. Will they really be willing to offend Prison Deo ancient god for that supreme treasure? Tai asked after a moment of silence. They won't take this matter lightly since it's related to their ancestor. Besides, Prison Deo ancient god might not act if the immortal race ancestor is involved, Chu said in a grave tone. What? Tai was stunned. The immortal race ancestor is comparable to Prison Deo ancient god. Chu seemed to know more secrets about the chaos than he did. He sighed inwardly. It had been a long time since they had contacted each other, so they naturally had drifted apart. How could the three ancestors of the immortal, celestial, and demon races be weaker than ancient chaos gods? There was a reason why those three races dominated the 9 zones, Chu said in a low voice. Tai thought to himself that if the ancestors of the three races were not weaker than ancient chaos gods, they would not fear Prison Deo ancient god. I understand. I'll go and prepare now, Tai said excitedly. Before the conversation ended, Tai could not help but ask, Chu, how strong are you now? From his impression, Chu was not known for his battle prowess, but for his schemes. 594 Precious Treasure. I've improved a little. I'm slightly stronger than you were back then, he said with a smile. When Tai heard that, he could not help but say, strength is the most important thing. Schemes are just small tricks. Don't be engrossed in scheming and neglect your own strength. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chu smiled. Then, he ended his conversation with Tai. A smile appeared on Chu's face. I'm the first ancestor of the human race, and have fought and killed countless enemies. How could I not know that strength is the most important thing? Chu was in a world that was left behind by an ancient expert after he died. At the core of the world, there was a mass of chaotic energy of creation. Once he obtained it, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with an ancient chaos god, albeit only the weaker ones. Then, it would be time for him to return to the 9 zones to take a look at the situation personally. Tai, what do you know of my plans? What do you know of my strength? Chu's figure slowly walked into the core of the world and merged into the ball of chaotic energy of creation. The opportunity to have a 10 million mile Deo path was right in front of him. In the ancient chaos world, Tai left the giant race's territory quietly. He then sneaked into a certain place in the immortal race's territory. He took the Jade Ruler from a certain palace on a mountain peak. The Jade Ruler was very ordinary, and it did not seem to contain any power of presence other than a tiny bit of immortal energy, which exuded a carefree, free, and ethereal feeling. It seemed to be an ordinary item. Tai was confused. Was this really one of the immortal race's ancestors' treasures? Why would the immortal race place such an important treasure in some random palace? However, he believed that Chu would not lie to him. Jade rulers were one of the most common artifacts among the immortal race, and there were large numbers of them used to create the formation. Thus, it was entirely plausible that a supreme treasure had been placed inside the formation by accident. Tai wanted to secretly place this Jade ruler in the formation and take it out in public. It was not that difficult. After all, he was currently the strongest expert in the ancient chaos world. Moreover, the giant race had also participated in the setup of the Great Formation. Occasionally, they would need to fill up the array with treasures. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Tai secretly placed the Jade Ruler into the formation as soon as he got it. Venerable He and the others watching over the formation were not World Creator Realm experts, so they naturally failed to detect him. After putting the Jade Ruler in, Tai immediately left seclusion. His injuries were rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the chaotic energy of creation. Furthermore, he had gained new insights thanks to the unique property of the chaotic energy of creation. After fully recovering from his injuries, his strength would improve further. Tai suddenly descended upon the formation. That huge body and terrifying physical body gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. "Senior Tai, what are you here for?" Venerable He asked nervously. Could it be that Tai was tempted by the formation? Tai had been able to kill those two prison god palace experts with a single punch. If he really wanted to take the formation, no one present could stop him. Tai glanced at him. So it was Venerable He, that piece of trash. He was the most useless one among the second-generation ancestors of the immortal race. However, he was definitely capable in certain aspects given the fact that he had managed to survive until today. Tai would not totally despise him. If Venerable He lived long enough, he would eventually become strong. Your immortal race really doesn't treasure the things left behind by your ancestor, eh? Venerable He was stunned. What was going on? Any item left behind by the ancestor of the immortal race would be treated as their most precious treasure. How could they not care? The ancestor of the immortal race had disappeared for countless years. Even he, a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race, had no idea where the ancestor had gone. Perhaps only those from the first generation and those who had inherited the ancestor's legacy would know. "Senior Tai, what do you mean by that? Such a thing would be regarded as the most precious treasure of the immortal race. There's no way we would disregard something like that." Venerable He frowned. Tai would not speak about this matter for no reason. Was his sudden appearance due to this matter? Tai should know what such a treasure meant to the immortal race. They would never allow it to be left in the hands of someone else unless it was personally bestowed by the ancestor himself. Oh! Tai laughed. 595 The Immortal Ancestor. Raising his hand, Tai made a grabbing motion toward the Great Formation. The faces of the experts from the various races changed. Tai had his eyes on the formation. The giant expert was also embarrassed. What was the ancestor doing? Tai took out a jade ruler from the formation. It looked very ordinary, and something very common among the immortal race. Venerable He's expression changed. Going by what Tai had said earlier, his face revealed a look of disbelief. Could it be that this item belonged to the ancestor? It was actually placed into the formation. In that case, the target of those two prison god palace experts was not the formation itself, but this item. Tai held the jade ruler in his hand. Immortal energy swirled around it, and it exuded a faint, carefree, and ethereal feeling. Your immortal race owes me a favor. Ask your seniors to come and claim it from me. After Tai finished speaking, he disappeared. Venerable He opened his mouth, but eventually closed it. He was greatly shocked. It really was the ancestor's item? Tai would not lie. This was not a small matter. Since it involved the ancestor's item, and the prison god palace experts wanted to take it, did it mean that prison Deo ancient god was behind it? Could it be that the other party wanted to use the item to scheme against the ancestor? Venerable He knew that this matter was not something he could interfere with. He was only a second-generation ancestor of the immortals, and the weakest among them to boot. The other races were all surprised, and looked at Venerable He with strange expressions. A second-generation ancestor did not even recognize his ancestor's treasure and used it to set up for Great Formation? Truly worthless. Tai returned to the giant race's territory and turned into a statue again. He played around with the jade ruler for a while before putting it away. He would wait for the arrival of the powerful experts of the immortal race. They would be the ones to handle the matter regarding the prison god palace. He sighed inwardly. Chu was as cunning and black-hearted as ever. He had calculated everything. Sadly, it was just that he was too weak. After looking down on Chu's strength, Tai entered a state of comprehension and began to comprehend the insights provided to him by the chaotic energy of creation. A palace was floating in the chaos, and more experts gathered there. 9th and 11th have fallen. This is akin to challenging the prison god palace. The Supreme Lord is already furious. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. All of the pawns were furious. If they did not take revenge on the murderer, the prestige and dominance that the prison god palace had built up would be gone. Prison god palace, the illusory figure said, head straight to the ancient chaos world. The prison god palace began to move toward the region of the chaos where the ancient chaos world was located. In the special realm, Prison Deo ancient god opened his eyes, his spiritual power faintly leaking out. His face was filled with anger. How dare you kill my pawns? You must die. Yet more pawns had died. This was a slap to his face and a challenge to his dignity. In the distant past, someone had killed his pawns. He personally took action to annihilate and suppress the murderer and his race. Since then, his pawns rampaged through the chaos, and no one dared to kill them. Even the subordinates of the other ancient chaos gods only injured his pawns and did not dare to kill them. Prison Deo ancient god recalled that several 100 million years ago, a pawn had been killed. Back then, he had not made a move personally. Perhaps because of this, the chaos had already forgotten about his existence and might, and dared to challenge his dignity by killing his pawns. His eyes were cold as he looked at a certain place in the chaos. That was where the first world was born from chaos. Prison Deo ancient god stood up, and the vast realm began to shrink and finally transformed into a Deo path that wrapped around his massive body. He strode toward the 9 zones. He wanted to take action personally. He would once again stun the chaos and establish his dominance. Somewhere in the chaos, a young man with a sword on his back, long hair, and a free and easy temperament, suddenly took out a jade talisman. A message had arrived. He frowned slightly. He raised his hand and calculated, as if he was trying to predict fate. After a long while, he turned around, ready to return to the 9 zones. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in front of him. In the image, there was a middle-aged man with large sleeves, free and at ease, exuding an ethereal aura. The man gave people a feeling of freedom and carefreeness. "Greetings, Master," the young man hurriedly bowed. "I'm on my way to the 9 zones. I'm afraid this matter will involve me, so I'll give you this." A golden rope was passed over. "Meow, if he insists on targeting the immortal race, use this to bind him," the middle-aged man continued. "Yes, Master. You should let go of the matters of the human race." "Meow, don't be so stubborn. You've been so stubborn for far too long. Your senior brothers and sisters have all broken through, but you haven't. Don't disappoint me." The middle-aged man's voice grew stern. "The chaos is about to change. You should let go of your obsession." "Master, where is he?" Meow suddenly asked after a long silence. "I don't know. I can't tell." "Master, where is Qin?" Meow continued to ask. "Why are you so persistent? Qin is not him. Impossible. If not for him, how could Qin have created that? That person followed Kyung." Meow was silent for a long time, until the strange phenomenon was about to disappear, before he spoke again. "Master, I'll let the human race go." When the phenomenon disappeared, Meow looked in the direction of the 9 zones. It was time to go back. He was once the direct disciple of the immortal ancestor, but no one would remember him. 596 changes. Meow's figure then disappeared. Qin stood on a chaos mountain and looked in the direction of the 9 zones. Who could be so fierce as to kill the subordinates of Prison Dao ancient god? Were they mad? The time was almost here. It was time to return to the 9 zones. In the 9 zones, Chu Xian finally awoke from his cultivation. Another milestone reward had arrived. After receiving the reward, he looked at the reincarnation cycle. Qi had already reached the Daiyuan realm, and was the third Daiyuan realm cultivator within the reincarnation cycle after Han Yu and Ji. Qi sat cross-legged in front of the reincarnation cycle, still comprehending its mysteries. Only after reaching the Daiyuan realm did he truly start to gain insights into the mysteries of reincarnation. Suddenly, a voice rang out within his divine soul. Even he, a Daiyuan realm expert, could not sense where the voice had come from. The voice ignored all of his mental defenses and spoke directly to his soul. Qi was shocked. Since you have already reached the Daiyuan realm with the reincarnation cycle, I shall bestow upon you the title of Reincarnation King to maintain the order of the reincarnation cycle. You and the Fengde Ghost King are of the same status. Both of you are under Ji and Han Yu, the voice said. 2 terrifying figures suddenly appeared in the reincarnation cycle. One of them was obviously a human. This is your fortune. Quickly thank the Lord. Ji looked at Qi, who was a former human king, and said. He had high hopes for this human junior. Qi's heart trembled. He had just discovered a shocking secret. The reincarnation cycle was created by an omnipotent expert. Many thanks, my lord, Qi hurriedly spoke. Chu Xian responded, and then left it at that. As for how Qi would guard the reincarnation cycle and what his mission would be, that would naturally be arranged by Ji and Han Yu. The reincarnation Great Dao principle had been strengthened many times by the chaotic energy of creation, and was no longer the same as before. It was truly close to perfection. Moreover, the heavenly Dao laws were about to completely devour the Great Dao. Soon, the 9 zones would be under the complete control of the heavenly Dao laws. The great abyssal calamity was getting more and more intense, and more and higher level Daiyuan realm abyssal beings were participating in the battle. The number of new Daiyuan realm cultivators in the 9 zones was about to experience an explosive growth. Qin Ying and Ren Changhe were both about to reach the Daiyuan realm, as was Feng Kong. Chu Xian looked into the chaos. The great formation of the various races were still in operation. The current formation was much more powerful than it was at the beginning. The power it could provide to the heavenly Dao laws had also increased. Chu Xian was unsure if the previous incident would result in the arrival of Prison Dao ancient god. Huanglong and the other 2 creatures of the Great Dao were about to complete their transformation. After becoming a creature of the heavenly Dao, they would be free. Chu Xian would not restrict their movements. The power of calamity had condensed even further, and more cracks had appeared on the shell of the egg-like structure. The Lord of Chaos was about to be born. The world was about to welcome another great change. It was time for him to work hard to improve his strength. He would strive to achieve the Chaos Supreme Realm as soon as possible. Only then would he be truly confident in defending all he had worked for. Chu Xian once again entered cultivation. The 3,000 chaos bodies of creation continuously circulated. New Dao principles were formed and fused constantly, strengthening his Dao path. Furthermore, the system's daily rewards had once again become a treasure that could help him evolve chaotic energy. Although the effect was not too great, at the very least, it aided his cultivation progress. 597 Huanglong, Part 1. Outside the 9 zones, in the chaos, a 9 extreme Daiyuan realm expert from the immortal race was sitting cross-legged within the great formation. Boom! The formation shone brightly, and the power condensed from the power of the laws and Dao path surged out from the formation and descended toward the 9 zones. This time, the power of the formation was wrapped around an immortal race expert. All the races wanted to test if the power of rejection of the Great Dao was really weakening. Would they succeed? If it was weakened, there would be a chance to sneak into the 9 zones, which meant that the formation plan was a success and that it was all worth it. The light descended upon the 9 zones and then disappeared. It was as if it had been swallowed by the great Dao. The immortal race expert was not expelled immediately. Everyone was fully focused. Not being expelled did not mean that he had succeeded. What if he was directly obliterated by the great Dao? That would be worse than rejection. Therefore, they were waiting. After a long while, a figure was sent flying as if someone had kicked him. Seeing the figure finally being expelled, the experts of the various races were not dejected. Instead, they were excited. Their eyes were filled with the light of hope. The plan was feasible. The power of rejection had weakened. It was very likely that, in time, they would be able to send people into the 9 zones. The experts of the various races then quickly scrambled off to recharge the formation with treasures. The faster they did so, the faster they would be able to weaken the power of rejection of the great Dao, and thereby send people into the 9 zones. Seeing the united and friendly races working together, Chu Xian was very pleased. He did not waste his efforts. As long as there was hope, the various races would always be united and friendly toward each other. Chu Xian had done this for the sake of the unity and peace of the various races. He sighed in his heart. The next time someone comes in, I'll have them stay longer. Each time, he would add a little more time. He had to let people see hope. In the chaos, the various races were in a heated discussion about the treasures they were using to recharge the formation. Do you want to change the types of treasures? They wanted to see if using different treasures generated different results. Then, among the dragons, a white dragon that was as clear as jade appeared without warning. His eyes were staring at the other dragons in an odd way, looking very curious. It was as if he wanted to find out what was the difference between these dragons and himself. At first, the various races ignored this white dragon, as did the other dragons, thinking that it was a junior who had come to watch the proceedings. There were also white dragons among them, after all. Furthermore, most of them were female dragons. This little white dragon had come here to watch the show, so she was likely the daughter of some powerful dragon. Then, the white dragon curiously stretched out its claws and poked Long Chang's body, creating a hole in it. Long Chang screamed. This attracted the attention of the experts from the various races. Long Chang was a 9 extreme Dayuan realm expert, yet a simple poke had created a hole in his body. The dragons were known for their strong and sturdy bodies, which were difficult to penetrate due to the toughness of their scales. Long Chang cried out miserably. By now, there were quite a few holes in his body, and he was dripping with blood. He was so frightened that he hurriedly moved away from the strange white dragon. It was too terrifying. This was the first time that Huanglong had left the Great Dao. He was very excited, and immediately went to check out the chaos. There was a show to watch here. He had also seen the great formation that the various races had set up, and the battle between them and the 2 experts from the prison god palace. Back then, he had been unable to leave the Great Dao, and had been unable to join in the fun. However, he was finally free, so he rushed out the first moment he could. He had already heard of the dragons, and believed himself to be one of them. However, he was different from ordinary dragons. He was a dragon of the Great Dao. Similar to the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts in the world, he was born from the Great Dao. As a dragon, Huanglong was very curious. What was the difference between him and the other dragons? Thus, his curiosity brought him here. He looked at Long Chang with a face full of curiosity. The golden dragon's body was sparkling and looked very domineering. He could not help but raise his claws to poke Long Chang's body. Pfft! One poke, one hole. Blood gushed out. Huanglong was stunned. But I didn't use any strength. Why was there a bloody hole? Did he poke an old wound? Was it because Long Chang had not recovered from his previous battle? 598 Huanglong, Part 2. Thus, Huang Long poked another part of Long Chang's body to verify his conjecture. Pfft! There was another hole. So fragile? That should not be the case, right? Huang Long was dumbfounded and continued to poke. Another hole appeared. Was this dragon made of paper? Long Chong had originally been looking at the formation. His scales glowed golden, exuding the might of a dragon. Seeing Huang Long stretch out his claws to poke his body with curiosity and anticipation, Long Chong did not mind. Weak dragons were always like this. Then, he felt pain. Blood gushed out. Long Chong did not react for some time, simply staring at the wound in disbelief. That white dragon did not seem to have used much strength. How had it poked a hole in his body? Then it happened again, and another hole appeared. Long Chong was in so much pain that it was twitching. His eyes widened, and a look of fear began to surface. Pfft! Another hole. Long Chong finally let out a blood-curdling scream as he ran away from Huang Long. It was too terrifying. He was a 9 Extreme Day Yuan Realm expert, so why was this happening? Was this white dragon a World Creator Realm expert? Why could he not recognize the other party? Furthermore, why was he still being poked? 3 holes. Was this white dragon trying to kill him? Long Chong was frightened. At this moment, the experts from all of the other races looked over. All of them had a look of surprise on their faces. Huang Long had an innocent expression on his face. I didn't use any strength. I didn't want to hurt him. Who knew he would be so weak? His body was like paper. All it took was a simple poke. The experts from the various races were speechless. However, no one interfered in this matter. After all, it was an internal matter for the dragons to deal with. Venerable, he looked at Huang Long and frowned slightly. Although Huang Long was a dragon, there was something off about his aura. It was different from the other dragons. The dragon expert in charge of the formation was the most powerful of the Freedom Day Yuan Realm experts present. He did not reveal his true form, but had transformed into human form. There were tiny dragon horns on its head. At this moment, he looked at Huang Long with a puzzled expression. Something was wrong. Huang Long looked like a dragon, but did not feel like a dragon. Furthermore, he could not recognize the other party. Who are you? What's your name? Huang Long tilted his head and looked at the dragon expert. He was slightly puzzled. This person was also a dragon? Why did he look like a human? Huang Long was a creature of the Great Dao, so he did not know about human form transformation. You're a dragon too? The experts from the various races were stunned. What was up with this dragon? Did it not know about human form transformation? Ow! Long Zheng roared and revealed his true form. He was a golden dragon that was even larger than Long Chong. Like the giant race, dragons did not have to create a world to reach the World Creator Realm. Instead, their Dao paths resided within their bodies. Long Zheng's aura was extremely oppressive at the moment. You don't know how to transform. He stared at Huang Long coldly. Are you really a dragon? I'm a dragon, but I'm not one of you. It's a little hard to explain. Huang Long tilted his head and stared at Long Zheng's huge body. Then, with a shake of his body, he grew in size instantly. Moreover, he leaned forward out of curiosity. This dragon was much more powerful than the last one. He looked even more majestic, so he should not be weak, right? Long Zheng just stared at him. He allowed Huang Long to approach him. Dragons were also good at close combat, and would often use their physical bodies to fight. He was very confident that Huang Long could not threaten him. No matter how he looked at it, this white dragon was not as strong as him. You're an expert among the dragons, right? Can I touch you? Huang Long raised his claws and extended a finger. Where did you come from, dragon? What's your name? Long Zheng stared at him. His aura became stronger and stronger. The scales on its body exuded a cold golden light. "Feel free to touch me. I'm not made of paper." He could not help but say this when he saw how careful Huanglong was behaving. Huanglong gently poked Long Zheng's body with his finger. Having learned his lesson from poking Long Chong, Huanglong used even less force this time. These dragons were too fragile. It would not be good if he poked another bloody hole. He was not here to hurt the dragon. "I'm Huanglong," he poked Long Zheng's body with his finger as he replied. Pfft! A soft sound. Long Zheng felt pain, and his entire body subconsciously trembled. At the spot where Huanglong's finger had touched him, the scales had caved in, and there were faint traces of blood. Fortunately, there was not a hole, as Huanglong had restrained his strength, and because Long Zheng was stronger than Long Chong. At this moment, Long Zheng was not the only one shocked. The experts from the various races who were watching were all shocked. This was Long Zheng they were talking about. Although he was not a world creator realm expert, he was still a top-notch existence among the Freedom Day Yuan realm cultivators. Moreover, dragons had always been known for their strong physical bodies and unparalleled defensive capabilities. Long Zheng was especially outstanding in this regard. It was said that his dragon body had gone through all kinds of tempering and was even stronger than the average dragon. However, a light poke had actually caused his scales to cave in and blood to gush out. No matter how they looked at it, Huanglong had not used the power of his Dao path, and had clearly restrained his power. Just how strong was he? Long Zheng's figure retreated, full of vigilance. The illusionary apparition of his Dao path appeared faintly behind him as he took a defensive stance. Huanglong? He had never heard of this name. Moreover, dragons all had Long as their surname. Only their ancestors from ancient times had different names. Was Huanglong one of their ancestors? Long Zheng was bewildered. Huanglong had a look of disdain. "I thought that this dragon would be a little stronger, but he was made of paper just like the last one." He could not help but think of Soaring Flood Dragon, who had the bloodline of the dragons, and was weaker than the dragons. If even the dragons were so fragile, then would Soaring Flood Dragon not be even more fragile? "Are you a senior?" Long Zheng was shocked. However, if he was one of the dragon ancestors, why did he not recognize him? Perhaps there were some ancient secrets that he did not know about. He only knew that apart from his own ancestor, the legendary Azure Dragon, who was one of the 4 spiritual divine beasts, was also an ancestor of the dragons. Huanglong blinked and nodded, yes, that's right. Little dragon, I'm your ancestor." Long Zheng's face was full of doubt. It did not seem right no matter how he looked at it. Why did this ancestor not even know how to transform? The experts from the other races did not think too much. Instead, their expressions turned serious. One of the old ancestors of the dragons had returned? Was it because of the great opportunity in the 9 zones? Long Zheng did not immediately acknowledge his ancestor. His intuition told him that something was not right. He sent a message to the other dragon experts to ask them to come over and confirm Huanglong's identity. Long Chong, who hid to the side, was thinking something else entirely. His eyes flickered as he felt that this was his opportunity. This was an ancestor who was extremely powerful. Moreover, he looked very easygoing. Since he had been poked with 3 bloody holes, if he complained to the ancestor, he might get some treasures. Thinking this, the bloody holes on his body cracked open a little more. More blood was flowing out. He looked miserable. "Ancestor, Long Chong pays his respects to you." Long Chong flew in front of Huanglong in a flash, bowed, and gave the typical dragon salute. 599 Huanglong, Part 3. Long Zheng was furious at Long Chang's shamelessness. They had not even confirmed Huanglong's identity, yet he had immediately gone over to try and earn some benefits. When Huanglong saw this, he was happy. Since he was going to be the ancestor of the dragons, he might as well play the part. This dragon youngling was quite weak, like paper, but at least he was smart, so he was deserving of some assistance. Not bad, not bad. You're not bad. Ancestor, I'm too weak. My physical body is too weak. I've brought shame to the dragons. Long Chong put on a pitiful expression, and even deliberately drew attention to his wounds. You're indeed a little weak. Your Dao path is a little too short. As Huang Long spoke, an item that seemed to be imbued with the laws appeared within his claws, which then flew over to Long Chang's body. The wounds healed instantly. Furthermore, Long Chong was pleasantly surprised to discover that his dragon body was actually continuously becoming stronger. At this moment, a giant dragon flew over from the ancient chaos world. He looked down at Huang Long. Your name isn't among the ancestors of the dragons. Why are you pretending to be our ancestor? Long Tuo stared coldly at Huang Long. Unlike Long Zheng and Long Chong, he was familiar with the names of the dragon ancestors. Apart from the primary ancestor, there were other dragon ancestors, but none of them were called Huang Long. However, Huang Long was undoubtedly a dragon. Therefore, he did not turn hostile at the first moment. What if he was the descendant of a certain ancestor? However, according to the tradition of the dragon clan, the descendants of the dragon ancestor would take their first names as surnames. Huang Long was unhappy. He wanted to be an ancestor. As a creature of the Great Dao, his seniority and roots were comparable to the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts of the 9 zones. If he was not the ancestor of the dragon clan, then what was he? Now, he was a creature of the Heavenly Dao. Once he entered the Heavenly Dao, he was no longer an ordinary dragon, and was also extremely powerful. These dragons should recognize him as their ancestor. Huang Long wanted to experience the joy of being an ancestor. Since Long Tuo dared to question him, perhaps a lesson was in order. Little dragon, how dare you offend me? You deserve to be punished. He lifted his claws, and time shifted. Before Long Tuo could react, he had become like an earthworm, his body shrinking 10,000 times. Huang Long then caught Long Tuo with his claws. The entire place turned deathly silent in shock. Long Tuo was a world creator realm expert. Even when facing prison god palaces experts, he was still able to put up a fight for some time. However, he was now completely suppressed. Venerable, he was even more shaken. Was that the power of time? That did not seem right. It seemed to be different from the power of time that he knew. Very strong. Long Tuo was dumbfounded. The moment Huang Long made his move, his soul trembled and was suppressed. Furthermore, it seemed to be a suppression that stemmed from his bloodline. Could he really be an ancestor? Long Chong felt his body becoming stronger, and seeing the existence he looked up to, Long Tuo, being suppressed, he was overjoyed. He had made the right decision. Ancestor is mighty. This kind of dragon who disrespects his ancestors should be severely punished. Long Chang's words were full of flattery and obeisance. Huang Long was overjoyed. Not bad, Long Chong, you brat, you're not bad. In the future, you can follow me around. You've been stuck at that realm for a long time. Perhaps it's time for you to progress. Huang Long was holding Long Tuo in his claws, enjoying Long Chang's flattery. He rewarded Long Chong with the ability to surpass the 9 extreme Daoyuan realm. The Great Dao had almost been fully devoured by the Heavenly Dao laws, and within the Heavenly Dao, the restrictions of the 9 extreme Daoyuan realm did not exist. As long as the Heavenly Dao laws allowed it, 9 extreme Daoyuan realm experts could continue to extend their Dao paths. Huang Long was now a creature of the Heavenly Dao and wielded considerable power and authority within it. Thus, he was qualified to lift the restrictions on Long Chong. Long Chong at first took Huang Long's words as a joke. After all, the 9 extreme Daoyuan realm was limited by the Great Dao. No matter how strong the ancestor was, it was impossible to break the restriction with just some words. However, he suddenly realized that his Dao path that had been stuck for so long without any progress had suddenly moved. The bottleneck had loosened, and it seemed that he could continue to extend his Dao path. He was extremely shocked. The ancestor was too strong. Long Chong suppressed the shock in his heart. He did not break through immediately. He had to keep a low profile. He could not let the others know how powerful the old ancestor was. Otherwise, if they all fought to please the old ancestor, would that not weaken his position in the ancestor's heart? Thank you for your support, ancestor. Long Chong was extremely overjoyed. Then, he turned around and stared at Long Zheng, who was dumbfounded and in disbelief. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the ancestor. Long Zheng was so angry that his dragon beard fluttered in the air. Was Long Chong trying to order him around? What, you don't like the ancestor? Long Chong berated loudly. Oh you! Long Zheng was so angry that he let out a dragon roar, and the aura around his body surged. Long Chong was not afraid at all. He turned around and looked at Huang Long in a flattering manner. Ancestor, he's not convinced. He actually isn't paying his respects to you. This is too outrageous. He doesn't have the bearing of a dragon at all, and seems to have disregarded filial respect. He must be punished. Otherwise, such behavior will become the norm among the dragons. Huang Long felt extremely comfortable. 600 Huang Long, Part 4. Long Chang's flattery was very pleasing to him. Long Chang, your words make sense. Perhaps you should manage the dragon tribe here for now. Then, he raised his claws and suppressed Long Zheng. Since you have disrespected an ancestor, you must be punished, Huang Long snorted. Long Chang was overjoyed. The ancestor had acknowledged him and given him the authority over the dragon tribe. The other races were dumbfounded. Of course, there were many who looked down on Long Chang. What a B***starred he was. Of course, Long Chang's performance had also opened the door to a new world for some people, who were already thinking of doing something similar when their own ancestors returned. Long Tuo was suppressed, and Long Zheng was also suppressed. This was an internal matter of the dragon tribe. The other races couldn't interfere. Moreover, even if they wanted to interfere, they were no match for Huang Long. Where is the dragon tribe's territory? Huang Long asked. As the ancestor of the dragon tribe, he naturally had to visit the dragon tribe's territory. To put it bluntly, it was his territory. He would have all of the dragons pay their respects to him. Ancestor, this way please. Long Chang immediately left with Huang Long and headed to the dragon tribe's territory in the ancient chaos world. As for the matter of the formation, how could it be more important than the ancestor's request? Upon arriving at the dragon tribe's sea, Long Chang roared, the ancestor of the dragons has returned. All dragons have come to pay their respects to their ancestor. There was an uproar. The ancestor was back? One dragon after another rose into the air. The one leading the group was a black dragon and other dragons that had reached the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm. The first thing they did was to look at Huang Long. This was the ancestor? What are you still doing? Hurry up and pay your respects to the ancestor. Do you have no manners at all? Long Chang rebuked them angrily. The leader of the dragons was so angry that he wanted to beat Long Chang to death. Was he not Long Chang's senior? Why was he being disrespected like this? What are you looking at? Long Tuo and Long Zheng have already been punished by the ancestor for disrespecting him. Do you want to follow suit? Long Chang spat as he angrily rebuked the black dragon. Hurry up and pay your respects to the ancestor. The moment the black dragon heard that Long Tuo and Long Zheng had been punished and suppressed, he was shocked. Could this dragon really be an ancestor? After all, Long Tuo was a world creator realm expert. If Long Tuo was suppressed without a fight, that meant that this ancestor was far, far stronger. It no longer mattered if he was the ancestor or not. He was definitely a supreme expert from the dragon tribe. Greetings, ancestor. The group of dragons saluted. Huanglong was pleased by this. Rise, he said proudly. What are you still doing? Line up to welcome the ancestor. What are you all doing? Don't you have any manners? Where is the honor guard? The ancestor has returned, and there is no fanfare. Playing music, making merry, and setting up a banquet. Long Chang's dragon claws pointed as he directed the group of dragons to line up. He also instructed some of the monster tribes affiliated with the dragon tribe to set up a big banquet in the dragon palace. They also composed music and organized beautiful clam girls to perform a dance. The black dragon's face was extremely dark, and he was breathing heavily from his nostrils. Long Chang's smug appearance was simply detestable. What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready. You're staring at me. Long Chang raised his claws and smacked the black dragon's head. You're not convinced. He turned around and looked at Huanglong in a flattering manner. He pointed his finger at the black dragon and said, Ancestor, he's not convinced. Pa! Huanglong waved his claw from afar and slapped the black dragon's head. It almost cracked the black dragon's head open. Fortunately, Huanglong knew that these dragons were weak, so he did not use much strength. The black dragon was terrified. Ancestor, I'll do it now. He quickly went off to assign tasks to the other dragons. Dragon Palace. Huanglong had shrunk his body and sat on the throne. Long Chang was waiting on him at the side in a flattering manner. He took out all the rare treasures to entertain Huanglong. He found out that Huanglong liked to eat delicious food. Hence, he only prepared some extremely delicious, rare spiritual fruits, and specially brewed wine. Long Tuo and Long Zheng were released. They obediently paid their respects to Huanglong. They had to. Huanglong was simply too terrifying. Perhaps he really was some unknown old ancestor of the dragon tribe. Ancestor, you can eat and drink while I get the younger generation to come and pay their respects to you, Long Chang said in a flattering manner. Very well, little Chang, go ahead. Huanglong was very satisfied. Long Chang turned around, looked at Long Tuo and the rest, and said, learn how to respect your ancestors. How could you behave like that earlier? Long Tuo and the others almost exploded in anger, but they could only hold it in. Long Chang left, satisfied, while Huanglong continued to eat and drink. The outside world was truly too exciting. There was so much delicious food. Deist brother Chu, you're the one who allowed me to regain my freedom. After Long Chang went out for a while, rows of younger dragons came to pay their respects to Huanglong. Those in the front were naturally the juniors who had a direct relationship with Long Chang. Huanglong raised his dragon claws and was about to give these juniors some greeting gifts. As their ancestor, how could he not give a few small gifts to the younger generation? Long Chang appeared at the right time. Ancestor, there's no need to give these juniors such precious treasures. Otherwise, you will spoil them. Let me give them some gifts on your behalf instead. Huanglong felt that it made sense. The things that he had casually given out were all treasures. Little Chang, you're right. Huanglong nodded. He raised his claws, and a small bead exuding the power of time appeared. I'll give this to you. Long Chang was ecstatic. This is a time pearl, and it contains the power of the laws of time. As long as you activate it, you can hide within time itself and avoid danger. You can also use it to resurrect yourself, Huanglong explained. Thank you for your kindness, ancestor. Long Chang was so excited that his heart was trembling. It was a treasure. This was equivalent to him having an extra life. Even Long Tuo's eyes turned red when he saw this. A time-related treasure. In the chaos, time was one of the few things that was difficult to cultivate. Other than the legendary existences, who could use time to reverse time to a certain extent, even World Creator Realm experts could not manipulate time very much if they did not comprehend the time Dao principle. It was rumored that time was one of the supreme laws of the chaos. Time was like a river, flowing without end. One could sense the passage of time, but could not capture it. Could it be that this mysterious old ancestor had already reached that legendary realm? Long Tuo and Long Zheng were filled with regret. They should have paid their respects to the ancestor at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, they had missed this opportunity, which was taken by Long Chong, this cunning dragon. Everyone, come and pay your respects to the ancestor. The group of younger dragons all paid their respects to Huang Long, which put him in an even better mood, and he ate even more. This made Long Tuo and the other dragons speechless. Had the ancestor not eaten before? Huang Long had become the ancestor of the dragon tribe. As such, the fate of the dragon tribe also began to change. Chu Xian knew that Huang Long had left. Surprisingly, Huang Long did not enter the 9 zones, but went out into the chaos. He went to the dragon tribe's territory and became an ancestor. In terms of age, Huang Long was actually much younger than the other dragons. However, he had extraordinary origins as a creature of the Great Dao, which were made even more extraordinary when he became a creature of the Heavenly Dao. After all, the Heavenly Dao cause had more potential than the original Great Dao of the 9 zones. Huang Long was not weak either, and was comparable to a world creator realm expert whose Dao path had reached 3 million miles long, and that was before he used the power of the Heavenly Dao laws. Other than that, he was also the Jade Dragon of Time. As long as time existed, he would not die. It was not easy to estimate his true strength. If Huang Long could fully control the laws of time, he would have the power of a Chaos Supreme expert. Furthermore, unless time itself was destroyed, he would live on. The birth of Huang Long was most likely related to the Lord of Chaos, who was born to protect the Great Dao and the Lord of Chaos along with the other creatures of the Great Dao.